Of course, there are differences between the saint's disciples. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master explained. Saints' disciples are classified into different levels according to their masters. After all, the saint realm was divided into the Saint Lord, Saint Sovereign, and Great Saint. As a holy land, the Heavenly Tao sect naturally has a lot of Saint Lords. The number of Saint Sovereigns won't exceed 10, and the number of Great Saints can be counted on the fingers in one hand. Lin Yun instantly understood what the Indigo Thunder Peak Master meant, and he said, "That means there are differences in the treatment of the saints' disciples." "That's right." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled. He tossed the medal back to Lin Yun before continuing. "The treatment and authority you possess will also be different, and you can look at Saint Hall when you're free. You were not a saint disciple in the past, so I can't tell you about that. You can go and find out now. This medal as a great saint's disciple is often more effective than a peak master like me." Lin Yun looked at the medal and asked, "So it's that great? But are there that few great saints within the Heavenly Tao sect? What do you think? This is thanks to the fact that we have a long legacy. The other Holy Land's great saints are fewer than us." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master rolled his eyes. If the number of saints was the number of fingers on one hand, the highest would be 5. If that were the case, they should be the Dragon Origin Great Saint, Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Serene Dust Great Saint, and the Palace Masters of the Daoyang Palace and Heavenly Yin Palace. These should be the 5 great saints placed on the surface. Is there any difference in the treatment between great saints' disciples? Lin Yun asked. What did you experience in the past year? The Indigo Thunder Peak Master asked in a surprised tone. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. But just when he wanted to explain, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master didn't dwindle and said, "Have you forgotten that there are 2 sword wielders within the Heavenly Tao sect? Although the 2 sword wielders don't interfere in the affairs of the Heavenly Tao sect, that doesn't mean they won't take any disciple." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master didn't chat with Lin Yun for long and left shortly after. After the Indigo Thunder Peak Master left, Lin Yun visited the Iris Secret Realm. He sat beneath the phoenix tree before he looked within his body. The 3 dragon-shaped sacred flames were blazing within his violet palace, and the radiance emitted from the sacred flames enveloped the entire violet palace. What a powerful saint aura! Lin Yun fell into a brief pondering before he tried to refine them with his dragon origin. He wanted to see if he could control the 3 sacred flames. But the moment his dragon origin came in contact with the sacred flames, his dragon origin was instantly ignited with a blazing aura spreading out. The blazing aura was scorching, and even Lin Yun could feel the high temperature enveloping him. Under this pain, a mysterious voice appeared within his mind before entering his sea of consciousness. He immediately entered an enlightenment state and acquired various sword insights. All his doubts were instantly resolved, which was a mysterious feeling. Can it be that these sacred flames are related to the Emperor's sword? If that was the case, these 3 sacred flames should be the inheritance of the Emperor's sword, and he could receive unimaginable enlightenment from them. But he had to bear unimaginable pain when refining them. Then again, this pain was nothing to Lin Yun. Lin Yun was a decisive person, and immediately took out a 3 lives fruit. He planned to use it, but only some at a time. He wanted to start with 2 to 3 months. After making up his mind, Lin Yun activated the 3 lives fruit and entered the 3 lives realm. Within the 3 lives realm, the flow of time differed from the outside world. Thus, he used this advantage to refine the 3 sacred flames and absorb the insights contained within them to strengthen his sword's attainment. At the same time, he also consumed the nether flower petals to refine the nether energy within to increase his cultivation and divine firmament sword sutra. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun's cultivation had reached the intermediate 3rd channel of the profound death stage. Another month later, his cultivation came to the pinnacle 3rd channel of the profound death stage, and the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra also smoothly reached the 9th stage. After reaching the 3rd channel of the profound death stage, Lin Yun's cultivation slowed down, even with the aid of the netherflower petals, and he soon only had 5 petals left. 2 months ago, he had just entered the 3rd channel of the profound death stage, and had reached the pinnacle 2 months later. This was an unbelievable speed, but Lin Yun still felt that it was slow. This was because the Heavenly Tao sect had many saint disciples, most of whom were at the nirvana stage. Before them, his cultivation at the third channel of the profound death stage was insignificant in comparison. He wanted to refine another petal to reach the fourth channel of the profound death stage. But before he could do anything, the profound death aura within his body showed signs of losing control. This immediately created huge waves within his violet palace, also showing signs of losing control. This made Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief and stopped. Opening his eyes, he placed his hands on his knees to calm the dragon origin within his body. I have to take it step by step with my cultivation. He was too anxious, and it was too risky for him to make a breakthrough without stabilizing his cultivation. Standing, he muttered, "Those with a higher cultivation are much older than me. They're either nurtured by saints from a young age and possess a saint physique, or they had a horrifying talent from a young age. Strictly speaking, none of them took a shortcut, and I don't have to dwell on it." Lin Yun turned around and waved his hand, summoning the flower burial sword. When he swung his sword, his gaze suddenly became sharp. I can only rely on flower burial. The sword in my hand. Cultivation could be absorbed from external means. Seniors could teach cultivation techniques, and no saints would lack saint artifacts or treasures. But Sword Dao couldn't rely on the sword and a powerful master. He could only depend on himself, and there was no shortcut. Lin Yun began practicing his sword within the Three Lives realm, and his temperament changed. His temperament became aloof and ethereal, looking like a sword immortal from the legends. Firefly radiance, dawn radiance, sunset radiance, waning moon, heavenly snowing mountain, silver blood. In just 2 months, Lin Yun relied on the insights within the 3 sacred flames to learn the 6th sword of the Divine Firefly Sword. The Divine Firefly Sword had a total of 16 sword forms. According to his master, those at the profound death stage could barely reach the threshold. But he was only at the profound death stage and had already reached the 6th sword form, which meant he might be able to master 12 before reaching the nirvana stage. I wonder if I'm slow or fast, Lin Yun muttered. It would be impressive if anyone could master 3 sword forms at the nirvana stage. Lin Yun's cultivating speed was already considered heaven-defying, but Lin Yun didn't know about that. He had a feeling, but he wasn't certain about it. The first 12 sword forms of the Divine Firefly Sword could only be considered reaching the threshold, and the more powerful sword forms were after that. Aside from the Divine Firefly Sword, Lin Yun also significantly improved his heavenly dome sword intent. All the improvements accumulated on his sword heart. His sword heart was like a crude jade being tempered like a cocoon that's about to break open. This transformation was bizarre, and even the Azure River Sword Saint wouldn't be able to explain his changes. Lin Yun was already walking on a path that belonged to himself without him knowing it. The further he went on this path, the more lonely he would be. When Lin Yun returned from the Three Lives realm, the Three Lives fruit became dim. Lil Purple was cultivating beneath the phoenix tree. When she opened her eyes, Lin Yun asked, "How many days have passed?" "1 day," Lil Purple replied. "Not bad." Lin Yun was pretty satisfied with that. He experienced 2 months within the Three Lives realm, but it was only a day in the outside world. "Are you going out?" Lin Yun asked, seeing Lil Purple carrying Lil Red and exiting the Iris secret realm. "Isn't that obvious?" Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun with disdain. "You're not going to help me look for the Solar Lunar Divine Rune, so I can only go and find it myself. You won't be discovered, right?" Lin Yun asked in a concerned tone. After all, Zhang Yu had exposed them, and they would become the center of attention if they went out. "Of course we won't. You've underestimated me. I might not be able to beat those saints, but it's easy for me to hide my presence," Lil Purple said pridefully. Seeing Lil Purple boasting, Lin Yun smiled. "Wait." He called out to Lil Purple and took out the Silver Moon mask before he said, "Here, you can have it." "Are you serious?" Lil Purple happily received it with excitement and disbelief. After all, the Silver Moon mask was a treasure of the Mo clan, a gift that Feng Yu gave Lin Yun on their first meeting. Then again, the reason why Lil Purple fancied it was because it was gorgeous. Of course, I'm joking. Lin Yun smiled, wanting to seize it from her. Humph. I'm not giving it back to you now that it's in my hands. Lil Purple fled, with her laughter echoing in the surroundings. When Lin Yun appeared in his courtyard, he called Chun Feng over. He wanted to know about the celestial purging mountain that the dragon origin great saint spoke of. There are 3 places to temper the sword intent. The first 2 are naturally the heavenly sword and Dao sword mountains. Chun Feng smiled. But those 2 mountains practically belong to the heavenly Yin and Dao Yang palaces. It's difficult for someone else to enter, even if they're a saint's disciple. So the celestial purging mountain is the 3rd place? Hee, that's right. The celestial purging mountain is the biggest cultivating ground of the heavenly Dao sect. Even the disciples of the 2 palaces would go there, frequented by many disciples. Chun Feng knew that Yi Qingtian had lost his memories, so he went into the fine details in his explanation. But when they arrived at the celestial purging mountain, they were shocked by the multitude of people that were here. Seeing this, Chun Feng patted his forehead. I nearly forgot that the ranking battle is starting soon. So all the saints' disciples have come. Ranking battle? Lin Yun was baffled because this was the first time he heard of it. Chun Feng wasn't surprised by Yi Qingtian's response. He smiled and said, the ranking battle is held twice a year. The first time is only for inner disciples, and the second is for saint disciples. There are a lot of rewards in the first ranking battle amongst inner disciples, but they're nothing compared to the second. In the past, senior brother could only observe, but you can now participate in it. Oh? Go into the details, Lin Yun replied. Okay. Chun Feng explained. The ranking battle for saint disciples will be differentiated into 4 groups: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The limit for Huang is disciples at the pinnacle of the profound death stage, the limit for Xian is disciples at the 2nd transformation of the nirvana stage, and the limit for Di is the 4th transformation of the nirvana stage. As for Tian, the threshold is the nirvana stage, and there are no limits. They're usually meant for the saints' disciples, and the tensity is also the highest. Lin Yun found it weird for the ranking battle to be separated into groups, but he soon figured it out. After all, the heavenly Dao sect would have 200 to 300 saint disciples every year, and who knew how many saint disciples there would be after so many years. Some saint disciples were in their 50s or 70s. As long as they were within the age of 100, they could still retain their identity as saint disciples. After reaching the nirvana stage, everyone's lifespan would increase, and they still had more potential to be excavated even if they were 100 years old. After all, a nirvana stage expert and a dragon pulse realm expert who were 100 years old were of 2 different concepts. Those at the nirvana stage had more lifespan, and they still had the chance to reach the quasi-saint realm. The moment they reached the quasi-saint realm, everything changes. This was why the ranking battle amongst saint disciples had to be differentiated. Otherwise, those younger saint disciples would suffer when fighting older saint disciples. The top 10 in Huang can receive 10,000 nirvana pellets and 10,000 contribution points. The top 10 in Xian can receive 50,000 nirvana pellets and 50,000 contribution points. The top 10 in D can receive 100,000 nirvana pellets and 100,000 contribution points. The top 10 in Tian can receive a quasi-saint pellet and 200,000 contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for resources, saint artifacts, secret techniques, cultivation techniques, true dragon saint liquid, nirvana pellets, quasi-saint pellets, and even saint dragon pellets. Chun Feng introduced. These were only the rewards for those in the top 10. As for the champion, the rewards were terrifying, even for those in the Huang group. Senior brother can try and make it into the top 10 in the Xian group, Chun Feng said, looking at Lin Yun. You have high hopes. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. In the eyes of others, he might only be at the 3rd channel of the profound death stage. So no one was optimistic about him making it into the top 10 in the Xian group. So Chun Feng's words were no different from comforting him. When will the ranking battle start? Lin Yun asked. Roughly about 2 months from now, Chun Feng said. The Heavenly Tao sect was the strongest of Eastern Desolation's 6 holy lands, and they would have disciples being promoted to saint disciples annually. Year after year, many experts would be accumulated amongst saint disciples, and many of the saint disciples' strength reached an unimaginable height. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were countless geniuses. Lin Yun was only at the 3rd channel of the profound death stage and was insignificant amongst the saint disciples. After all, the saint disciples in seclusion and those outside would return for the ranking battle because the rewards were too ample. No one would miss the ranking battle if they didn't have any particular reason. After all, it allowed them to become famous within the sect. Right then, a figure flew out from the celestial purging mountain. This was a figure donned in a purple robe with lightning enveloping him. He looked to be in his 30s and was hovering in the air, looking down. "Oh Yang, he is back. What powerful lightning. It looks like he's not planning to miss the ranking battle this year after 3 years. His cultivation has become deep and unfathomable. It looks like he's planning to use this ranking battle to become famous." When Ouyang he appeared, countless saint disciples, including Lin Yun, turned to look at him. This person didn't use any dragon origin and merely relied on lightning to fly. This meant his lightning intent should be at the 5th grade. Now, this was the key point, but this person's attainment in lightning had reached an incredible height. Lin Yun also grasped the thunderstorm intent and knew how to manipulate lightning. But lightning intent differed amongst people. Who is this person? His lightning intent is really strong. Lin Yun asked. Senior brother. He's the saint's disciple of the heavenly Yin Palace, Ouyang He. He was ranked 3rd on the Dragon Pulse ranking 2 decades ago. And I wasn't even an inner disciple back then when he became a saint disciple. 2 decades have passed, and I can't see through his cultivation, Chun Feng said with a grave expression. 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage, Lin Yun said. He's strong, but it won't be easy for him to make it into the top 10 on the Tian group. The Tian group has no limits, and many older disciples have reached a terrifying height, Chun Feng explained. If he's not going to the Tian group, what about the D group? Lin Yun asked. He can easily obtain the top 3 at the very least or even first, Chun Feng said in a confident tone. First, the top 3 might be possible, but he can give up on becoming first, Lin Yun said. Chun Feng scratched his head and felt what Yi Qingtian said was weird, but he didn't know what was strange about it. A brief moment later, he said, Senior brother, you're talking about the heavenly Yin Holy Maiden? There's that possibility. If she's still at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage, she'll definitely become first. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that and asked, The heavenly Yin Holy Maiden is only at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage? 3 beauties in the heavenly Tao sect, each possessing a unique temperament. They were the goddesses of all disciples within the heavenly Tao sect. Lin Yun had seen this heavenly Yin Holy Maiden at the conferring ceremony before, but he didn't have much impression of her. Senior brother, you don't remember that? The heavenly Yin Holy Maiden is a genius. Her cultivation is already high and she's only 19 this year, Chun Feng said in an excited voice, and anyone could tell that he was fond of this heavenly Yin Holy Maiden. Senior brother, Qin Jun is also here, Chun Feng said, looking at Qin Jun with a playful gaze. Chun Jun often bullied those from the Indigo Thunder Peak, but Yi Qingtian defeated Chun Jun at the conferring ceremony. Chun Jun initially thought that he could suppress Yi Qingtian after obtaining the Heavenly Dome Sword intent, but he was easily defeated by Yi Qingtian instead. He was greatly humiliated at the conferring ceremony. Lin Yun had long discovered Qin Jun's presence but wasn't too bothered. His gaze fell onto a person beside Qin Jun, who looked to be in his mid-20s. But the reason why he was surprised was that he shared an uncanny resemblance with Yi Qingtian. That person also sensed Lin Yun's gaze and raised his head to look over. That person is also out? Chun Feng's face changed. Who is he? Senior brother, that's Yi Fifan. He became a saint's disciple 2 years ago, a monstrous genius of the Yi clan. That means he's also your fellow clansman. His cultivation is at the 3rd transformation of the Nirvana stage, and it is said he had once defeated an opponent at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Chun Feng suppressed his voice. Yi Fifan often taught Yi Qingtian a lesson in the past, and he didn't consider Yi Qingtian as a fellow clansman. Every 3 transformations of the Nirvana stage was a threshold. Making it through each threshold would significantly strengthen their Nirvana aura. The physique would also transform the temperament of the Nirvana aura. So it was impressive that Yi Fifan could defeat an opponent at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Yi Qingtian, you don't even fear Xianxia. Don't tell me that you don't place this fellow clansman of yours in your eyes now. A crisp voice resounded. When Lin Yun raised his head, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden Bai Shuang spoke. He smiled. Senior sister Bai has misunderstood me. I have always been humble. So how will I look down on anyone? Humble, Bai Shuang sneered. No one is more shameless than you within the heavenly Tao sect. I witnessed how arrogant you were 2 days ago. She was 10-odd steps away from Lin Yun. She was donning a white robe, a purple belt coiling around her waist, and a blue cloth around her head. She looked more elegant than usual, and her clothes couldn't conceal her elegant temperament. The moment she appeared, she instantly became the center of attention. Even Chun Feng was anxious that Bai Shuang spoke to Yi Qingtian. Can it be that senior brother has subdued her? Isn't that a little too insane? Chun Feng couldn't help becoming excited upon thinking about it. If Yi Qingtian really subdued the latter, it would be a huge matter, and who knows how many disciples would be heartbroken by this. On the other hand, Lin Yun could sense Bai Shuang's murderous intent. Her murderous intent was even more potent than Zhang Yu's, and she could make a move at any time. He calmed himself down and smiled. As a righteous person, I naturally have to teach a lecture like Zhang Yu a lesson. So how can you say that I'm arrogant? Not to mention he even slandered senior sister Bai. So it's understandable that I was a little heavy with my hands. His words instantly caused an uproar within the surroundings, and everyone sent furious looks at Lin Yun. Since when did Yi Qingtian possess the qualification to call others lechers? Just how shameless could he be? Bai Shuang had no expression and asked, Does that mean I have to thank you instead? No need. The sun and moon can prove my feelings for you. Lin Yun smiled. Hearing that, the murderous intent within Bai Shuang's pupils grew stronger. She asked, Yi Qingtian, let me ask you this. Are you the mastermind behind what happened to Zhang Yu? Lin Yun's heart froze, and he had already expected this. After all, Bai Shuang flared up when Zhang Yu spoke her name 2 days ago. But Lin Yun couldn't help feeling guilty because he knew he couldn't admit it now. Thus, he could only toughen his scalp and sighed. My heart towards you can be proven by the sun and moon. What do you want me to do to prove my feelings for you? How will I use your reputation to do something so despicable? If I did it, Yi Qingtian would be struck by lightning and be affected by my heart demon when making a breakthrough to the Nirvana stage. This was a solemn oath, but he, Lin Yun, did it and had nothing to do with Yi Qingtian. But after hearing what Lin Yun said, Bai Shuang couldn't help becoming suspicious with her pupils flickering. Lin Yun's oath was severe, especially for a swordsman like him. If he went against his oath, he would have to suffer the backlash. Even if he wasn't struck by lightning, he might die from the heart demon during his breakthrough. In lighter cases, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough in his life, like how Jian Jingtian was trapped within the fleeting cloud sword sect. So Bai Shuang hesitated because the idea of someone replacing Yi Qingtian had never crossed her mind. When Lin Yun noticed that the killing intent within Bai Shuang's pupils was disappearing, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to cross hands with Bai Shuang now because there was a massive flaw with the Divine Tortoise transformation, and it would deactivate by itself if he was pushed to the limit. Bai Shuang's strength might not be able to force him to that limit, but it was best for him not to take any risks. Furrowing her brows, Bai Shuang said, It better have nothing to do with you, and I'm here to make things clear with you today. But before Lin Yun could finish, Bai Shuang interrupted him. She coldly said, Don't speak and just listen. Regarding what happened a year ago, I promised my master to let it go because of the Azure River Sword Saint. But don't forget that my desire to kill you has never diminished. Your character hasn't changed over the past year, and I have to clarify things with you beforehand. Don't provoke me and don't even think I will fall for someone like you. I'm telling you this so that you'll know the reason if you die in my hands one day. Bai Shuang briefly paused before she continued. I have killed people ever since I was 8 years old, and I have slain many people with my sword, so don't think that you're special. She was troubled for a long time and nearly lost control of her murderous intent back at the Nether Orchid courtyard. But she ultimately held it because Yi Qingtian had just returned. But after what happened to Zhang Yu, Bai Shuang felt it was related to Yi Qingtian. After all, not just anyone could write what was written on that letter, and she had never heard of the poem Yi Qingtian recited back at the Nether Orchid courtyard. This was why she came to Yi Qingtian today. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Yun smiled. Senior sister, that's a little hurtful. If anyone wants to kill me, I'll do everything possible to live. But if you want to kill me, I won't dodge, as I've said before. I'm willing to die to prove my feelings to you. The moment he said that, a sword ray appeared before Lin Yun. This sword ray was fast, and Lin Yun nearly couldn't respond in time, even with his sword heart. He only saw a blur, and he retreated by instinct. As a few strands of hair fell on the ground, Bai Shuang already sheathed her sword. I won't even believe a single word you said. Bai Shuang coldly looked at Lin Yun. Bai Shuang's counterattack came too quickly, instantly placing Lin Yun awkward in an awkward position. All the saint disciples beneath the celestial purging courtyard snickered, looking at Yi Qingtian with mockery. Sorry, I thought someone else attacked me, and I instinctively reacted. After all, too many people are jealous of my talent. Lin Yun smiled, stabilizing himself. Senior sister, you can come at me again, slower this time. I guarantee that I won't dodge this time. Bai Shuang wasn't polite with him and drew her sword. This time, everyone could see how she drew her sword. Her sword was so slow that anyone could see the sword's trajectory. But the power contained in this sword was a lot stronger than the previous sword. The moment Bai Shuang drew her sword, everyone quickly retreated. But Lin Yun didn't move and merely smiled as he looked at the sword coming at him. Is that fellow really courting death? Everyone's faces changed as they looked at Yi Qingtian, because anyone could tell that Bai Shuang wasn't holding back in her attack. If he didn't avoid this attack, he would be dead without a doubt. But Bai Shuang's sword suddenly stopped when it was 2 inches away from Lin Yun's chest, and the mighty gale created by this attack sent Chen Feng flying away, while throwing out a mouthful of blood. He had to take several steps back before he could stabilize himself. The sword vibrated, and the vibration sent a piercing pain into everyone's eardrums. Bai Shuang furrowed her brows, and ripples spread within her heart. If Yi Qingtian wrote the letter to Zhang Yu, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him, even if her master stopped her. But if he didn't write it, Bai Shuang didn't want to commit unnecessarily killing, even if his reputation was notorious within the Heavenly Dao sect. She swung out 2 swords wanting to prove that Yi Qingtian was shameless to slap his face. But she failed because Yi Qingtian didn't try to dodge her sword at all. I knew you were unwilling to kill me, Lin Yun smiled. His shamelessness had successfully enraged Bai Shuang, and she thrust her sword forth. But the moment she thrust forth, she immediately regretted it because it was against her intention to kill Yi Qingtian. Taking another innocent life out of rage would create a flaw in her heart as a swordsman. After all, Yi Qingtian didn't do anything, and she shouldn't kill him because of it. Her sword easily pierced Yi Qingtian, making Bai Shuang narrow her eyes. But she soon realized that she had only stabbed an afterimage, and Yi Qingtian had successfully dodged her attack. This made Bai Shuang heave a sigh of relief, and she wasn't furious anymore while looking at Yi Qingtian's face. She suddenly realized it wasn't worth it to become angry at someone as shameless as Yi Qingtian. Heh, didn't Yi Qingtian say that he won't dodge? Why did he dodge in the end? It turns out that he's a coward. He's just shameless. So why are you wasting time with him? Or do you really believe that he won't dodge the attack? Someone like him wants to pursue senior sister Bai? Did he look at himself in the mirror? The crowd in the surrounding area mocked Lin Yun. Bai Shuang didn't make things difficult for Lin Yun, and said, Yi Qingtian, I won't kill you since you have taken an oath. But you better not repeat those shameless words. It's right for you to dodge, and there's nothing wrong with fearing death. After all, everyone can only live once. But surprisingly, Lin Yun wore a gentle smile as he replied, I'm not afraid of death. I dodged because I noticed a wisp of regret and heartache in Senior Sister's eyes. I naturally don't think that it's because you can't bear to kill me, and I know it's because you're kind. Bai Shuang was stumped when she heard what Lin Yun said. After all, he was completely spot on. But how was that possible? It's fine if I die, but I don't want my death to affect Senior Sister's heart as a swordsman and let Senior Sister live your life in regret. There are countless paintings in the world, but sadness can't be painted. I don't want to see you sad, Lin Yun continued. There are countless paintings in the world, but sadness can't be painted? Bai Shuang was surprised. Lin Yun stepped forth, casually plucking a flower from the side. Before Bai Shuang came to her senses, Lin Yun inserted that flower into her hair and smiled. Someone as beautiful as Senior Sister shouldn't be sad. If Senior Sister doesn't like it, I won't talk about it again in the future. When Bai Shuang came to her senses, Lin Yun backed down with a smile. But the surroundings were dead silent, and all the saint disciples were dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. Even Ouyang He, who was amongst the crowd, was shocked as he looked at the flower on Bai Shuang's head with disbelief. It was an ordinary flower, but it perfectly matched Bai Shuang's elegant temperament. Bai Shuang was the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. No one had been so bold. After all, countless people tried to give her flowers in the past. Bai Shuang didn't even take a glance, and none of them succeeded, regardless of how valuable the gifts were. But someone succeeded today, not to mention Bai Shuang wanted to kill Yi Qingtian just 3 minutes ago. Chun Feng was also dumbfounded because this scene was too unbelievable. Perhaps this is a scumbag. An envious voice resounded from the crowd, instantly sparking a rapport as everyone looked at Lin Yun, wanting to devour him whole. Yi Qingtian, you have become bolder in a year. In the past, you only dared to sneak around. But now, you actually dare to commit blasphemy to the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden in public. Right then, Chen Jun and Yi Fifan walked over with the disciples of the Daoyang Palace. As he spoke, Yi Fifan secretly pierced Lin Yun's sea of consciousness with his martial intent. But Lin Yun casually resolved the martial intent and said, I might be bold, but I'm not bold enough to try and hurt someone with such a cowardly method. Yi Fifan was shocked when he saw this scene. You sent Yi Qingtian only at the 3rd channel of the profound death stage? But he managed to maintain his composure and said, I only wanted to probe you after hearing that you grasped the heavenly dome sword intent. He ignored Yi Qingtian before coming to Bai Shuang. I apologize that such a scumbag came from my Yi clan. I will teach him a lesson today, and I guarantee that he won't dare to be unruly towards you in the future. Senior Sister Bai, Yi Qingtian is just a scumbag. If he's not taught a lesson today, he'll only take it further in the future. Chun Jun agreed. Chun Jun and Yi Fifan were jealous of Yi Qingtian, especially Chun Jun, who had a crush on Bai Shuang. But he didn't dare stand out because he didn't think he was worthy of Bai Shuang. So this was why he nearly went insane after seeing Yi Qingtian being so bold. Bai Shuang quickly calmed down and said, If I wanted to kill him, a sword is more than enough. I don't need anyone helping me, and this matter has ended here. Chen Jun instantly became anxious that Bai Shuang would let Yi Qingtian go. But Yi Fifan gave a gentlemanly smile. Since the Holy Maiden is so benevolent, I'll let him off today. Seeing this, Chun Jun could only leave with Yi Fifan. He wasn't Yi Qingtian's opponent and didn't dare to fight the latter even if he had the guts. After everyone left, Chun Feng sighed in relief and said, Phew, we're lucky that Senior Sister is benevolent. Yi Fifan's cultivation was at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he was a heaven-defying genius of the Yi clan, stronger than Zhang Yu. If they really fought, who knew what the outcome would be? But he was so filled with admiration for Yi Qingtian that Bai Shuang let him off. Holy shit, senior brother, how did you manage to do that? Please teach it to me, Chun Feng said with reverence on his face. You want to pursue the heavenly and holy maiden? Lin Yun asked with a smile. No. How can I possibly be worthy of the heavenly and holy maiden? Chun Feng quickly refuted. Lin Yun merely wore a playful smile and said nothing else. When he looked at Bai Shuang's figure, he couldn't help feeling helpless because this woman was a time bomb. He knew that he wouldn't be able to stay within the heavenly Tao sect any longer the moment a conflict occurred. What happened today surprised him, and he nearly couldn't carry on his act. He decided to stay away from Bai Shuang as much as possible, or his identity might be exposed one day. Right then, the ground began to tremble as the gates to the celestial purging mountain opened. The barrier enveloping the entire mountain disappeared as everyone immediately dashed forth. The celestial purging mountain. I wonder what's so special about this place that the Dragon Origin Great Saint mentioned it. Lin Yun casually strolled up the mountain. The Dragon Origin Great Saint told him that he had to come here to achieve the astral sword intent, and he was naturally filled with anticipation for the celestial purging mountain. When Lin Yun came to the summit of the mountain, he discovered that many people were standing here, and they didn't choose to go into secluded cultivation. They sat down and closed their eyes to meditate. Not only were there inner disciples, but some saint disciples were also here. Noticing the doubt within Lin Yun's pupils, Chun Feng smiled. The celestial purging mountain is open once a year, and most of these people came here last month, so they naturally can't attempt the trial again. They will observe from here and try to comprehend. Meanwhile, some are purely curious about how far the competitors can reach. This was similar to the fleeting Cloud 13 trials. A moment later, Lin Yun asked, "How far have you reached?" "Well, I can't even make it through the first trial." Chun Feng awkwardly smiled. "It's practically impossible for those beneath the Nirvana stage to make it through the first trial, but you'll receive many benefits. Not only does it test your martial intent, it also tests your aptitude, comprehension, and wisdom." Lin Yun looked at the sea of clouds and saw 10-odd people soaring to the sky. They landed on the sea of clouds and pressed on, and there seemed to be some energy that soon pulled everyone away. The one leading was someone enveloped in lightning, and he was far ahead of everyone. Ouyang He. Lin Yun recognized that person. He was Ouyang He who caused a commotion earlier, and his cultivation was at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. It has been a few years, and senior brother Ouyang has a significant strength boost. He might be able to make it through the 3rd trial this time. Someone spoke out. Lin Yun took a glance and noticed that there was a massive platform at the summit of the mountain, and there was a monument by the cliffside. The monument was divided into several sections, each with different names written on it. With a few glances, Lin Yun instantly figured out that those who made it through the trial would have their names on the monument. After briefly observing it, Lin Yun decided to try it and soared into the sea of clouds. Very quickly, he entered the depths of the sea of clouds and gradually disappeared. Lin Yun resisted the strong pressure while traveling through the sea of clouds and pressed on. He didn't know where the pressure came from, but it was ancient and consistent. Along the way, he ran into many people. Although they wouldn't die if they fell, it wouldn't be easy on them and they might be injured. Lin Yun relied on his sword intent to resist that aura. But a palace appeared before him after he diminished 20% of his sword intent. He didn't hesitate to fly over, passing through multiple stone pillars. The palace looked mysterious, and everyone sat down to meditate when they descended. They weren't in a hurry to continue forth. Half an incense time later, multiple paintings appeared before Lin Yun. Each painting gave off a powerful saint aura, and the pressure he felt along the way came from these paintings. Before he could look at the paintings, a painting opened up and sucked him into it. When his vision recovered, a white-clothed swordsman appeared before him. "The gatekeeper?" Lin Yun asked. "That's right. Defeat me to make it through the first trial or resist for 100 moves without falling," the white-clothed swordsman said. "Doesn't seem that difficult after all?" Lin Yun smiled. "Come and give it a try then. I remember you, and I have a deep impression of your face. You couldn't even take a single move from me in the past." The white-clothed swordsman's pupils flashed with disdain. "Yi Qingtian couldn't last a move in the past. It's different now, so you can try it again." Lin Yun calmly looked at the white-clothed swordsman. "Ha ha! The white-clothed swordsman waved his hand, and a sword flew out from the clouds. When he grabbed onto the sword, he thrust his sword as fast as a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 18 swords, each containing a powerful lethality. Firefly Radiance? Lin Yun instantly recognized that it was the first sword form of the divine firefly sword. It was just that the white-clothed swordsman had disassembled it into 18 swords. This was simple, and Lin Yun easily dodged the incoming attacks by strolling. How is this possible? The white-clothed swordsman was shocked. He remembered that Yi Qingtian used to be a piece of garbage in the past and easily lost with just one move. He even went as far as going down on his knees to beg for mercy before launching a sneak attack. This was why the white-clothed swordsman had a deep impression of Yi Qingtian. But it had just been a year, and Yi Qingtian was like a new person. When Lin Yun drew his sword, he simply used one sword to easily resolve the white-clothed swordsman's attack with his sword thrust into the latter's chest. The Firefly Radiance. You also know the divine Firefly Sword. The white-clothed swordsman was shocked. How can a piece of trash like you possibly learn the divine Firefly Sword? The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. How terrible was Yi Qingtian in the past that even the artifact spirit looked down on him. 3 days is enough to look at a person in a new light, and 3 months are enough for someone to change. Not to mention that it has been a year. Lin Yun smiled profoundly, and his sword pierced through the white-clothed swordsman. I have made it through the trial? Lin Yun felt as though he passed through an invisible wall. When he raised his head, he could see multiple paintings unfolding and numerous disciples fighting that white-clothed swordsman. They weren't sucked into the painting, but merely stood on the painting to fight the white-clothed swordsman. Thus, everyone else could watch the entire process. Most people failed, and the paintings would fold up when they failed. When Lin Yun looked around, only roughly 7 to 8 people made it through the first trial. Then again, he didn't count those who had already left. Lin Yun briefly looked around before he continued forth. The steps on the stage were high, linking to an unknown region. Until now, Lin Yun hadn't noticed anything unusual about it, aside from his sword intent being tempered a little, and the benefits were close to none. But the moment he moved, a woman opened her eyes and quickly caught up to him. This woman wasn't beautiful, but she was clean and looked ordinary. Thus, she was insignificant, standing amongst the crowd. The only thing that stood out was her voluptuous figure that her sackcloth clothes couldn't conceal. She swiftly caught up to Lin Yun and said, "It has been a year since we last met, and I didn't expect you to make it through the first trial with one sword." Lin Yun had long noticed this person, but he didn't treat her seriously because he felt that this person might be Yi Qingtian's lover. This really made him doubt Yi Qingtian's taste. With no change on his face, he casually replied to her, "It's still all right. It's just the first trial, and this is nothing." This woman had an ordinary appearance but a pair of beautiful eyes. She smiled. "To make it through the first trial without reaching the Nirvana stage, I bet many people on the Celestial Purging Mountain are shocked. What has it got to do with me?" Lin Yun replied indifferently. He continued, increasing his pace, wanting to shake the woman off. But she quickly caught up with Lin Yun and smiled. "Yi Qingtian, you've forgotten me now that you've become a saint disciple and the disciple of the dragon origin great saint? No, I'm not worthy of you, and you deserve someone better." Lin Yun smiled. "What are you talking about? That's not what you said in the past." The woman wore a gentle smile. "How was I in the past, then?" Lin Yun asked. "You only have me in your heart, and you'll find ways to get the Saint Spring from the Daoyang Palace for me whenever I'm thirsty. When I'm craving, you'll find ways to get various snacks for me. When I'm bored, you'll find ways to make me happy," the woman said. She continued, "If I want the stars in the sky, you'll even find ways to get them for me." Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that. He replied, "Don't mention the past anymore. We won't be able to go back to how we were. You've changed. That's not how you were in the past," the woman said in a heartbroken tone. "Then where were you when I was bullied?" Lin Yun snickered. Since this woman made it through the first trial, she must be stronger than Yi Qingtian a year ago. If she had been willing to help, Yi Qingtian wouldn't have suffered so much. They're all my friends, so how do you want me to help? But I dote on you the most in my heart, and you know that, the woman sighed. Lin Yun scoffed upon hearing that. It turns out that this woman was a fishing expert, letting the fish fight in the pond while she watched. She probably came after seeing that Lin Yun didn't go and look for her after becoming a direct disciple of a great saint. He swiftly figured out the entire story and carried on forth, ignoring the woman. The Heavenly Tao sect had a lot of women, and this woman's appearance was ordinary. When Lin Yun came to the end of the steps, the woman quietly followed behind him. The far end was a platform, and the edge of the platform was a cliff. When he looked down, he could see countless people below, and they were those gathered on the celestial purging mountain. The border of the platform was linked with chains, and the far end of each chain was a palace. Roughly looking at it, there were 10-odd floating palaces. Whenever a breeze blew past, the chains would shake around. This made Lin Yun wonder if he would die if he fell down. But did this mean everyone had to walk on the chains and couldn't fly over? He noticed people were walking on the chains, and they were careful with their footsteps. No one dared to fly over even if their faces had become pale with fright and obediently walked on the chains. We must walk on the chains on this trial, and any other means will fail. Not to mention that no one can fly over. The woman pointed at a palace ahead and continued, "See those crows? They're the blood crows kept by the sect, and they'll peck the eyes of anyone who dares to fly around them." "That terrifying?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. "Yeah," the woman replied. "Even a quasi-saint can't do a thing to these blood crows. So no one dares to give it a try." "What if we fall?" Lin Yun asked. "Half dead. There's an invisible sword intent vortex below, and no one can stabilize their dragon origin if they fall," the woman explained. "What if I want to return?" Lin Yun continued to ask. "It looks like you have forgotten many things. If you want to go back, you have to call upon the celestial crane with the medal on your waist, and they'll bring you back." The woman smiled. She looked ordinary, but her smile was enchanting. This surprised Lin Yun, but he wasn't too bothered by it. He soon picked a chain and walked on it. When he took a few steps out, he discovered that the chains were shaking violently. It was the woman who followed behind him, and this alarmed him. The blood crows on the palace up ahead looked at him, and the woman was behind him. When he came to a stop, the chains shook even more violently, and he was shocked to discover that the chains caused the dragon origin within his body to rumble as they shook. The dragon origin within his body spiraled out of control, and he couldn't calm it down even with his sword intent. Right then, a scream came from another chain. This was because someone had fallen. The cry made his face even paler than before. He could hear a scuffle as the woman swiftly approached him. He could even smell the fragrance on her, instantly making him even more nervous. Lin Yun began to panic when his dragon origin and sword intent went out of control. The blood crows were ahead, and he didn't dare to fly into the air. Meanwhile, the woman of unknown origin was closely following behind him. "That fellow will probably fall." Everyone else on the chains looked at Yi Qingtian from afar, wearing gloating expressions. After all, falling wouldn't feel good. Down below was a vortex of sword intent, and one would suffer severe injuries even if they wouldn't die. They merely glanced at Yi Qingtian before they continued on. Judging from their response, it was as though they didn't see that woman. The more the chain shook, the more Lin Yun couldn't calm himself, and the footsteps behind him were getting closer. The chains suddenly shook violently, and a scream resounded from his back. It was the woman who fell from the chain. Lin Yun's face changed, and he turned around, reaching down with his hand. In the critical moment, he grabbed onto the woman's hand. When he held onto her hand, he couldn't help feeling a little dizzy when he looked down. It wasn't because he was afraid of heights, but the woman didn't seem to wear anything beneath her sackcloth clothes. He could see a massive patch of skin shaking along with the chain, which was why Lin Yun felt dizzy. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yun forced himself to regain consciousness and pulled the woman up with all his strength. When the woman stabilized herself, she collided into Lin Yun's embrace, and Lin Yun subconsciously embraced her before they both fell. But just when Lin Yun was about to fall, he grabbed the chain at a critical moment. But a suction force from below felt like a pair of invisible hands tugging them down. "Ha! We're finished now. Why don't you leave me behind? The fall won't kill anyone. Anyways." The woman smiled in Lin Yun's embrace. "That works." Lin Yun didn't hesitate to loosen his grip and allowed the woman to fall. The woman was shocked and was already falling before she could even respond. Now that he was alone, Lin Yun returned to the chain with a flip. When he stabilized, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he reopened his eyes, his dragon origin and sword intent became calm within his body, and his gaze was pure when he looked at the blood crow. "It's that woman who was behind this," Lin Yun muttered to himself, and he continued. But when he took a step, a figure soared to the sky, and the woman firmly landed on the chain, looking at Lin Yun. "You're really ruthless." This made Lin Yun furrow his brows, but he continued. Roughly half an incense of time later, Lin Yun landed on the ground and walked towards the palace with the blood crow. Pushing apart the gates, Lin Yun saw countless words written on the wall. Those words were profound, like numerous people swinging their swords, instantly captivating Lin Yun's attention. "Leave a word behind to make it through the trial." An ethereal voice echoed within the palace. When Lin Yun came to his senses, the ancient words in front of him disappeared. Turning around, he couldn't see anyone. He didn't dwell in that for long and carried on forth to see a table leaning against the wall ahead. Incense was burning on the table with paper and ink by the side. Lin Yun was familiar with this trial. Others might be able to see the sword techniques, but they needed help remembering the trajectory. One word was a sword, and writing involved testing eyesight. The carefree 9 swords that Lin Yun practiced were much more challenging than this, and he didn't hesitate to raise the brush and write down a word. This was an ancient word. Lin Yun didn't recognize it, but he remembered the intent and profundity contained within it. So he casually wrote it down, and the wall opened when he was done. "Isn't this a little too easy?" Lin Yun muttered to himself, and he walked over. When he came out, he found himself in a palace above the clouds, with another flight of stairs ahead. But there were more saint disciples here, probably trapped here. The moment he appeared, everyone was instantly dumbfounded as they looked at him. "Isn't this a little too fast? How did he manage to do it so quickly? He's not at the nirvana stage, right? Is he really Yi Qing Tian?" Everyone was shocked as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. The woman came over and was surprised as she looked at Lin Yun. "How did you manage to do it? Aren't you a little too fast? Didn't you make it through as well?" Lin Yun asked. "Have you forgotten that I have already made it through the 4 trials of the first level? So I naturally won't have to attempt the trials again." The woman smiled. Lin Yun glanced at her, then immediately ignored her, walking toward the stairs. The Celestial Purging Mountain should have 9 levels, with 4 trials in each stage. This corresponds to the 9 levels of heavens in the Kunlun realm and the 36 layers of heavens of the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. If one can go beyond the 36 layers, they will grasp the Astral Sword intent. Lin Yun inwardly muttered and roughly knew what the Dragon Origin Great Saint meant. That also meant that he had one more trial to make it through the first level. Chun Feng was only an inner disciple, and he didn't know much because he couldn't even make it through the first trial at the first level. This is the last trial on the first level, and there are 999 flights of stairs. Everyone gathered here because none of them were confident about it. "So are you sure that you want to start right away?" the woman asked. Lin Yun didn't bother with the woman because he didn't want to form any sort of connection with her. But it was just as she said. When he climbed the stairs, he could feel an invisible aura crashing down, and the pressure increased with every footstep, which nearly crushed his dragon origin. The fact that Lin Yun could make it so far was already impressive to many people. His cultivation could not support him this far, and he relied on his sword intent. He resisted the pressure with his heavenly dome sword intent, but he could sense his sword heart being tempered whenever he stepped forth. When he came to the 800th flight of stairs, he suddenly saw a figure descending towards him. This person was covered in blood, but he didn't give up and grabbed onto the flight of stairs with his teeth gritting. But this only made his injuries even more severe, making everyone's faces change as they quickly ducked to the side. After all, this person was enveloped in sword intent and rolling down like a snowball. If this person slammed into them, they would fail the trials immediately. But Lin Yun didn't duck after seeing the person falling in his direction. When this person was about to slam into him, he circulated his heavenly dome sword intent and reached out, grabbing that person's back. When the two sword intents clashed, everyone raised their heads and looked at Lin Yun with shock. After Lin Yun stabilized this person, he continued forth, grasping the heavenly dome sword intent at the profound death stage. Since when is there such a talented swordsman within the heavenly Tao sect? Which saint's disciple is he from? A gray-robed man walked over. When Lin Yun turned around, he was inwardly shocked because he was an expert at the fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage. Not only that, but Lin Yun could also sense a dense death aura being emitted from this person. This death aura was familiar. It felt similar to the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, but it was also different. Indigo Thunder Peaks Yi Qing Tian, Lin Yun said casually. Yi Qing Tian? That youth couldn't find any impression of this name. He said, "Don't try to save everyone on the flight of stairs, or you might fail." When he finished, he swiftly surpassed Lin Yun and continued forth. Lin Yun shook his head. He still wanted to chat with this person, but he never expected that this person would depart after leaving behind a reminder. But he wasn't too bothered about it and swiftly reached the summit of the stairs. There was a sword at the cliffside, and the sword aura came from this sword. A person was also seated beside the sword, donned in a white robe. He looked exactly like the gatekeeper of the first trial. At the base of the celestial purging mountain, Chun Feng was emotional when he saw Yi Qingtian's name appearing on the monument. This meant that he had successfully ascended the first level. Senior brother is senior brother for a reason, to ascend the peak in just 4 hours. This is too unbelievable, Chun Feng said in an excited tone. Senior brother should have broken the record. After all, he's only at the profound death stage. Everyone in the surrounding area was also shocked because they had long noticed that. They had to admit that Yi Qingtian's performance was a little unbelievable. Chun Zhong is also here. Look at that name beside Yi Qingtian. The gaze of Chun Feng fell onto another name on the monument. Who's Chun Zhong? Chun Feng asked. Chun Zhong is a disciple of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. It has been 10 years since he last returned to the sect. He has been wandering within the God Burial Forest's 9 Nether battlefield. He's a genius swordsman from the Nether Orchid Courtyard and became a saint's disciple a decade ago. He's also the only one in the past century who has succeeded in practicing the Nether Sword Sutra in the Nether Orchid Courtyard. The Nether Sword Sutra? Chun Feng's face changed. It was famed for being one of the hardest sword sutras to learn, and learning it was painful. Strictly speaking, this was a sword sutra belonging to the Netherworld Hall, and it was obtained by a senior from the Heavenly Tao sect who placed it in the Nether Orchid Courtyard. To practice this sword sutra, one had to be enveloped in a death aura, and they would be crippled if they made a mistake in their cultivation. It looks like this ranking battle is becoming more interesting. Ouyang He, Yi Fifan, Bai Shuang, and even Chun Zhong came out. Those 3 had an intense fight amongst themselves in the past, but I wonder who can make it higher. Yi Fifan and Bai Shuang made it through the 2nd level before, and there's a high chance they can make it through the 3rd level. Chun Zhong hasn't come here for years, but he should be able to make it through the 3rd level. So the 4th level is the key. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves, predicting who could get through the 4th level. That also made sense because Yi Qingtian was only at the profound death stage, even if he was heaven-defying. Compared to those they mentioned earlier, Yi Qingtian would need to improve in both reputation and cultivation, since he had just become a saint disciple. The ancient sword was 10 feet in height on the mountain, and there were a lot of saint fruits around it. When Lin Yun reached the peak, a saint fruit flew over, and he quickly grabbed onto it. When he looked at the saint fruit, he was surprised because this could be used to strengthen the sword intent. The heavenly cloud fruit? The gray-clothed youth appeared behind Lin Yun and casually grabbed a saint fruit. When he saw Lin Yun stowing the saint fruit, he said, It's best to refine this heavenly cloud fruit here, because the effects will greatly decline after leaving this place. Also, don't touch the other saint fruits, or you'll suffer greatly. You can only obtain one. Lin Yun expressed his gratitude for the reminder, but he still stowed the fruit because he had no intention of refining it on the spot. The gray-clothed youth merely smiled when he saw this scene and said nothing else. "What's your name?" Lin Yun asked. "You're still not worthy of knowing my name," the gray-clothed youth said before taking a medal from his waist. A celestial crane flew out from the clouds, lifting him to the second level. After he left, Lin Yun took out the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella to resist the pressure before the black tortoise chains flew out from his palm. When the black tortoise chains returned, it brought back many saint fruits, leaving only 4 to 5 left. Lin Yun waved his hand, and the black tortoise chains flew over and swept through the remaining heavenly cloud fruits. When he stowed the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and black tortoise chains, Lin Yun awkwardly looked at the bare ground and noticed that he had accidentally seized all of the fruits. They should still be able to grow more. Lin Yun rubbed his nose and no longer cared about it. Finally, there's somewhere suitable for us to speak. Yi Qingtian, don't tell me you have forgotten about me. A familiar voice resounded. It came from the woman who had followed him earlier. After seeing what was inside the sackcloth clothes, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling weird while looking at this woman again, and he couldn't help taking a few glances at her. "It looks like you haven't forgotten our days together. There's no one here now, so you can tell me if you found what I asked you to find a year ago." The woman smiled. Lin Yun's gaze immediately became sharp as he looked at the woman. "A year ago? Didn't Yi Qingtian sneak into the Nether Orchid courtyard to peek at Bai Shuang's bathing?" It turned out this woman was the mastermind behind that, and he now knew why she kept probing him right from the start. Sensing Lin Yun's sharp gaze, the woman smiled. "Yi Qingtian, didn't you want to perform yin-yang cultivation with me before? I'll fulfill your wish if you tell me what you saw." Lin Yun didn't reply and was in deep thought, wondering who this woman was. Since she could sneak into the Heavenly Tao sect without anyone knowing, she shouldn't be simple. But just when he was in deep thought, the woman approached him and gently took a whiff. "You're not Yi Qingtian." Before Lin Yun came to his senses, the woman raised her head and looked at him with murderous intent flashing within her pupils. "Who are you, then?" Lin Yun asked calmly. "Ha! You have even forgotten me. It looks like you're really not Yi Qingtian. Speak. Where's Yi Qingtian?" the woman said. She was close to Lin Yun, making her face look even more enchanting, like melted snow. This was a flawless face filled with charm, and she had secretly used her mental energy. But her mental energy was severed when she got close to Lin Yun. "Go ask the Dragon Origin Great Saint if you dare." Lin Yun looked back at the woman's eyes. They were close together and would make a move any moment now. "Yi Qingtian, what are you doing?" A bark resounded as Bai Shuang walked over. The woman quickly retreated. Her sackcloth clothes disappeared into a gorgeous purple robe as she spun around. "Junior brother Yi is talking about yin-yang cultivation with me. What's the matter? Does junior sister Bai want to interfere? You have to queue up if you're interested." The woman smiled. "Wang Mayan, you're disgusting." Bai Shuang looked disgusted, with her face becoming red. "Haha, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden still tries to pretend to be pure. Love is the happiest thing in the world, but you don't understand that. However, I don't mind teaching you." Wang Mayan smiled, but she clearly had reservations and was afraid of Bai Shuang, so she merely gave Lin Yun a wink before she left. "Junior brother Yi, we'll meet again in the future." Wang Mayan smiled. After Wang Mayan left, Bai Shuang mockingly looked at Lin Yun. She said, "Yi Qingtian, you're really impressive. I don't know when you've gotten involved with the Heavenly Holy Maiden." Lin Yun bitterly smiled upon hearing that, but he couldn't explain. In the past, he was afraid to see Bai Shuang, and he had never felt so relieved to be seeing her before. There was something weird about Wang Mayan. He couldn't find anything from probing her earlier, but he was in a disadvantageous position because he couldn't even see through her cultivation, which was terrifying. Since Bai Shuang said that she was the heavenly holy maiden, it all made sense then. But he couldn't figure out why the heavenly holy maiden wanted Yi Qingtian to sneak into the Nether Orchid courtyard. Yi Qingtian, you better stay further away from her. All the saint disciples after her fainted, and she's probably the mastermind. Bai Shuang summoned a celestial crane and said to Lin Yun before leaving. But she soon came to her senses because she had no relationship with him, so why did she have to give him a warning? Thinking about it here, the resentment within her pupils grew even denser when she looked at Yi Qingtian. Since Yi Qingtian returned, her heart had become a mess. She started to think that she should have killed him back then. Yi Qingtian, don't ever appear before me again, Bai Shuang said before leaving on the celestial crane. What's wrong with her? Why did she warn me to avoid the heavenly holy maiden and ask me not to appear before her? Lin Yun sighed and took out a medal to summon a celestial crane before heading to the second level. The celestial purging mountain concerned the astral sword intent, and he naturally wouldn't back down because of two women. Riding on the celestial crane, Lin Yun soared to the sky toward the second level of the celestial purging mountain. He was bored throughout the journey, so he calculated his harvest. He had obtained over 200 heavenly cloud fruits. Sorry about that, Lin Yun sighed, before taking a fruit and tossing it into his mouth. The heavenly cloud fruit was sweet, and the taste was heavenly. The heavenly cloud fruit filled his mouth with a fragrance when he swallowed it. But the satisfaction lasted briefly because he had swallowed the heavenly cloud fruit after 2 bites, which wasn't satisfying enough. Lin Yun could sense a warm current flowing throughout his limbs before moving towards his forehead. Aside from that, he couldn't feel any other changes. The heavenly cloud fruits might be precious, but the effect wasn't that obvious. It's pretty tasty as a snack, Lin Yun smiled. He didn't dwell on it for long and continued to shove more heavenly cloud fruits into his mouth. If someone else saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop. I have to admit that it's pretty tasty, Lin Yun smiled. He already ate over 50 heavenly cloud fruits before he knew it. It was delicious, and he was a little addicted to the taste. He finished all the heavenly cloud fruits when he came to the second level. After he finished, he licked his lips and was still lingering in the taste. It doesn't look the same. Lin Yun examined the towering mountain ahead of him. Far away, a person was standing there, dazing off as he stared at the sky with a complicated gaze. When he stepped forth, he realized that this person was the gray-robed youth who he encountered earlier. This person also had nether energy within his body, but their nether energy was completely different. What are you doing here? Lin Yun asked curiously. The gray-clothed youth was still looking at the sky, as he said, 2 peerless beauties of the heavenly Tao sect passed by here earlier. One was the holy maiden of my Nether Orchid courtyard. But she's young, and I have never seen her before. But the other one should be the holy maiden of the heavenly palace. So, they didn't even glance at me. It was as though I'm invisible, the gray-clothed youth said. He could also be considered a peerless genius and had long become a saint's disciple. But he was nothing in the eyes of the 2 holy maidens. Not only the heavenly holy maiden, even the Nether Orchid holy maiden only glanced at him and left. Lin Yun smiled because he didn't notice that this youth was so narcissistic. Brother, don't dwell on 2 trees when there's a whole forest. You're so handsome, and I believe there will be a woman who falls for you. I don't like them. I only like the holy maiden, or even profound maiden Miao Yin would also work, the gray-clothed youth said in a stubborn tone. But he soon spoke in a depressed tone. They all don't like me, and I'm destined to be lonely for the rest of my life. I only have my sword as my company, and you won't understand my loneliness. It took great difficulty for Lin Yun to bear his laughter, before he said, Actually, you don't have to be lonely. What do you mean? The gray-clothed youth turned to look at Lin Yun. He asked, You have a solution? You can give men a try, Lin Yun said. When the gray-clothed youth heard what Lin Yun said, he examined Lin Yun before turning indifferently around. Please stay away from me. Lin Yun burst into laughter because this gray-clothed youth was pretty interesting. He was interested in the nether energy in this youth and wanted to know what was going on. So he quickly followed behind this gray-clothed youth and tried to pick a topic to discuss. But the gray-clothed youth was indifferent and had no intentions of taking another look at Lin Yun. He could tell Lin Yun wasn't simple and thought he was an expert from the 2 palaces and 3 courtyards. But after he knew that Lin Yun wasn't from the 2 palaces and 3 courtyards, he no longer took another gaze at him because he felt that they weren't from the same world. Not to mention that Lin Yun's cultivation was too low. Even so, he was polite and didn't say anything nasty, albeit his emotions were all written on his face. This made Lin Yun feel helpless because this person was tough to deal with. He considered whether to display his strength or spar with the gray-clothed youth. Suddenly, he felt a burning pain in his stomach, and the 200 heavenly cloud fruits he ate turned into a golden aura, wreaking havoc within his body. It felt as though his entire body had become a cauldron, and even his forehead felt burning. Shortly after, Lin Yun's dragon origin also rapidly began to surge and rise. When Lin Yun felt terrible, he let out a loud and long fart. When he let out the fart, he felt more relieved. The loud fart made the gray-clothed youth turn around and sent a weird look at Lin Yun. He asked, "You farted?" Right then, a fragrance began to spread, containing a high-density spiritual energy. The gray-clothed youth took a deep breath before closing his eyes in satisfaction. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help praising, "What a nice smell!" But the moment he said that, the gray-clothed youth and Lin Yun's gazes became weird as they looked at each other in awkward silence. They both felt awkward, including Lin Yun. But Lin Yun could do nothing about it because he couldn't hold it in. In the end, Lin Yun broke the silence with another fart. Shortly after, Lin Yun's aura began to rise. He then quickly made a breakthrough in front of the gray-clothed youth, reaching the 4th channel of the profound death stage. This placed Lin Yun in an even more awkward position, and he wanted to leave. But just when he was about to move, he could sense a powerful murderous intent locking onto him. It came from the gray-clothed youth, who was hesitating if he should silence Lin Yun. This made Lin Yun look awkward, and he could only stand there. Lin Yun and the gray-clothed youth held their breaths and looked at each other, not daring to speak. But when Lin Yun let out a few more farts, his cultivation reached the pinnacle 4th channel of the profound death stage. This bulged the gray-clothed youth's pupils, and he wondered what cultivation technique Lin Yun practiced. He had just witnessed Lin Yun farting, and his cultivation began to rise. This was simply unheard of, and this piqued his curiosity even more. But he didn't want to lower himself to ask that, so he could only suck it up. In the end, Lin Yun couldn't stand the silence anymore and awkwardly smiled. "Yeah, it smells pretty nice." Lin Yun was pretty blatant with his intention, asking if he could leave now. Hearing that, the gray-clothed youth recalled his murderous intent before taking a deep breath. But just when he took a deep breath, Lin Yun farted again, making the surrounding atmosphere even more awkward. The gray-clothed youth's face turned green as he stared at Lin Yun. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because he didn't do it on purpose. So he immediately turned around and wanted to leave, not wanting to waste time here. The gray-clothed youth stopped him and said, "I'm Chun Zhong of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. I have a question for you, and I'll leave after asking it." "The Indigo Thunder Peaks Yi Qing Tian," Lin Yun replied. Is that how you always make a breakthrough?" Chun Zhong asked after a brief hesitation. "Get lost." Lin Yun's face became black, and he left. But they were walking forward and couldn't shake off each other because they were both going in the same direction. "Can you stay away from me?" Chun Zhong asked unhappily. "You can follow behind me," Lin Yun said without any expression on his face. "Follow behind you? To smell your fart?" Chun Zhong immediately shut his mouth, and they both began to compete with each other. He was practically confident that Yi Qingtian couldn't make it through the 2nd level with his cultivation. In the end, Lin Yun made it through the trials at the same time as him. When they reached the summit, Lin Yun finally digested all the heavenly cloud fruits, and his cultivation reached the pinnacle 4th channel of the profound death stage. When he looked at the heavenly cloud fruits on the 2nd level, the fruits had 2 colors. This meant that the heavenly cloud fruits here were of a higher grade. But Lin Yun looked at them in disgust and only took one away this time before leaving. On the other hand, Chun Zhong enviously looked at Lin Yun, wondering how he did it. Even he wouldn't believe it if he didn't witness it himself. When Lin Yun raised his head, Chun Zhong immediately retracted his gaze and sat down. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. He naturally knew what was happening within Chun Zhong's mind, but couldn't explain it. He could only blame himself for taking all the heavenly cloud fruits on the first level. Over 100 saint disciples gathered here when they came to the third level. But most of those who could reach here were at least 50 years old or young peerless geniuses. In a nutshell, none of the people here were simple. The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden and Heavenly Een Holy Maiden were also around here, but no one dared to get close to them because of the cold atmosphere they were releasing. There were multiple floating paintings emitting a saint aura. The saint aura contained a powerful sword intent, and everyone could sense a sharp and piercing atmosphere just by taking a few steps closer. When the sword aura landed on them, they could feel the pain deep into their souls. There was a saint's disciple from the Daoyang Palace who was in the first transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he lost after 10 odd exchanges with the white-clothed swordsman in the painting. When the painting closed up, this meant he failed to make it through the trial. But he wasn't hurrying to leave and sat down to rest. He wanted to see who could make it through this trial. One was to accumulate experience, and the other was to observe to see if he could gain insight. This person was young, so it was glorious even if he failed, and no one here dared to look down on him. On the contrary, they were all filled with admiration for him. After all, the fact that he could come this far with his cultivation at the first transformation of the Nirvana stage was enough to prove his strength. Gao Yang, rest well. Don't be discouraged. You can always try again in the future. It's already impressive that you can come this far with your cultivation. Yi Fifan comforted this person. The youth named Gao Yang nodded his head. Okay, I'll observe well when senior brother attempts the trial later. At the same time, someone finally noticed Lin Yun and Chun Zhong's arrival. 2 more people arrived? That's Chun Zhong. A commotion broke out in the surroundings when everyone saw the gray-clothed youth, and everyone else couldn't help turning their heads over. After all, Chun Zhong was a legend in the Nether Orchid Courtyard. So the saint disciples of the Nether Orchid Courtyard immediately stepped forth and greeted him. Yi Qing Tian? Why is he also here? What's the matter with him? How did he come to the third level with his cultivation at the profound death stage? Yi Qingtian's arrival immediately placed Gao Yang in an awkward position. After all, his cultivation was at the first transformation of the Nirvana stage, while Yi Qingtian was at the 4th channel of the profound death stage. Don't be affected by him. He's a piece of trash who can't even take a single attack from you, and his performance is poorer than yours. Yi Fifan snorted with disdain, filling his pupils. A voice resounded, Chun Zhong, it has been a decade since we last met. I wondered if you died in the 9 Nether battlefield within the God Burial Forest. I also thought that I'd die there, but I still returned, Chun Zhong said. Why don't we compete then? Ouyang he raised his brow with fighting spirits blazing within his pupils. When his fighting spirits began to blaze, a sword vibration echoed with multiple terrifying bolts of lightning shuttling around him like swords. Thunder Sword Dao. Lin Yun inwardly muttered. It appeared that Ouyang he was stronger than he had imagined. This also meant Chun Zhong wasn't simple since Ouyang he could challenge him. This immediately placed Lin Yun in anticipation as he wondered how they would fight. One wielded the profound Thunder Sword Dao, while the other possessed unfathomable nether energy. It would definitely be interesting if they fought, and this could also give Lin Yun more understanding of the experts in the Heavenly Dao sect. But Chun Zhong had disappointed him as he declined Ouyang he's challenge. He said, I'm not interested. Which one of you wants to attempt the trial? The third level wasn't simple, and no one dared to act recklessly. Even experts at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage weren't in a hurry to partake in the trial. After all, the trials in the Celestial Purging Mountain couldn't rely on cultivation. It involved eyesight, comprehension, aptitude, sword Dao attainment, and fortune. After all, the benefits were great if anyone managed to make it through the 4th level. Just the three-colored heavenly cloud fruit alone was enough to benefit them greatly. Let me go, then. Let us see who can ascend the peak first. Ouyang-he's fighting spirit didn't decline after Qinzhong rejected him. He initially wanted to rest before attempting the trial, but his fighting spirits were piqued when he saw Qinzhong. He stepped forth and picked a painting. When the painting opened up, the flatly laid painting was like a stage, and Ouyang-he began to fight with the figure on the painting. But Qinzhong merely glanced at him before finding a junior brother from the Nether Orchid Courtyard to inquire about Yi Qingtian's background. When he heard what Yi Qingtian did, this left him speechless. He shook his head, and a disdainful expression reappeared on his face again. He previously thought that Lin Yun was a figure, but it turned out he was a nobody. So he took out a jar of wine and poured a cup. But just when he was going to drink it, the heavenly holy maiden opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Yun, she smiled and waved her hand. Yi Qingtian, come here. This immediately left Qinzhong dumbfounded, wondering if he had misheard her. Yi Qingtian, I'll kill you if you dare to go over. But before Lin Yun could do anything, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden said as she opened her eyes. Qinzhong's smile froze on his face. When he gulped down the wine, he couldn't taste the wine no matter what. Qinzhong never expected Lin Yun, who he looked at with disdain, would catch the attention of two holy maidens. He and the other saint disciples were shocked as they looked over. One asked him to come while the other told him not to go. But Lin Yun didn't move and pretended not to hear what they said. He wasn't surprised by the heavenly holy maiden because the latter wanted to place him on the grill. She had ill intentions and wanted to force him to reveal Yi Qingtian's secrets. On the other hand, he could roughly guess by Shuang's intentions. Lin Yun turned to look at Ouyang-he, who intensely fought on the painting. He was meticulous, and he could tell that cultivation didn't matter in this trial. Ouyang-he's opponent had the same cultivation as him, and he had to rely on his attainment in the sword to win. This meant the challenger had to win with their strength against the gatekeeper in the same cultivation. He quickly noticed something. Ouyang-he's heavenly dome sword intent had reached lesser mastery. But that wasn't all. His lightning intent was more terrifying and domineering than his sword. Not to mention Ouyang-he had merged the two perfectly. Then again, Lin Yun was surprised that Ouyang-he mainly cultivated lightning intent, and sword intent was just a supplementary. So when the two intents merged, it was more terrifying than heavenly dome sword intent at greater mastery. Most importantly, Ouyang-he also practiced the divine firefly sword. What his master said was right. This sword technique was pretty common in the Holy Lands, and it was one of the main sword techniques that all swordsmen practiced. Although Ouyang-he was older than him, Lin Yun could feel a wisp of pressure coming from him. The heavenly Tao sect was different from the outside world. Ouyang-he managed to resolve his opponent after 100 moves. He turned around to look at Qinzhong before continuing, I'll wait for you at the summit. A wave of fragrance swept over, and the heavenly holy maiden came to Lin Yun's side without anyone knowing it. She looked at Ouyang-he and smiled. Ouyang-he's master is the lightning saint sovereign. This is why his attainment in lightning is so terrifying. Junior sister Mayan, are you determined to make me the public enemy? Lin Yun sighed. After knowing Wang Mayan's identity, he also knew that she was only 19 years old, and she had a habit of making others call her big sister. Don't you know that I love you the most? I have already noticed that you're the most special out of everyone, Wang Mayan said in a grudging tone. Your taste is really special. Lin Yun smiled. Wang Mayan smiled and whispered in Lin Yun's ears. You better tell me honestly what's happened with Yi Qingtian. Otherwise, big sister won't let you off. When Wang Mayan whispered in his ears, Lin Yun could sense several sharp gazes directed at him. Those were probably Wang Mayan's admirers, and they were all unhappy to see Yi Qingtian being so close to Wang Mayan. But what surprised him was that it was not only the men who were looking at him unhappily. Even Bai Shuang was coldly looking at him, and he could even sense a wisp of murderous intent within her pupils. Lin Yun sighed and roughly knew why Bai Shuang would respond this way. After all, he was so sincere before entering the celestial purging mountain. But then he was getting together with the heavenly holy maiden in the blink of an eye. Even if Bai Shuang had no feelings for him, it wouldn't prevent her from becoming unhappy. But others could only see that Yi Qingtian had become the center of attention of two holy maidens, one like an iceberg and the other like a volcano. Bai Shuang's face was cold, and she immediately closed her eyes to meditate. When Yi Fifan looked at Lin Yun, he couldn't conceal the jealousy within his heart. He walked over and smiled. Yi Qingtian, I heard you shone brightly on the conferring ceremony, grasping the heavenly dome sword intent at the profound death stage. Why don't you challenge 2 paintings? Anyhow, this trial has nothing to do with the cultivation. When he said that, all the saint disciples turned to look at Yi Qingtian. There was no question that Yi Qingtian was talented in the sword since he could grasp the heavenly dome sword intent at the profound death stage. But they all knew that Yi Fifan had no good intentions by saying that. This trial might have nothing to do with the cultivation, but it was undeniable that cultivation was the foundation. Without a powerful cultivation, you wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of your sword attainment, even if you're talented. Even if you put the cultivation aside, the nirvana stage was the minimum. After all, there was a massive difference between the nirvana aura and the profound death aura. Yi Fifan clearly has no good intentions. He obviously wants Yi Qingtian's death. They're both from the same clan, so why is he so disgusting? Yi Qingtian used to be a piece of garbage, and no one was fond of him in the Yi clan. Not to mention he became so cocky when he returned. If he fell, he would probably fall harder than a year ago. Yi Fifan is clearly jealous that 2 holy maidens are paying attention to Yi Qingtian. Isn't that obvious? Who isn't jealous? That's 2 holy maidens we're talking about. Discussions resounded from the surroundings, and all the saint disciples found that Yi Qingtian was standing out too much and was about to be conned by Yi Fifan. The more paintings, the more rewards, right? Lin Yun asked. That's for certain, Yi Fifan said. Challenging 1 painting can obtain a 3-colored heavenly cloud fruit, and your reward will multiply 10-fold if you challenge another. If you can challenge 10 paintings, you can obtain 90% of the 3-colored heavenly cloud fruits at the summit. Lin Yun was concerned about the heavenly cloud fruits. After all, the effects of the 3-colored heavenly cloud fruits must be 10 times better than those on the first level. So if they were 4-colored heavenly cloud fruits, their effects would be much better. Let's give it a try, then, Lin Yun said with a light flashing across his pupils. If you fail, you will not be able to continue but suffer serious injuries. You might not be able to recover in time for the ranking battle, the heavenly holy maiden said. Yi Fifan squinted his pupils and smiled. As expected of my Yi clan's rising star. A great saint's disciple is definitely better than us and should challenge 2 paintings, unlike us. When did I say that I wanted to challenge 2 paintings? Lin Yun turned to look at Yi Fifan. But just when Yi Fifan was about to speak, Lin Yun said, I want to challenge 3 paintings. When he was done, he ignored everyone's shocked gazes and continued forth, leaving everyone looking at him with disbelief. Is this fellow insane? He's courting death. He's a madman. Why go that far when he can get through this trial with 1 painting? I was just taking pity on him a while ago, but it looks like he's courting death now. All the saint disciples shook their heads with disdain filling their pupils. Yi Fifan was briefly stunned, before he smiled, ha ha ha. No wonder you're the disciple of a great saint. I'm impressed by your courage. He praised Yi Qingtian. This way, if Yi Qingtian fails, not only would he suffer severe injuries, but Yi Fifan could step on and humiliate him. Everyone present could see through Yi Fifan's intentions, so they looked at Yi Qingtian as though they were looking at a fool. 3 paintings? He must be dreaming, Yi Fifan sneered. The junior brothers from the Daoyang Palace beside him looked at Yi Qingtian with disbelief. They began to wonder if Yi Qingtian had gone mad. Even Chun Zhong began to wonder what the holy maiden saw in Yi Qingtian. Was it just because he was blessed with a good appearance? Another Orchid Courtyard's disciple smiled. That fellow has always been cocky, and he will fall one day because of his cockiness. Lin Yun leaped to the sky. When he landed down, he was 100 meters away from those paintings, and he said, I want to challenge 3 paintings. As a saint radiance descended, 3 paintings unfolded and formed a massive stage. Lin Yun gently tapped his foot on the ground and flew to the stage. As ripples spread out on the stage, 3 figures simultaneously appeared and charged towards Lin Yun. When they swung their swords, the wind from their swords formed into ferocious beasts. It's the ghost howler. All the saint disciples took a deep breath at this scene. This was their first time seeing something like this, and they were briefly shocked before their facial expression became grave. It looks like it's not that easy to obtain the heavenly cloud fruits, Lin Yun sighed. He soon noticed something unusual about this when he dashed forth. The cultivation of the 3 gatekeepers was higher than his, and they were all at the pinnacle 7th channel of the profound death stage. Aside from that, the beasts created by their swords even suppressed the dragon aura of his saint physique. But just when the sword aura was about to devour Lin Yun, a shocking scene occurred as Lin Yun drew his sword with a dazzling shine, destroying all the incoming swords. He was executing the firefly radiance of the divine firefly sword. Lin Yun wielded the flower burial sword and stepped forth, circulating the divine firmament sword sutra and forcing 2 gatekeepers to retreat. Dawn radiance. Lin Yun gently pricked with the flower burial sword, and the darkness within the surroundings was lifted. 2 gatekeepers were severed into 2 in the next second before landing on the ground. With that, Lin Yun only had 1 opponent left. Dashing forth, his sword danced and forced the remaining opponent to retreat. But Lin Yun didn't let his opponent go that easily. He formed a seal with 1 hand before spinning the flower burial sword, and a head flew out. With that, Lin Yun had defeated all 3 gatekeepers of this trial. The divine firefly sword, Yi Fifan exclaimed upon seeing this, and his eyes bulged out. He couldn't believe what he saw. It was just a year, but a piece of garbage in his eyes managed to learn the divine firefly sword. He has reached the manifestation stage in the 2 sword forms. Chun Zhong took a cold breath. Many people practiced the divine firefly sword, but only a few could reach the manifestation stage. The eyes of the heavenly holy maiden's pupils shone brightly while looking at this scene. She never expected someone so insignificant a year ago to have such a drastic transformation. Was that still the Yi Qingtian she knew? Or was he someone else? In reality, even she doubted it because Yi Qingtian was the same as the Yi Qingtian she knew in terms of temperament and expression, aside from forgetting some things. But if he was Yi Qingtian, how could he not recognize her? Was he doing that on purpose? The heavenly holy maiden thought about many things and realized she couldn't see through Yi Qingtian now. Even Bai Shuiying had opened her eyes because Yi Qingtian's attainment in the sword was a little frightening. Lin Yun slowly sheathed the flower burial sword. Strictly speaking, Lin Yun had only used 2 swords because he didn't use any sword technique in facing the last opponent. Just when Lin Yun was about to leave the stage, an incident occurred. The headless person dashed again, executing a terrifying attack with afterimages covering the entire sky and turning into a black ghost howler. When it waved its sword, the ghost howler roared, wanting to devour Lin Yun. Pitiful tricks? Lin Yun shook his head. The dragon aura of his saint physique was depressed, but his sword intent wasn't restricted. He had already sheathed his sword and didn't want to draw it out. So he flicked his finger and unleashed a dazzling sword ray from his finger, destroying the ghost howler and gatekeeper. You have made it through the trial. An ancient voice resounded. Lin Yun jumped off the stage and turned to look at Yi Fifan before he smiled. Thank you for your encouragement. I still wouldn't have known if you didn't remind me. When I reach the summit, I'll spare you a heavenly cloud fruit. Lin Yun immediately left after that, ignoring Yi Fifan's ugly expression. That fellow is really cocky. Chun Zhong smiled, and he now understood why everyone from the Nether Orchid Courtyard would say that Yi Qingtian was cocky. On the other hand, Yi Fifan nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. He's really cocky. He made it through the trial and even mocked Yi Fifan, saying to spare him one. Did he really consider Yi Fifan to be his lackey? If I was Yi Fifan, I would probably charge forth. Yi Fifan is a coward. Now that Yi Qingtian made it through the trial, he can only suck it up. Shush, he can hear you all. Just look at his face. All the saint disciples were discussing amongst themselves, and they could see Yi Fifen's face becoming ugly. But this only made Yi Fifen feel even more ashamed. But no one shows compassion towards him, since everyone knew he waits to humiliate Yi Qingtian, only to have failed and be humiliated himself. Instead, he wanted to suppress Yi Qingtian in front of the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden at the foot of the mountain. If Bai Shuang didn't speak out for Yi Qingtian, he would have definitely taught Yi Qingtian a lesson. He didn't place Yi Qingtian in his eyes, so he could only suck it up now that he was humiliated. Yi Qingtian, wait up! Wang Mayan smiled, soaring to the sky under everyone's shocked gazes. It turned out that she had already made it through the trial and didn't have to go through the trial again. She only stayed here because she wanted to probe Yi Qingtian. After all, Yi Qingtian's grace didn't seem to belong to someone who was only at the profound death stage. Wang Mayan donned a purple robe and swiftly disappeared before everyone. Yi Fifen's gaze was cold, and he realized he was careless and was fooled by Yi Qingtian. If he knew about this beforehand, he wouldn't have tried to act like a gentleman before Bai Shuang and would have taught Yi Qingtian a lesson at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yun moved quickly. Wang Mayan only caught up after he made it through the second trial. Yi Qingtian, do you know you're in deep trouble? Wang Mayan's voice resounded. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Wang Mayan following behind him. After donning the purple robe, Wang Mayan changed into a completely different person, which was weird. This made Lin Yun wonder if Wang Mayan had practiced any special cultivation techniques or if perhaps it was related to charming techniques. Yi Fifen might seem like a gentleman on the surface, but he's a petty person. In the past, he always relied on his identity as a fellow clansman to teach you a lesson, and he didn't hold back in his moves. You have already offended him, and he won't let you off so easily. Wang Mayan smiled with her flawless face. Isn't it all because of you? Lin Yun smiled. If it weren't for Wang Mayan, Yi Fifen wouldn't have been jealous and try to lay down a trap for him. But it doesn't matter. I didn't intend to let him go anyways. Lin Yun continued. There were still 2 trials ahead of him. The geniuses in the Heavenly Dao sect made him feel pressured, and he was in a hurry to grasp the astral sword intent. Yi Qingtian, why don't you visit Heavenly Yin Palace? You have no place in the Yi clan to begin with. Not to mention that you offended Zhangyu, and Bai Shuang doesn't like you. Out of the 4 clans, only the Wang clan can accept you. Now, Wang Mayan smiled, floating over and landing before Lin Yun. Letting out a breath, Wang Mayan continued to flirt with Lin Yun. You can consider becoming a son-in-law of the Wang clan. As long as you follow me, no one can bully you. Not interested, Lin Yun said indifferently. Yi Qingtian, you've changed. You have really changed. Haven't you been in love with me before? Wang Mayan said in a sorrowful voice. It has only been a year. Have I lost my charm compared to someone like Bai Shuang? Lass, don't bother using your charming techniques on me. I'm not interested, and I only find you funny. Lin Yun smiled, and he continued. Didn't your master tell you not to show you back to a woman? Wang Mayan kept her smile, and a blood moon rose within her pupils. When she looked at Lin Yun's back figure, her 5 fingers became crystals, emitting a piercing aura. At the same time, a murderous intent also began to spread out. Lin Yun didn't go far, but Wang Mayan was fast. Because she was too fast and the distance was too short, Lin Yun didn't even have the time to turn around. But a sword vibration suddenly echoed, and the flower burial sword flew out, thrusting towards Wang Mayan's forehead. Wang Mayan wasn't bothered about it and didn't think this sword could injure her. But when the sword ray dashed over, Wang Mayan's face changed. She quickly left behind a few afterimages and retreated. A glory saint artifact. Wang Mayan's face was covered with shock when she landed on the ground. Lin Yun slowly turned around. Before Wang Mayan could even move, he had sensed a wisp of danger with his sword heart. Although he managed to sense it, he couldn't avoid it in time, even if he wanted to. After he turned around, the flower burial sword flew over and returned to the sheath. But Wang Mayan didn't dare to be careless while looking at the sword. She could sense that the Glory Saint artifact wasn't simple. Woman, haven't you been talking about yin-yang cultivation? What's the matter? You want to kill your husband now? Lin Yun asked in an indifferent voice. Who wants to perform yin yang cultivation with you? Are you even worthy? I only have a question for you. Are you really Yi Qingtian? Wang Mayan's eyes flashed with disdain. Lin Yun was cautious, fearing that there might be ears around. He replied, I'm naturally Yi Qingtian. It's just that I have lost some memories. I can't be bothered to act with you, and that sword won't be able to save you. Wang Mayan smiled. Who the hell are you? What motives do you have for disguising yourself as Yi Qingtian? If you don't speak, be prepared to die here today. Yi Qingtian knew her secrets, and she could only silence him if she couldn't make sure if Yi Qingtian was really Yi Qingtian. Who the hell are you? Lin Yun's face became grave, and he could sense that this woman had an ulterior motive. You shouldn't know about it, Wang Mayan smiled, and she dashed over with her aura rising. The aura she gave off reached the pinnacle fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage. Lin Yun immediately sensed the pressure coming from Wang Mayan. The latter was cautious, and she paid much attention to Lin Yun's sword. But until she got close, she became uncertain because Lin Yun had no intention of drawing his sword. An act! Wang Mayan snorted, and her 5 fingers flew towards Lin Yun's face without hesitation. OM! A voice resounded, and Lin Yun became enveloped in a prestigious, holy aura-like Buddha. When the voice echoed within Wang Mayan's ears, this struck a heavy blow to her soul, and the space before her distorted. This made Wang Mayan's face change. Although she managed to shatter the sound wave before her, she also took 10-odd steps back. When she looked at Lin Yun's right hand, a set of Buddhist beads appeared in his hand. It was another Glory Saint artifact. This immediately made Wang Mayan anxious. Who the hell is this fellow? Why does he have so many Glory Saint artifacts? A torrential sword aura flew out when Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword. The surroundings were covered with sword rays. But the more they fought, the more furious Wang Mayan became. She was clearly stronger than Lin Yun, but the latter used the beads whenever she got close, forcing her to retreat before attacking with the flower burial sword. In her opinion, this should have been a one-sided battle, but it became a stalemate. Although she would win if they continued to fight, this was the Celestial Purging Mountain. So there would certainly be people coming over. I give up. Wang Mayan gasped her breath and was secretly alarmed. She looked at Lin Yun and smiled. I don't care about your identity. So don't get involved in my affairs, and I won't get involved in yours. Not to get involved in each other's affairs? I'm not so sure about that. Lin Yun had no intention of backing off, mainly because she didn't believe Wang Mayan because his senior brother and Yi Xinyan resided in the Heavenly Dao sect. If Wang Mayan wanted to do anything to the Heavenly Dao sect, he naturally wouldn't sit and watch. Ha! Do you think you can defeat me with those 2 Glory Saint artifacts? We'll see. Wang Mayan glared at Lin Yun before she dashed away from Lin Yun. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and placed the flower burial sword on the ground to recover. It was exhausting to use 2 Glory Saint artifacts at once. The flower burial sword was still all right because it had become a part of him, but the beads were exhausting. Not only did it exhaust his dragon origin, but also his vitality and mental energy. Wang Mayan was truly impressive because she only suffered light injuries from an attack from the beads. Although this was the first time Lin Yun had used the beads, it was still a Glory Saint artifact. He now realized that the women within the Heavenly Dao sect were terrifying. The flower burial sword was guarding him from the side since Lin Yun was afraid that Wang Mayan might return. But he had to hurry up, or it would become a headache when Bai Shuang caught up. Thus, he circulated the Azure Dragon sky-breaking art to recover, which lasted half an hour before he breathed out and ended his meditation. But he saw a white figure walking over when he opened his eyes. It was Bai Shuang, whom he hoped to not run into. You're waiting for me? Bai Shuang asked after a brief surprise flashed across her pupils. Lin Yun momentarily hesitated before smiling. That's right, I'm here waiting for senior sister. I'm afraid you might misunderstand, so I wanted to wait here and explain it. Looking at the sincerity on Yi Qingtian's face, Bai Shuang's face eased a little, but she didn't get any closer to Yi Qingtian and maintained a distance of 3 feet. She said, You don't have to explain to me. I don't care if you've changed or not. Since you have awakened your talent as a swordsman, cherish it well. I know what kind of person Wang Mayan is. No one has managed to get any benefits from her, and many of those she got close to became her plaything, and most of their talent became crippled. Lin Yun was stunned while sending a surprised look at Bai Shuang. But he wasn't too surprised because this was Bai Shuang's personality. In a nutshell, Bai Shuang was blatant about her emotions. She hated the previous Yi Qingtian but let it go because she promised her master. This breadth of mind was something that Lin Yun didn't possess. Pretending to be sad, Lin Yun asked, "Is that all? What else?" Bai Shuang raised her brow. "Don't tell me that you think I'll look at you differently just because of your tricks and words? Senior sister is right." Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. "I have no idea what you've experienced for the past year. Although you're still as cocky as before, you're not that loathsome anymore," Bai Shuang replied. "Since the Dragon Origin Great Saint has taken you in as his disciple, you better cherish this opportunity well. Don't interact with the heavenly and holy maiden too often." After she was done, she left like a gentle wind that made Lin Yun feel guilty. He realized that Bai Shuang was pretty adorable if she wasn't angry. Tucking his arms together, he muttered, "I wonder if Wang Mayan asked Yi Qingtian to sneak into the Nether Orchid Courtyard for Bai Shuang's secret or the Nether Orchid Courtyard's secret. Did the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden take the initiative to talk to you?" A person appeared out of nowhere and asked. This startled Lin Yun, and he had no idea when Chen Zhong appeared beside him. He didn't know if his alertness was too poor, if Chen Zhong had no ill intentions, or if Chen Zhong was too strong. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere and asked a question. Before Lin Yun came to his senses, Chen Zhong continued, "Don't deny it. I witnessed the Nether Orchid Courtyard standing with you earlier. So what? What has it got to do with you?" Lin Yun asked. This made Chen Zhong, who was determined to wed a holy maiden, collapse. "Why don't you have any reaction? What reaction do you want? Have you not spoken to her before? There are so many people in the Nether Orchid Courtyard, and who hasn't talked with her before? Take the initiative. The key lies in taking the initiative. How did you manage to do it?" Previously, Lin Yun was the one who pestered Chen Zhong, but it had turned around and he was bugging Lin Yun. In the end, he said in a depressed tone, "I can't figure out how I lost to you. What do you have aside from your appearance?" Lin Yun couldn't hold himself back and smiled. "You want to know why? Let me ask you one question. If you answer me, I'll answer you as well." "Go on," Chen Zhong said. "Why do you have nether energy within your body?" Lin Yun asked curiously. Chen Zhong breathed and smiled. "I was wondering what you wanted to ask. It's because of the Nether Sword Sutra from the Netherworld Hall. The Netherworld Hall used to be a branch of the Sword Sect, and the Nether Sword Sutra can be considered an altered version of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra." Altered? Lin Yun's pupils flashed with doubt because it wasn't incomplete. After reaching the peak, the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra can move on to the Great Profound Sword Canon. The Netherworld Hall naturally doesn't have the Great Profound Sword Canon, so they can only alter it and fuse it with some demonic paths cultivation techniques to form the Nether Sword Sutra, Chen Zhong explained. The Nether Sword Sutra is comprehensive and can be considered the Netherworld Hall's foundation, so the Nether Sword Sutra that I practice possesses nether energy. I see. Lin Yun naturally heard about the Netherworld Hall, a powerful sect of the demonic path. In the end, it was because the Sword Sect had declined, so the Netherworld Hall separated itself from the Sword Sect. "It's your turn now," Chen Zhong said in an anticipated tone. "Didn't you already say it before?" "What did I say?" "As long as you have a good appearance." "The answer is often simpler than you think," Lin Yun said, patting Chen Zhong's shoulder. Chen Zhong was stumped and wondered if Lin Yun was serious. On the other hand, Lin Yun shook his head and continued forth. It didn't take long for him to reach the third trial. 1,000 meters away from him were 36 wooden houses, each enveloped in sword intent. They were like 36 ancient swords at the foot of the mountain. The tremendous pressure released from the houses was intimidating and made Lin Yun stop. As Lin Yun observed them, he could see 2 houses dim down. This probably meant Wang Mian and Bai Shuang had entered those houses. He realized that the wooden houses weren't simple. The reason why the houses weren't simple was because they were too simple. He didn't even have to release his sword intent and could roughly see the interior. But the more straightforward it looked, the more cautious Lin Yun became. So he wasn't in a hurry to enter and observed outside. But even half an hour later, Lin Yun still couldn't observe anything. This trial isn't simple. 90% of the saint disciples stop here. I was the same in the past. When Chen Zhong's voice resounded, Lin Yun turned around to see that Chen Zhong had returned to his usual aloof appearance. Are you all right? Lin Yun asked casually. I already knew I didn't have any hopes and gave up after receiving the answer. Furthermore, I'm destined only to have my sword as my company. There's nothing bad about it, and I'm already used to it, Chen Zhong sighed. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he earnestly said, Actually, you can consider what I said before. What did you say? You can consider men if women don't work. You don't have to go for holy maidens. Holy Sun works as well. Doesn't the Daoyang Palace have a holy sun? Get lost. Chen Zhong cursed. How did you fail back then? Lin Yun smiled, changing the topic. I don't know. I went in for an incense of time and came out when it burnt out. No more. No more. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he asked, Speaking of which, do you know the highest level anyone has reached? Among the current saint disciples, few made it to the 4th level, not to mention the 5th. Only 1 or 2 monsters reached the 6th level, Chen Zhong shared. Looks like it's harder than I've imagined. What about the 9th level? Lin Yun asked. No one has reached it in the past 800 years, and no one knows what's on the 9th level, Chen Zhong replied. It looks like it's practically impossible for me to reach the 9th level in one go, Lin Yun said, holding onto his chin. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Chen Zhong looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. He said, You're really confident in yourself. You're only at the profound death stage. Don't even mention the summit of the 3rd level. It's already impressive if you can make it through this trial. This trial? I roughly have an answer already. Lin Yun entered a wooden house under Chen Zhong's shocked gaze. This made Chen Zhong hesitant and didn't dare to decide too quickly. After Lin Yun entered the wooden house, the interior was empty. There was nothing else aside from a mat and an incense burner. Lin Yun wasn't too concerned, looking at the incense burner and sitting on the mat. This trial had nothing to do with the incense burner, and there wasn't any time restriction. This trial tested one's comprehension and attainment in Sword Dao. The answer was already on the wooden houses, and it tested how much you can forget. Lin Yun was confident that his speculation was right on. But knowing was one thing, and if he could accomplish it was another. When the sword intent shone onto his body, it formed fireflies in the surrounding area. When Lin Yun sat down, it felt like he had become a monk. When the sword intent shone onto him, it felt comfortable to Lin Yun, as though he was basking in the spring. As time flowed, light shone on Lin Yun's forehead. The light soon dispersed into the air. Those represented his accumulation over the years, all his comprehension and Sword Dao that he comprehended since the Xiantian realm. Those were his treasures back then, and they gave him tons of help. But now that he looked at it, he noticed something wrong because his Sword Dao was a heterogeneous accumulation. So he had to forget them and only leave behind the purest comprehension in Sword Dao. The difficulty was great because the comprehension in Sword Dao was deep in his bones and engraved on his soul. He speculated that the main objective wasn't to forget them all but to reach an acceptable level. Even his master couldn't forget them all in a short time. As time gradually flowed, the light emitted by Lin Yun increased, and his sword heart became increasingly purer like crystals. His sword heart also began to shrink in size before it formed from an invisible existence into a sword pellet within his body. The sword pellet was silver, and it was the size of a nail located within his heart. Moreover, it even began to beat like a heart. As the lights within the wooden house kept wriggling and fusing, it ultimately formed into a white-clothed old man. When Lin Yun sensed the old man's presence, he opened his eyes, and his pupils became clear. Although there was no improvement in his sword Dao, he could feel that his body had become lighter, and his heavenly dome sword intent wasn't that heavy anymore. It had become a clear lake with his heavenly dome sword intent like a magma that could boil at any moment. When he saw the old man, he said, "Senior." The old man lit an incense and said, "To grasp the sword heart at such a young age. This is unbelievable. If I was still alive, I would surely take you in as my disciple and nurture you into a peerless sword saint. No, a sword emperor." But Lin Yun was calm as he replied, "Senior, I want to talk on a sword god's path." The old man's face immediately sank, and he snorted, "Bullshit. Young man, I'll tell you honestly that you have failed this trial." Failed? Lin Yun slowly got up but wasn't in a hurry to leave. He asked, "Isn't this trial about emptiness?" "That's right. Empty. But what is emptiness?" The old man sat down and smiled. "That is to absorb the sword intent here. The 36 wooden houses have the soul guardians left behind by sword saints, and they all left their sword intent beyond the 9th grade here. It's everywhere, like water, and it's also unfathomable, like air. Most people can't sense it because this is more profound than them. So they can make it through as long as they can sense it within an incense's time. Sword intent beyond the 9th grade? Lin Yun fell into deep thought. If that were true, just some of it would benefit him greatly. So he had comprehended it wrongly? Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. "I thought I had to forget and purify my sword intent like the wooden houses." As disdain flashed across the old man's pupils, he snickered. "I was wondering if you had some standards after hearing what you said. You want to forget them at such a young age? We're over 1,000 years old, and you're no different from a blank piece of paper in our eyes. This isn't something you should do at your current cultivation." "I'm sorry about it." Lin Yun smiled. "Ha!" The old man sneered. "You might have failed, but you ultimately possess the sword heart. So your sword intent is stronger than others, and it's too much of a pity for you to fail now. So I plan to give you another chance by lighting an incense." The old man yawned and continued, "But I have a change of mind now. You can get lost." The old man laid on the desk and closed his eyes. He might have closed his eyes but secretly opened a small seep. He just wanted Lin Yun to admit defeat because Lin Yun was too cocky. Shaking his head, Lin Yun muttered, "That's not something people of my cultivation should go for, but I clearly managed to do it. This is weird." "Brat, stop right there." The old man sat up before Lin Yun was about to leave the wooden house and roared, "What did you say earlier?" "I did forget some things, and my heavenly dome sword intent became purer. I even grasped my sword heart completely," Lin Yun said. "Bullshit. How is that possible for someone your age? Is there any meaning for you to carry on putting on an act here? Show me your sword see." The old man said he didn't believe it, but his facial expression was so anxious that he ran over. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he opened his sword see, allowing the old man to examine it. When an old man appeared within the sword sea, he first saw an untainted azure dragon. This dragon had purple scales and a pair of brightly lit eyes. An azure dragon sword soul? Not bad. This dragon might only be 10-odd feet, but it's pure and untainted. "It's too pure," the old man exclaimed. Right then, the golden human opened his eyes, and the gaze of the golden human was like two sharp swords shining brightly. Dual sword souls. The old man's face changed. When he came to his senses, he appeared above Lin Yun's sword sea, and the golden ocean had become a calm lake. The scale isn't huge, but the lake is clean and pure aside from some dust, the old man praised, and those specks of dust only made the lake look even more realistic. Furthermore, the dust was transparent, like crystals. How did he manage to do it? The old man had seen many geniuses in his lifetime. The sword sea of those people was larger than Lin Yun's, but Lin Yun's sword sea was calm and pure. But the old man knew that this sword sea only looked calm on the surface because it was accumulating every moment. When Lin Yun drew his sheath, he could tear through heaven. The entire process only lasted for a brief moment. When the old man returned, he looked at Lin Yun with shock as he muttered, How is this possible? How did you manage to do it? Forget if you can, and don't force it even if you can't. I tried it and realized I could forget many things, Lin Yun said. The old man fell silent before sighing. You're really a genius, and I have nothing to teach you. Is that really difficult? Isn't astral sword intent more difficult? Lin Yun asked. Forgetting wasn't hard for him, and it was nothing compared to achieving the astral sword intent. This is why I said you're young, the old man smiled. Is the heavenly dome sword intent hard? It's hard when you try to achieve it, isn't it? What about the firmament sword intent? Spiritual sword intent? Xiantian sword intent? His series of questions stumped Lin Yun, but he soon understood what was happening. To this old man, whose sword intent went beyond the 9th grade, it wasn't hard because it could be achieved sooner or later if you had enough talent and time. But what Lin Yun did was harder than making a breakthrough in sword intent. You must have a habit that others don't, and this is how you can easily achieve it, the old man said in a certain voice. What habit? Think wisely. You must have a habit. Lin Yun held onto his chin and briefly pondered before he replied. If there's a habit, I have aimed to reach the manifestation stage in each sword technique. I've had this habit before I even reached Xiantian realm. That's weird. Many swordsmen will change to a new technique whenever they reach a certain height. After all, they might be at Xiantian realm this month and reach the Violet Palace realm next month. So they would even forget the old sword techniques that they practiced. The old man's words instantly made Lin Yun understand what was happening. So they forgot about it before they could even remember them. Well said. Lin Yun cupped his hands together. The old man smiled. How can I possibly accept the praise of a future sword god? I'm already dead, and it no longer matters. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun also smiled and knew this old man must have been adorable when he was still alive. You can attempt this trial again. Your lake is too small, so let me guide you. The old man lit up another incense when he was done speaking. Wang Mayan and Bai Shuang came out of the wooden houses simultaneously. Their faces were calm, and it was hard for anyone to tell if they had made it through this trial. When they exchanged a glance, Wang Mayan greeted her with a smile while Bai Shuang ignored her. But they didn't carry on and stopped to find a place to sit. Big Sister Shuang, you're also curious if he can make it through this trial? Wang Mayan smiled. What has it got to do with you? Bai Shuang replied indifferently. Haha, then stay away from him. After all, he's my baby, and you can't snatch him away. Wang Mayan smiled. Don't bother trying to put on an act. I might not fancy him, but I won't let him interact with you, Bai Shuang replied indifferently. She was pretty confident about that. After all, Yi Qingtian had waited for her earlier, and anyone could see his sincerity for her. If Yi Qingtian had changed, he wouldn't have interacted with someone like Wang Mayan and wasted his talent. Why don't we take a bet, then? If he comes to me when he comes out, you will never appear before him again. Wang Mayan smiled enchantingly. I'm not interested, Bai Shuang said. But she had taken note of what Wang Mayan said. Ha ha! Wang Mayan laughed. It didn't take long for Yi Fifan to disappointedly make it through the trial. He worked hard, but he still failed. He managed to sense the sword intent, but it disappeared when he tried to refine it. He tried several times, but his attempts were all futile. Yi Fifan was outstanding in terms of aptitude and comprehension. But he came from the Yi clan, which meant his growing-up journey was smooth. He couldn't be compared to Lin Yun, who placed his life on the line multiple times. He might have an advantage over Lin Yun now, but Lin Yun would surpass him soon enough if he didn't have any encounters. If he couldn't make it through that threshold, it would be difficult for him to become a saint. Ouyang He also came out, and he sighed the moment he appeared. He also failed as well. After Ouyang He, more people also came out with depressed expressions. They were all geniuses amongst saint disciples since they could come this far, but they practically failed. This trial was as tough as Chen Zhong had said. Yi Qingtian hasn't come out yet? Ouyang He asked. Not yet, but the time has already passed, so he probably failed as well, someone said. This trial isn't about cultivation, and he can't fail with his aptitude, Ouyang He replied. There's a difference between being able to make it through and making it through the first attempt. If he wants to make it through this trial, he must at least wait another 3 years. Yififan said. That's right. It's already impressive that he can come this far as a newly conferred saint disciple. Even if he can make it through, he must have cheated. Discussion resounded from the surroundings, but they weren't determined in their tones, fearing their words might slap them. After all, Yi Qingtian was a newly conferred saint disciple, while they had become a saint disciple for at least 3 years. Some even became a saint disciple for 10-odd years, and it would make them seem useless if Yi Qingtian made it through in the first attempt after he had just become a saint disciple. Yififan restored his gentlemanly disguise and smiled. Our ancestors must pity this fellow clansman of mine to let him refine half a saint origin. But he's still lacking in terms of comprehension. There's no way he can compete with us. Let's wait and see if you guys don't believe it. When he finishes digesting the saint origin, he will immediately expose himself. He's not as strong as you people think. But before he could finish, the wooden house opened, and Yi Qingtian walked out from it. When Lin Yun looked around, everyone had finished their trial aside from Chen Zhong. Looking at the surrounding gazes directed at him, Lin Yun looked around and smiled. Why are you all sitting here? You all failed? Are you serious? Can someone even fail in this trial? Yififan's face changed and became ugly. Everyone else also looked awkward, and they couldn't say a word. In the end, Ouyang he said, We all failed. Yi Qingtian, did you make it through this trial? Everyone immediately had a wisp of hope burning within their hearts. Although the possibility was small, there was still some hope. I made it through this trial, and it's pretty simple. But Lin Yun soon dashed their hopes and even gave a few stomps on their faces. This immediately made everyone's faces dark and lowered their heads. Brother, you also failed? Lin Yun smiled. Yififan's heart blazed with flames, but he still maintained a gentlemanly disguise and smiled. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The dogs of a village constantly bark the loudest, but they're still dogs. He was insulting Lin Yun, but he still maintained a gentlemanly disguise. If it were someone else with a fiery temper, they would immediately explode upon hearing what Yififan said and might even lose their rationale. Lin Yun would have fallen for Yififan's trap if he lost his temper, giving Yififan the perfect excuse to teach him a lesson. So although the other saint disciples found Yififan despicable, they had to admit that his trick was smart. Yififan smiled. I'm talking about a dog, and I don't mean anyone specific. With your breadth of mind, I believe you're not someone like that. I'm your father, Lin Yun smiled. You! Yififan's smile disappeared. Everyone else was also shocked with their mouths open. I'm just joking. I believe that with your breadth of mind, you're not someone who can't take a joke. Lin Yun smiled. Well then, I'll carry on my journey to the summit. What I said earlier is still valid. If I have any harvest, I won't forget sparing you a few heavenly clouds fruits. Yififan's face turned ashen, and he could no longer smile as he clenched his fists. But there were too many people here, and he could only suck it up. Yi Qingtian, come here. I'll accompany you up to the summit. Wang Mayan looked at Lin Yun, and her ethereal voice drew envy from others onto Lin Yun. Bai Shuang had no changes on her face. Although she didn't bet with Wang Mayan, she was confident Yi Qingtian wouldn't go to her. But she still couldn't help looking at Yi Qingtian, waiting for his response. Don't you want to know why I asked Yi Qingtian to sneak into the Nether Orchid courtyard? Come here and I'll tell you. I believe you'll be interested in the secret, and it's related to Bai Shuang. It might even be related to the 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation. Wang Mayan secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Yun. You will know the outcome if you lie to me. According to Lin Yun's personality, he naturally had no intentions of interacting with Wang Mayan, but he wanted to know about the secret, especially when she said it was related to the 3 sword saints. So he had no choice but to go over. Thus, Bai Shuang was shocked to see Lin Yun walking to the heavenly Holy Maiden. Her face instantly became cold with her murderous intent leaking. She now realized that Yi Qingtian was still the lecher from before. When Wang Mayan looked at her with a lofty look, This made Bai Shuai furious to the point that her chest began to heave up and down, and her hand trembled as she held onto her sword. She now realized that she was foolish to believe in what Yi Qingtian said. Just like that, Lin Yun and Wang Mayan climbed the mountain, like a perfect couple, under everyone's envious gazes. Holy shit! The heavenly holy maiden actually took the initiative to invite Yi Qingtian? She probably took a fancy to Yi Qingtian's potential. How envious! Who knows if he can cause a huge commotion when he successfully climbs the summit? Discussions resounded from the surroundings. Ascend the summit? Someone like him wants to reach the summit? He can only become Wang Mayan's toy, and just wait to die, Yi Fifan said enviously. Everyone else fell into silence, unwilling to echo along with him. After all, Yi Fifan had been slapped multiple times by far. In their views, they had to admit that Yi Qingtian's potential was extraordinary, and there was a high possibility that he could reach the 4th level. As for becoming Wang Mayan's toy, that was only a joke. After all, who here doesn't want to become Wang Mayan's toy? But they couldn't even catch Wang Mayan's attention. Ascending the mountain, Lin Yun and Wang Mayan maintained their distance and were cautious. Others could only see how bewitching she was, along with her voluptuous figure, but they didn't know how terrifying she was. Lin Yun tried to get the secret out of her multiple times, but she refused. The two made it through the trials and easily ascended the summit. There was a saint's sword embedded in the mountain, and they were only one step away from ascending the mountain. But Lin Yun didn't move and merely turned to look at Wang Mayan. Haha! I asked Yi Qingtian to sneak into the Nether Orchid courtyard to investigate the Solar-Lunar Divine Rune. Wang Mayan's voice sounded. The Solar-Lunar Divine Rune is located in the Celestial Pool? Lin Yun looked at Wang Mayan with a surprised gaze and realized that the latter wore a bewitching smile. So you really know about the Solar-Lunar Divine Rune? It looks like we have the same objective. Wang Mayan smiled. Lin Yun's heart sank because he knew he had fallen for the trap in her words and coldly said, "You're starting to get on my nerves. Since we have the same objective, we can be friends. Why don't we join hands to find the Solar-Lunar Divine Rune first?" "I have more clues than you," Wang Mayan said. "You previously said this is related to the 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation. So what did you mean by that?" Lin Yun asked, ignoring what Wang Mayan said. "Haha, I didn't say that. I'll definitely tell you about it. I only said I'll tell you about the Celestial Pool." Wang Mayan smiled cunningly and crossed her arms together to lift her chest. Lin Yun fell into a brief silence before he said, "I have roughly guessed your origin from our fight earlier, but don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll make you regret it." "We'll see then." The heavenly holy maiden smiled. Lin Yun turned around and ascended the peak. When he ascended the summit, 10 odd 3-colored heavenly cloud fruits flew over. On the other hand, the heavenly holy maiden only managed to obtain a heavenly cloud fruit. "Yi Qingtian, why don't you give me some?" "Why should I? If I'm happy, I might share some clues with you. I have always maintained a practice of fair exchange." "How much do you want?" "Half of it." Lin Yun's face sank and he coldly said, "Only one, and you must tell me first. You won't get any if I'm unhappy with your information." "Fine, you miser." The Radiant Sword Saint and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint together found the Solar-Lunar Divine Rune. "Is this secret enough?" Wang Mayan said in a disdainful tone. "And give it to me first." Wang Mayan smiled. Lin Yun glanced at Wang Mayan before taking out a heavenly cloud fruit. Seeing this, Wang Mayan smiled and slightly opened her mouth. She wanted Lin Yun to feed her. This made Lin Yun briefly stunned. Just when he was going to shrink his hand back, Bai Shuai appeared with murderous intent flashing across her pupils. "Yi Qingtian, you hypocrite!" She was furious with what she saw when she climbed the summit. She finally realized that what Lin Yun said when he waited for her was all bullshit, and he already had a complicated relationship with Wang Mayan. They both joined hands to fool her the entire time. This stunned Lin Yun, and he knew he couldn't cleanse himself now, regardless of what he said. On the other hand, Wang Mayan took this opportunity to seize the 3-colored heavenly cloud fruit with her mouth. As expected of the three-colored heavenly cloud fruit. The taste is really good. Wang Mayan ate as she refined the spiritual energy within the fruit. As a faint radiance emitted from her, her sword intent was slowly getting stronger. Lin Yun first looked at Bai Shuang's reaction before turning to look at Wang Mayan. Even if he was slow to respond, he could roughly guess why. He and Bai Shuang were both fooled by Wang Mayan. Even if he tried to explain to Bai Shuang now, she definitely wouldn't believe him. This instantly made Lin Yun furious because he had never suffered such a huge loss. He softly said, "Wang Mayan, we'll wait and see." When he finished what he said, he leaped to the sky and rode a celestial crane to the 4th level. As for Wang Mayan and Bai Shuang, they exchanged glances before they ascended a celestial crane as well. Meanwhile, the ancient monument on the celestial cloud mountain shone with 4 colors. Someone ascended the 4th level. Quick! Check who ascended the 4th level. Isn't it obvious? It must be Yi Fifan, Ouyang He, or Chen Zhong. It has been a long time since someone reached the 4th level. The 2 holy maidens must be among them. The changes immediately caused an uproar on the celestial purging mountain, making everyone agitated. Looking at the excitement on everyone's faces, Chun Feng didn't dare to say a word. But when the light settled down on the monument, Chun Feng was immediately dumbfounded upon seeing the names on the monument. The entire celestial purging mountain also fell into a dead silence because the first name to appear on the monument was Yi Qingtian. As a newly conferred saint disciple whose cultivation was at the profound death stage, he was the first to ascend the 4th level before Bai Shuang and Wang Mayan's names appeared. After that, no new names appeared for a long time, which left everyone dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe what they saw. How is this possible? The Daoyang Palace's Qinjun was amongst the many who were stumped. After all, he had a grudge with Yi Qingtian earlier. When Yi Qingtian returned, he immediately soared to the sky, and everyone could only see his back. After reaching the 4th level, Lin Yun did not continue to challenge the trials. The celestial purging mountain had a total of 9 levels, and each level was a threshold. The trials tested comprehension, eyesight, and sword Dao. The 4th level also had a mountain, and Lin Yun's pupils were confused when he reached the summit. After all, he could only reach the summit after making it through 4 trials in the previous levels. But he reached the summit after 3 trials in the 4th level. He smoothly obtained 10 4-colored heavenly cloud fruits and couldn't find where the 4th trial was. As he looked around, he noticed a massive ground on the clouds at the border of the mountain, like a vast plain. Found it! Lin Yun finally found where the 4th trial was, and it was a grand palace at the far end. This palace was enveloped in clouds, looking mysterious and ancient. A terrifying sword aura was being emitted from the palace, filling this entire region. He tried tossing a rock over, and the rock was crushed to dust after it flew 100 meters out. "There's something weird," Lin Yun muttered. He had enveloped the rock with his sword intent, and it wasn't something that could be so easily crushed, even if someone at the Nirvana stage tried. Right then, 2 figures appeared behind Lin Yun. They were Wang Mayan and Bai Shuang, who made it through 3 trials. When the 2 saw Lin Yun, they were surprised that he was ahead of them. Ever since the holy son of the Daoyang Palace reached the 5th level, it has been over a decade since anyone reached the 5th level. Wang Mayan sighed, before she flew over to the sea of clouds. She took out a red cloth that flew out. As the red cloth continued to fly out, the clothes on her began to decrease, and this was a scene that could make everyone's heart boil. The red cloth was covered with saint runes. When she waved the red cloth, an ancient sword aura spread out, clearing a path. The red cloth was actually a powerful glory saint artifact engraved with the glory moon spirit. After it reached 100 meters out, multiple figures appeared from the sea of clouds charging at Wang Mayan. The red cloth coiled around Wang Mayan, and she became enveloped in crimson flames while clashing against those figures. Aside from the glory moon spirit, the red cloth also possessed the glory fire spirit, a 2-spirit glory saint artifact. Spiritual puppet. Lin Yun noticed that those figures weren't artifact spirits or phenomena, but they were puppets created by saint spiritualists with saint runes engraved on them, and their cultivation was at the first transformation of the nirvana stage. Their cultivation wasn't high, but there were a lot of them. Wang Mayan was surrounded by over 100 spiritual puppets in just a short amount of time. The puppets were strong, and one would have to exhaust a great amount of dragon origin to destroy them. Lin Yun began to look around. There should be a saint puppet left behind after the death of a heavenly spiritualist. The Sea of Clouds was a massive spiritual array, and that saint puppet must be controlling this spiritual array. It should be impossible for Wang Mayan to make it through this trial. Lin Yun instantly had a judgment, and Wang Mayan failed before she could even travel 1/10 of the distance. After all, this trial was too difficult because one had to resist the saint aura from the palace and fight the endless spiritual puppets. After Wang Mayan, Bai Shuang drew her sword and dashed forth. Her sword was only 1/2 meter in length, but it was powerful. It was engraved with glory gold and glory wood spirits, and the sword was made of a rare metallic wood. Lin Yun was shocked that both Bai Shuang and Wang Mayan possessed a two-spirit glory saint artifact. Previously, when he fought Wang Mayan, she didn't use her two-spirit glory saint artifact, which meant she had more trump cards. But he wasn't too bothered about it either because he also had his trump cards. Bai Shuang's performance was a lot better than Wang Mayan, and she made it to 1/5 of the distance. When they both lost, they weren't in a hurry to leave and wanted to see how Yi Qingtian would make it through this trial. But they were disappointed because he merely activated the metal and summoned a celestial crane down the mountain. "It is so unlike you to give up without giving it a try," Wang Mayan said with a playful smile. "Even the two holy maidens have failed, so why should I try it?" Lin Yun could already tell he couldn't make it through the trial with a glance. He could try using all his glory saint artifacts, but the odds of him making it through wasn't high, so he didn't want to reveal his trump cards on something destined to fail. To the two holy maidens, the trouble was the sword aura being emitted by the palace. It had restricted their strength. But to Lin Yun, the spiritual puppets were a headache because he had a massive disadvantage in his cultivation. He didn't need to think to know he couldn't make it through this trial. "I will make it through this trial sooner or later," Lin Yun muttered to himself as he climbed onto the celestial crane. The celestial crane brought Lin Yun down to the foot of the mountain with the two holy maidens following behind him, and their appearances instantly caused an uproar. They weren't surprised that the two holy maidens could make it to the 4th level with their accumulation over the years, but they were shocked that a newly conferred saint disciple like Yi Qingtian managed to reach the 4th level. Most importantly, Wang Mayan and Bai Shuang had countless pursuers within the heavenly Dao sect, so Yi Qingtian's appearance with them was no different from hugging both ladies left and right. Yi Qingtian, naturally, acquired the envy and jealousy of countless people. Senior Sister Mayan is really strong. When her cultivation becomes higher, she might even be able to ascend to the 5th level and break the record left by the Daoyang Holy Sun. Senior Sister Bai is talented, and she will be able to stand out in the upcoming ranking battle. The two holy maidens immediately became the center of attention as they descended the mountain. Wang Mayan's smile was brilliant, and she enjoyed being the center of attention. On the other hand, Bai Shuang was aloof and only replied to fellow disciples from the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Compared to them, Yi Qingtian looked lonely as someone who reached the 4th level. When everyone recovered from their shock after seeing Yi Qingtian with the two holy maidens, they surrounded them and left Yi Qingtian out. But Lin Yun wasn't too bothered and merely laughed it off. "Senior brother." Chun Feng came forth with excitement and admiration in his pupils. "Let's go back to the Indigo Thunder Peak." Lin Yun smiled and patted Chun Feng's shoulder. "Hee." Chen Feng nodded and smiled. "Senior brother, is there a story between you and the two holy maidens? Especially the heavenly holy maiden?" "None," Lin Yun smiled. Others felt he must be hugging the two ladies left and right since he made it to the 4th level with them. But in reality he had a conflict with them. It was complicated with Bai Shuang because she had misunderstood him, and there was a possibility that she might make a move against him at any moment. As for Wang Mayan, there was naturally nothing to say about her because she fooled Lin Yun. He would settle the score with her sooner or later, even if she was the heavenly holy maiden. "Yi Qingtian, leaving already?" Before Lin Yun and Chen Feng could go far, they were stopped by a group of people, with Yi Fifan and Qin Jun taking the lead. This immediately drew everyone's attention, and they looked in this direction with puzzlement. Yi Fifan's face was ugly as he emitted murderous intent, and it was different from his usual gentlemanly disguise. What's going on? Many people whispered amongst themselves. Others didn't know, but the saint disciples who reached the second level knew what was happening. It would be weird if Yi Fifan didn't come after him after his humiliation by Yi Qingtian. In the past, Yi Qingtian was no different from an ant in Yi Fifan's eyes, and he could teach Yi Qingtian a lesson whenever he wanted. Yi Fifan wanted to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson before the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. He failed to trick Yi Qingtian while on the Celestial Purging Mountain and was humiliated instead. So how could Yi Fifan possibly take it lying down? Brother, how can I help you? Chen Feng was nervous, but Lin Yun was calm and composed. You forgot what you said on the second level? Yi Fifan asked. Oh, Lin Yun nodded and smiled. I remembered. I promised to spare you a 3-colored heavenly cloud fruit, so here you go. Lin Yun took out a heavenly cloud fruit that emitted 3 different colors. The heavenly cloud fruit. It's a 3-colored heavenly cloud fruit. After consuming it, I wonder how much it can strengthen the sword intent. It heard that it would also strengthen the martial intent, cultivation, and mastery of martial techniques. That's not the key. Didn't you hear what Yi Qingtian said? He wants to spare it for Yi Fifan. Everyone was shocked by what Yi Qingtian said. In their eyes, Yi Qingtian was too cocky for a newly conferred saint disciple. Yi Fifan was also shocked because he never expected Yi Qingtian to be so cocky in public, and he immediately felt his cheek burning with fury blazing within his heart. But just when he wanted to make a move, Lin Yun stowed his smile and coldly asked, You want to make a move? Yi Fifan, let me remind you that the person standing before you is Yi Qingtian, the direct disciple of the Dragon Origin Great Saint, while you're only a disciple of a mere saint. Are you tired of living? Yi Fifan's expression froze, and he immediately came to his senses. He realized that he was too careless and forgot that fact. Everyone also came to their senses and remembered that Yi Qingtian was now the direct disciple of a great saint. So even if he was only at the profound death stage, he wasn't someone that just anyone could touch. They only momentarily forgot about it because of their past impression of Yi Qingtian. Few people within the Heavenly Tao sect have a higher position than Yi Qingtian. Brother, you must be joking. How will I dare to touch the Dragon Origin Great Saint's disciple? Yi Fifan squeezed out a smile from his frozen face as he tried to maintain his composure. Brother? Who's your brother? Lin Yun roared. Veins popped on Yi Fifan's face, and he was on the verge of losing control. Anyone could sense the grievances in his heart right now. I'm a direct disciple of a great saint, while you're the disciple of a mere saint. Your master isn't even a saint sovereign. You think you're worthy of calling me brother? Lin Yun coldly questioned, not giving Yi Fifan any face. Can I take it that you hold no respect for the Dragon Origin Great Saint? Senior brother Yi. Yi Fifan whispered with an ugly expression. Louder. I can't hear it, Lin Yun said indifferently. Senior brother Yi. Yi Fifan yelled. He was forcing a smile, but his smile was even uglier than crying. Senior brother wants to spare his junior brother a saint fruit. Is it very embarrassing? Forget it if you don't want it. Senior brother, you must be joking. Yi Fifan only wanted this matter to end quickly. He had already been humiliated, so he might as well take the 3-colored heavenly cloud fruit to save his losses. But Lin Yun merely threw it to the ground and stepped on it under Yi Fifan's shocked gaze. Lin Yun indifferently said, Too late. Lin Yun stopped after he completely ruined the heavenly cloud fruit with his feet. The surroundings had fallen into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded because it was a 3-colored heavenly cloud fruit that Lin Yun destroyed. Not to mention it was a resounding slap to Yi Fifan's face. This was simply too ruthless. Yi Fifan had probably never suffered such humiliation before. Even Qin Jun, who was beside Yi Fifan, was dumbfounded but didn't dare to say a word. Chen Feng was terrified by this scene, and he covered his mouth. He knew how Yi Fifan bullied Yi Qingtian in the past, and Yi Qingtian had to wear a fawning smile even after he was bullied. He knew that Yi Qingtian had no status within the Yi clan, and even an inner disciple within the Heavenly Dao sect could order him around. But he had never imagined this scene before. Yi Qingtian, you're courting death. Yi Fifan lost control of his temper. They were both saints' disciples, but there was a vast difference between them because his master was only an ordinary saint, while Yi Qingtian's master was a great saint. If he wanted to hold his ground in front of Yi Qingtian, his master had to be a saint sovereign at the very least. But there was a limit to his tolerance, and he finally lost it now. I can't believe that the Dragon Origin Great Saint took someone as shameless as you as his disciple. So what if you're the senior brother? Even if you're the senior brother, that doesn't mean you can humiliate your junior brother, Yi Fifan said coldly. Even if the Great Saint punishes me and even if my master doesn't allow me to, I'll have to teach you a lesson no matter what. Flames blazed within his heart, and he couldn't be bothered too much. Meanwhile, Lin Yun looked at Yi Fifan with disdain, before he took out the Dragon Origin Great Saint's medal and shoved it in Yi Fifan's face. When a Great Saint's aura spread out from the medal, Yi Fifan felt as though he had seen the Dragon Origin Great Saint, and his pupils were filled with fear. His fury disappeared, and he immediately came to his senses. Don't cower. If you dare to move, the Dragon Origin Great Saint will know. If you have the guts, teach me a lesson in front of the Dragon Origin Great Saint and repeat what you said earlier. Lin Yun snickered, watching as Yi Fifan backed off. Yi Fifan's face became ashen, and he naturally wouldn't dare to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson in front of the Dragon Origin Great Saint, even if he had 100 guts. He now came to his senses and remembered that Yi Qingtian was no longer the same person he was before. He was now the direct disciple of a great saint. Senior brother, I'm sorry, Yi Fifan apologized, cupping his hands together. Please forgive me. You want me to stop? Weren't you cocky earlier and wanted to teach me a lesson? Lin Yun sneered, quickly exposing Yi Fifan. You want me to stop here? Sure. Lick all the heavenly cloud fruit on the ground, Lin Yun said. The moment Lin Yun said that, the faces of everyone from the Daoyang Palace changed, and Yi Fifan was also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Yi Qingtian would take it so far. I'm just joking. Brother, don't tell me that you can't take a joke. Lin Yun smiled and adjusted Yi Fifan's collar. He continued, You're a fellow clansman of mine, and who in the Heavenly Dao sect doesn't know that my brother, Yi Fifan, is a gentleman? You've never been polite with your fellow clansmen, often teaching them lessons and hoping they could perform well. I have changed and am now a great saint's direct disciple. So you don't have to teach me a lesson anymore in the future. As Lin Yun spoke, he gave Yi Fifan 2 gentle slaps on his face before leaving as he laughed. His cockiness left everyone dumbfounded, because Yi Qingtian had given them a whole new impression of him, and they couldn't imagine that someone could be so cocky. Yi Qingtian, since you're the direct disciple of a great saint, do you dare to participate in the D-ranking battle 7 days from now? Let us have some fun. Yi Fifan turned around and looked at Lin Yun's silhouette. Don't worry about it. I've already decided to participate in the D-ranking battle. Do you want to take revenge? I'll give you this opportunity. Lin Yun smiled and left. Chun Feng took several peeks at Yi Fifan before he quickly caught up with Yi Qingtian. He was so nervous that his heart nearly flew out of his chest. The D group. Is Yi Qingtian insane? The limit of the D group is the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. He's only at the profound death stage, so how will he fight? No one will care that he's the direct disciple of a great saint on the stage. He's just boasting. I don't believe he really dares to pick the D group. Everyone was shocked, and no one believed that Yi Qingtian would dare to pick the D group. Right then, a figure slowly appeared. He was Chun Zhong of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Chun Zhong witnessed what happened earlier and smiled. He wants to pick the D group? This is interesting. We'll see then. Yi Fifan gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. He was fuming with anger and had no place to vent it all out. He didn't want to lose control of his temper before the crowd. After Lin Yun returned to his Indigo Thunder Peak courtyard, he entered the Iris secret realm. After witnessing everyone's strength on the celestial purging mountain, he realized that he significantly differed from them, especially the two holy maidens, because they couldn't be underestimated. If he took part in the D group, it would be hard to make it into the top 3 if he didn't reveal his trump cards. So he needed to make a breakthrough in his cultivation and sword intent. When he returned to the Iris secret realm, Lin Yun saw Lil Purple guiding Lil Red in cultivating. Lil Red was currently practicing a palm technique, and it could create a violent gale whenever it pushed its palm forth. Even Lin Yun couldn't help feeling breathtaken because the fighting prowess of Lil Red's cat form wasn't at all weaker than its Dracope form. It was agile and could attack with its claws or dagger. Furthermore, it was so fast that Lin Yun couldn't catch up with its speed. After refining half a cup of demigod wine, Lil Red's cultivation reached the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and it could easily defeat Lin Yun now. If it took on the Dracope form, it could even clash with Quasi-Saints with its defenses. Lin Yun was initially hurrying to cultivate, but he calmed down after seeing Lil Purple and Lil Red. He approached Lil Purple and said, "So, Lil Red has already become so strong. Of course, you have to see who's guiding it. If you take me as your master or become my divine general, I can easily help you take down all the holy maidens within the heavenly Tao sect and make them your maids." Lil Purple smiled. "Just imagine how awe-inspiring it will be when the holy maidens become your maids." "For what? Washing your feet." Lin Yun smiled. "Humph. It's their honor to wash the feet of a phoenix." "I'm not like you." Lil Purple snorted. "Your hair is messed up," Lin Yun said. "What? Quick, help me comb it nicely." "My hairstyle can't be a mess," Lil Purple said. "Come here." "As usual?" Lin Yun asked. "Yeah." Lin Yun smiled and brought her to the phoenix tree. Before he left, he gave Lil Red 5 four-colored heavenly cloud fruits. He sat beneath the phoenix tree with Lil Purple and smiled before combing her hair for her. Whenever he combed her hair, he couldn't help laughing and soon thought of how Yi Xiling would put on makeup for her to make her look ugly. That was probably Lil Purple's greatest shame, and he remembered how she cried when she returned. Lil Purple became quiet before Lin Yun, like an ordinary little girl. Lin Yun didn't know that it was natural at this moment, and his attitude had changed compared to when he climbed the celestial purging mountain. His cockiness was only a disguise, and this was his real personality. Under the phoenix tree, Lin Yun and Lil Purple looked serene and beautiful together. "Lin Yun, I failed to find the Solar Lunar Divine Rune in the Nether Orchid Courtyard. This is weird. It's expected that you can't find it." "What's weird about it?" Lin Yun said as he caressed Lil Purple's hair. "That's not it." Lil Purple was emotional and wanted to stand up. "Sit still." Lin Yun caressed Lil Purple's hair. "I can sense that the Solar Lunar Divine Rune's aura is a lot weaker this time and practically non-existent. It's no different from what I previously felt, and I couldn't be sure that the Solar Lunar Divine Rune is in the Nether Orchid Courtyard if I didn't visit that place before." "No need to hurry." "Humph, you scumbag. You don't care about it at all. When are you going to the Nether Orchid Courtyard again?" "This, Bai Shuang will kill me if I go to the Nether Orchid Courtyard again." "Humph, you scumbag. You don't care about my matters and only remember Bai Shuang. You have to help me. After I restore my strength, I'll catch her and have her be your maid." "You really dare say that?" Lin Yun couldn't help smiling and snorted. "Empress, what happens if heaven collapses one day?" "That will be a disaster," Lil Purple sighed. "If heaven collapses, the divine dragon era will be gone, and everyone in the Kunlun realm will become livestock, enslaved for eternity even if they reincarnated." "Why are you asking me about this?" "Nothing much. I'm done with your hair," Lin Yun said. "Mirror. Where's the mirror?" Lil Purple looked at her braids in the mirror before nodding in satisfaction. "Humph. You're not allowed to come after me." Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun and snorted before she ran away. Under the phoenix tree, Lin Yun took out the heavenly cloud fruit and smiled. He was full of harvests from this trip to the celestial purging tree. Although he hadn't grasped the astral sword intent, he made a lot of improvements in his sword Tao. But his smile disappeared when he wanted to cultivate, and remembered what the sword saint said in the wooden house. Yi Qing Tian, if heaven collapses one day and the darkness returns, remember not to give up hope as long as you still have the sword in your hand. Since ancient times, the heavenly Tao sect's duty has been to protect the heavens of the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun opened his hand and took out a sealed purple crystal. Flames were blazing within the crystal, beating like a heart and containing boundless sword intent. This was a sword heart, the heart of a sword saint. Looking at the sword heart in his hand, Lin Yun was filled with emotions. In their first meeting, the old sword saint gave him his sword heart, and yet Lin Yun didn't even know his name. Starting today, the 36 wooden houses would only be left with 35 unless a new sword saint takes over. Yi Qing Tian, you don't have to carry it all on your shoulders. But do remember that you still have your sword when heaven collapses one day. Everything in this world will disappear one day, not to mention I've been dead for many years. Lin Yun could still hear what the sword saint said at the end. Lin Yun placed the sword heart against his forehead. When the sword heart was placed against it, it shone brightly and melted into it. The purple sword heart was like a pebble dropping into the lake. His sword sea, which was only 1,000 feet, had grown to 10,000 feet, clear like a mirror. The purple sword heart soon sank into his sword sea, and it only caused a ripple before it calmed down. He still couldn't refine this sword heart with his current cultivation. In reality, it wouldn't be easy to refine this sword heart even for a sword saint because it contained the will of a swordsman, and a swordsman's will was the hardest to obliterate. He would be injured if he tried to refine the sword heart if he wasn't careful. The old sword saint wanted Lin Yun to integrate the sword heart into his sword sea to nourish his physique and soul in the future, slowly absorbing it. Aside from that, it would protect his soul against a saint's mental energy and could make his opponent suffer significantly. According to the old sword saint, some ancient clans would integrate a sword heart into their descendant before they were born, and their descendants would be able to possess an innate sword heart with that, along with an ancient divine physique. But geniuses of that caliber disappeared ever since the golden era was destroyed and the heavenly path was broken. After integrating the sword heart into his sword sea, Lin Yun activated the Three Lives fruit and entered the Three Lives realm. He took out several three-colored heavenly cloud fruits and could sense a warm current flowing throughout his limbs, vitality, and dragon origin. When three-colored radiances bursting from Lin Yun, they enveloped him. He had learned his lesson before and didn't dare to overeat them. He only ate a few before he immediately started to refine them. After he was done refining them, his cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle fourth channel of the profound death stage, and his sword sea expanded. As expected of the heavenly cloud fruits, it's no wonder why so many people within the heavenly Tao sect wanted them. Lin Yun continued to consume more heavenly cloud fruits and spent his time refining them. Without him knowing it, he already spent a month within the Three Lives realm and successfully made a breakthrough to the fifth channel in the profound death stage. He was only one step away from reaching the pinnacle. Now, he only had 10 three-colored heavenly cloud fruits left, and none of the four-colored heavenly cloud fruits left. This was because the three-colored heavenly cloud fruits could no longer help him. If he wanted to refine more, he would need a stronger version of the heavenly cloud fruits. Thus, he spent his remaining time practicing the divine firefly sword. Firefly radiance, dawn radiance, sunset radiance, waning moon, heavenly snowing mountain, silver blood, indigo thunder azure frost, rising sun, radiant moon heart, myriad swords unite. The divine firefly sword had 13 swords, and the radiant sword saint once said each sword form was powerful. Each sword form could be comparable to a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. Many people had practiced the divine firefly sword. Every holy land and ancient clan had a copy of it, but it was simply unheard of for anyone to reach the 10th sword form before reaching the nirvana stage. After successfully practicing the 10th sword form, Lin Yun took a deep breath within the Three Lives realm and swung his sword. When he swung his sword, he appeared 100 meters away, and his sword shone with a brilliant sword ray. In the path of the sword ray, it left a cut in space. A loud sword vibration echoed, and this sword was terrifying, with space 100 meters away overlapping together. It was as though the gate was being pushed open, and a ray of light shone brightly from the torn space. This sword was the new sword of the beginning, the first gleam of light in the world that Lin Yun had further perfected. This sword seems to have come in contact with space Tao. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts after sheathing his sword. Many people knew about the divine firefly sword, but no one reached his level. On the other hand, the sword of the beginning belonged to him. That's only a ray of light. What if there are a few more rays? Lin Yun fell into deep thought, and a terrifying scene appeared. When he swung his sword, the surrounding space was like a mirror that reflected his sword ray. Space began to overlap, and the light was reflected when Lin Yun sheathed his sword. This gave him a feeling as he stood on the spot while his opponent's head rolled on the ground, and he only needed one sword. This made Lin Yun's gaze blaze with flames, and felt that this was too unbelievable. If he could really accomplish it, there was no way his opponent could withstand his attack if they didn't block it. At that time, his opponent would die regardless of their cultivation. It might seem impossible, but there might be a possibility if I can grasp the astral sword intent. Lin Yun pondered before stowing the three-colored heavenly cloud fruits and leaving the Three Lives realm. When he came out, he waited another 2 days before heading to the Heavenly Tao altar with Chun Feng to sign up for the ranking battle. As for the remaining heavenly cloud fruits, he gave them all to Chun Feng. This surprised Chun Feng, and he wasn't willing to accept it. Take it. There's no longer an effect for me to refine them. If you think you have too many of them, you can share them with the other saint disciples within the Indigo Thunder Peak, Lin Yun said casually. After hearing what Lin Yun said, Chun Feng finally accepted the heavenly cloud fruits. He asked, "Senior brother, are you going to pick the D group on the ranking battle?" "I can't," Lin Yun asked. "You can, but you'll be the center of attention because many people envy you," Chun Feng said, scratching his head. "The limit of D group is the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and it's too risky for you. It's fine if you're humiliated if you lose. But if they don't hold back their attacks, you might even lose your life." "I'll lose my life? Who dares to kill the direct disciple of the Dragon Origin Great Saint?" "That's not it. Senior brother, there are many deaths in the ranking battle every time, and no one will know if it's really a mistake or if it was on purpose. Even the Dragon Origin Great Saint won't be able to pursue it on the surface." Chun Feng sighed and continued, "Yi Fifan must want to find an opportunity to take revenge against you during the ranking battle. It doesn't matter. I'll give him this opportunity." Lin Yun nodded his head. If he wasn't worried that he might expose his trump cards, he wanted to partake in the Tian group. After all, the rewards for the top 10 in the Tian group were even higher than the champion of D group. When they arrived at the Heavenly Tao altar, there were 4 stages on the plaza, and many people have gathered here. The stages were made of saint metals, and they were like miniature mountains. Furthermore, the stages were massive and covered in top-graded spiritual arrays that even a quasi-saint would have difficulty destroying. All the saint disciples within the Heavenly Tao sect were gathered here. The stages were divided into Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. When Lin Yun stepped on the Heavenly Tao altar, many ordinary disciples were already gathered here to observe the competition. The fight between saint disciples was a grand event within Heavenly Tao sect, but they could only be in the audience. So many saint disciples are here. I remember that senior brother Huang Xian is over 90 years old and even has a grandson, right? So what if he's over 90? He's at the Nirvana stage. He can make a breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm within 50 years, and his lifespan will be different at that time. There are so many old saint disciples, and I'm afraid there are no opportunities for newly conferred saint disciples. It's not difficult for these old saint disciples to make it into the top 10, but the top 3 have always been young saint disciples, and there are no exceptions. Bai Shuiying is here. An uproar resounded outside the Heavenly Tao altar as the Nether Orchid Courtyard's appearance instantly captivated everyone. She was calm and chose the Tian group, as everyone had expected. There were barely 100 people in the Tian group. Everyone was at least at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. They were either old saint disciples of nearly 100 or young monstrous geniuses. Everyone there could be considered peerless geniuses within the Eastern Desolation, and they didn't have many opponents within the same generation. Yi Qingtian's appearance also caused a decent commotion because many people were curious about which group he would pick. The Huang group had the most people of the four groups because almost all newly conferred saint disciples would pick it. Some who reached the Nirvana stage picked the Huang group. After all, the reward for Huang group's champion was better than being ranked bottom in the other groups. The highest intensity in the ranking battle was practically in the Huang group. But Yi Qingtian passed by the Huang group without turning back. He didn't pick the Huang group. He didn't pick the Xian group either. The surroundings became quiet as everyone looked at Lin Yun, waiting to see which group he would pick. Are you sure about this? The person responsible for the registration corner was a quasi-saint. When he saw Yi Qingtian walking over, he warned, generally speaking, no one will pick this group if they haven't reached the Nirvana stage. You're simply courting death when you're only at the profound death stage. Then, let me see how death is spelled. Lin Yun smiled and wrote his name down. This made everyone take in a breath that Yi Qingtian picked the D group. Why is Yi Qingtian going to the D group when he's only at the profound death stage? Yi Qingtian, you actually picked the D group for real. A figure walked over to the D group's registration corner. Everyone saw this person. But they weren't surprised because this was the Dao Yang Palace's Yi Fifan. But when they saw the person beside him, their faces changed because this person was Zhang Yu. Turned out that Zhang Yu had recovered from his injuries, and he even made a breakthrough, reaching the fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage. Yi Qingtian, it has been a long time since we met, Zhang Yu sneered eerily. Zhang Yu's appearance instantly caused an uproar, and the commotion was even more significant than Yi Qingtian's. After all, Zhang Yu was now an influential figure within the Heavenly Dao sect. There wasn't a single person within the sect who didn't know about him after being hung naked in the tree half a month ago. Who could have expected a saint's disciple to be beaten up by a cat and stripped naked before hanging outside the profound maiden courtyard? Most importantly, Yi Qingtian stood out then and greatly humiliated Zhang Yu. I'm surprised that you recovered so quickly and even made a breakthrough, Lin Yun said indifferently as he batted a glance at Zhang Yu. All thanks to you. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and whispered coldly when he passed by Lin Yun. Since you dare to pick the D group, I'll cripple you this time. The cat was mine, Lin Yun whispered back to Zhang Yu, leaving the latter stunned. When he came to his senses, Lin Yun had already left. What did he say? Yi Fifan asked. Nothing much, Zhang Yu muttered as he came to his senses. What Lin Yun said sent a huge bellow within his heart, and he didn't think that it was possible. Yi Qingtian was only at the profound death stage, so how could he own such a powerful beast? Not to mention the mysterious little girl who was there that day. Most importantly, he had no evidence, even if the culprit was really Yi Qingtian, because he had already become a laughingstock within the Heavenly Dao sect. Zhang Yu's face was terrifyingly dark as he walked to the D group's registration corner and signed his name on it. It didn't take long for two influential figures to arrive as well. They were Ouyang He and Chen Zhong, both popular candidates of the D group. Without any exception, they picked the Tian group with the most intense competition. After Lin Yun registered his name, he came to his seat and closed his eyes to rest while waiting for his battle. Not long later, a voice resounded beside his ears. A saint disciple at the profound death stage dares to partake in the D group? Are you disregarding old saint disciples like us? When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he saw the person beside him. His name was Xianxia, and he was over 80 years old with a cultivation at the second transformation of the Nirvana stage. Who will put someone like you who has such a pitiful cultivation for your age in their eyes? You're no different from a piece of trash, Lin Yun said, and he closed his eyes. Zhang Qian was furious after hearing what Lin Yun said, and he coldly said, You better hope that you don't run into me, or I'll let you know the difference between you and someone at the Nirvana stage. A piece of trash, Lin Yun said, keeping his eyes closed. He couldn't be bothered with someone like Zhang Qian. This naturally made Zhang Qian even more furious, and he stomped his foot on the ground. 7 days ago, Zhang Qian was jealous when he noticed Yi Qingtian on the celestial purging mountain. But Yi Qingtian had no impression of him. That fellow is really cocky, Yi Fifan sneered, looking at Lin Yun. We'll see if he can still smile after going on the stage, Zhang Yu said with murderous intent flickering within his pupils. The ranking battle was a platform for saint disciples to display themselves, and there were many monstrous geniuses at the Nirvana stage. They all had an opportunity to become a quasi-saint, and few could become a saint. Thus, several elders who were at the saint realm here, and the Dragon Origin Great Saint was amongst them. The Dragon Origin Great Saint didn't plan to come initially, but he came when Yi Qingtian decided to challenge the D group. Amongst all the saint elders, the Dragon Origin Great Saint sat in the middle, looking like an ordinary old man. His muddy eyes were looking at Yi Qingtian with a complicated gaze, and he inwardly sighed. The fact that Yi Qingtian made it to the 4th level of the Celestial Purging Mountain proved that his eyesight was right, but he could only do something since Yi Qingtian chose to challenge the D group. He knew that Yi Qingtian had offended many people with his personality, and he would be killed if he wasn't careful. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign smiled. Yi Qingtian is pretty courageous to challenge the D group. It's no wonder why he's the direct disciple of a great saint. I believe he won't disappoint you. The Dragon Origin Great Saint naturally knew what he was thinking, and he said, I heard that you let your disciple refine a Saint Dragon pellet. You're really generous. There's nothing I can do about it because his injuries were too serious. Why did I hear that you decided to let him refine it after hearing that my disciple picked the D group? The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. Bullshit. Don't overthink it. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign smiled with his eyes squinted. The other elders merely smiled, looking at the two fighting amongst themselves with their words. They all knew that Yi Qingtian nearly made the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign throw out a mouthful of blood half a month ago, and it was natural that the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign wanted to take revenge. The Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign naturally wanted Zhang Yu to cripple Yi Qingtian on the stage, or he wouldn't let his disciple refine the Saint Dragon pellet. The judge of the D group was a quasi-saint. He flew to the sky and formed a seal with his hands before waving them. The stage was then divided into 5, each with a word written on it. They were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The name of this quasi-saint was Qi Yun. He gazed at everyone and said, There are no special rules during the ranking battle, and you can resort to any means. This includes poison, hidden weapons, and glory saint artifacts. But remember that you're not allowed to consume any pellets that will temporarily boost your cultivation, and you have to stop if your opponent admits defeat. If anyone violates the rules, their qualification will be abolished. In serious cases, you might even be expelled from the sect. The quasi-saint looked at everyone before he waved his hand, distributing a medal to everyone. When Lin Yun received the medal, it had 59 foot engraved. 500 people are partaking in the D group, and half will be eliminated today. 100 people will group you to the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth categories. Lin Yun held onto his medal and came to the gold category, making preparations for his battle. Thus, only 200 people would make it to the next round from each category, while the remaining people would compete in the loser group for 50 spots. This ensured fairness because some might be eliminated if they ran into experts. After the elimination round, there wouldn't be such rules anymore. Those in the top 10 could obtain 100,000 Nirvana pellets and 100,000 contribution points. With contribution points, one could enter the Sex Vault to exchange for various resources. I must obtain more contribution points and exchange them for True Dragon Saint Liquid for Lil Purple. If I become the champion, I can obtain 300,000 Nirvana pellets, which will be enough for me to reach the Nirvana stage. Lin Yun was filled with anticipation for this ranking battle. After all, the Nirvana pellets could be used to strengthen his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be futile if he only had the 3 lives fruit and no resources. On the other hand, contribution points could be used to exchange for True Dragon Saint Liquid to nurture the Phoenix Tree. The Heavenly Tao sect had a long inheritance and a lot of True Dragon Saint Liquid. After Qi Yun announced the rules, the competitors in the 5 categories began to fight. Flowing Cloud Peak, Yi Bei. Heavenly Yin Palace, by Yunjin. Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the gold category. The two first reported their names before fighting, and Bai Yunjin lost after 100 moves. It was mainly because Bai Yunjin was young and in his 20s, while his opponent was in his 70s. The older generation saint disciples have a clear advantage. Bai Yunjin can be considered a monstrous genius of the Bai clan to reach the first transformation of the Nirvana stage. But he still lost. There's also a huge gap in their age. There's nothing he can do about it. Even if they have the same cultivation, the difference in the density of their Nirvana aura is too huge. There's also a huge difference in their experience. Bai Yunjin was famous, so many people paid attention to him. After witnessing their battle, they had a whole new understanding of the older generation's saint disciples. Lin Yun also opened his eyes and observed the surrounding battles. His eyes alternated between the 5 categories, taking note of formidable saint disciples. The Heavenly Dao sect had a comprehensive collection of martial techniques. Countless ghost spirit martial techniques were rare in the outside world, and Lin Yun had witnessed 10-odd ghost spirit martial techniques in just a short moment. This was an eye-opening experience for him. It didn't take long for Yi Fifan to ascend the stage. In the Earth category, Yi Fifan only used 3 moves to resolve his opponent, and his opponent was an older generation saint disciple in the same cultivation. What is a monstrous genius? He is a monstrous genius. Yi Fifan can make it into the top 3, at the very least. After defeating his opponent in 3 moves, Yi Fifan became the center of attention. When he came down the platform, he smugly looked at Lin Yun. As their gazes bumped together, Yi Fifan smiled. "Brother, it's too late for you to regret it now. No one can save you even if your master is here." Hearing that the Dragon Origin Great Saint was here, Lin Yun raised his head and sensed several saint auras being emitted from the Heavenly Dao sect. He was surprised that the Dragon Origin Great Saint was here. Was the Dragon Origin Great Saint afraid that he would be killed here? When Yi Fifan saw Yi Qingtian was silent, he thought the latter was afraid and left laughing aloud. Lin Yun retracted his gaze and continued to observe the surrounding battles. He must admit that the Heavenly Dao sect's saint disciples were extraordinary. Even the older generation saint disciples he looked down on were outstanding and left him a deep impression. As he observed their fights, he deduced their moves with the golden human within his sword sea. When his sword heart throbbed, Lin Yun multitasked and observed multiple battles simultaneously. Multiple opponents suddenly appeared before the golden human within the sword sea. As they fought, Lin Yun was like a sponge absorbing experiences from their fights and turning them into his comprehension. After all, Lin Yun was a single person even if he was strong. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Dao sect's saint disciples were strong, especially the saint's disciples. This was a great feeling because his comprehension of Sword Dao increased without doing anything. Others could also do the same, but they couldn't multitask since they didn't have a sword heart, not to mention some were aloof and looked down on everyone else. Gold category, 59 vs 60. Qiyun said, and a figure flew to the stage. This person was Xianxia, and he was a bladesman that was emitting an overbearing aura. He was also an older generation saint disciple, and everyone was curious about his opponent. If it was a young saint disciple, they would probably be defeated because not even a saint's disciple might be unable to defeat Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's cultivation was at the pinnacle second transformation of the Nirvana stage, practicing the Witherwood blade art. He was pretty famous amongst the older generation saint disciples. "Your opponent is me." A figure flew to the stage. Yi Qingtian mocked Xianxia earlier. We now have a show to watch. Yi Qingtian's appearance immediately drew a lot of attention. After all, Yi Qingtian was famous recently, and it was impossible for no one to have heard of Yi Qingtian's name. But only some people were optimistic about him because his cultivation needed to be higher. "Indigo Thunder Peaks Yi Qingtian," Lin Yun said, standing on the stage facing Zhang Qian. "Heavenly Aquatic Peaks Zhang Qiao." Zhang Qiao smiled. He was surprised by Yi Qingtian's appearance, but he was soon filled with excitement. He eerily smiled. "A lot of people want to fight you in the D group, but I never expected to run into you." Yi Qingtian. You have no idea how many people hate you. Senior brother Zhang, quickly cripple him. Don't allow him to admit defeat. Right, don't allow him to admit defeat. Someone like him should be expelled from the sect. Cripple him. An uproar burst out amongst the crowd. See, what did I say? Zhang Qiao smiled. You're really confident? Lin Yun smiled. Why shouldn't I be confident? Many people don't even have the opportunity to step on you. Zhang Qiao said indifferently. Then rejoice while you still can, because you will be defeated very quickly, Lin Yun replied. Zhang Qiao's face became dark, and he coldly said, You still dare to be so cocky when you're at my mercy. Zhang Qiao drew his blade and unleashed a powerful gale. He wanted to suppress Yi Qingtian with his cultivation in one move, but Yi Qingtian appeared before him before the wind could even rise. The gale he created was mighty, creating several marks on the ground. It was a pity that all of the attacks missed and landed behind Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian reached out with one finger and gently shoved it into Zhang Qiao's chest. Before Zhang Qiao could even unleash his nirvana aura, he was pushed 10 feet away, throwing out a mouthful of blood when he landed. Zhang Qiao lowered his head in shock because there was a massive hole in his chest with blood flowing out. Yi Qingtian's finger pushed him away and even created a hole in his chest. Naturally, this left him greatly shocked because he never expected Yi Qingtian to be so strong. He would have lost to that finger if it weren't for his powerful cultivation. But Lin Yun flicked a finger in his direction before he could recover from his shock, unleashing a sword ray, and Zhang Qiao's blade was sent flying away. My blade! When Zhang Qiao shifted his gaze away, Yi Qingtian's sword was already placed on his forehead, and this instantly made Zhang Qiao's face become pale. On the other hand, Lin Yun stood with his hands behind him and indifferently said, If this was a life and death battle, you'd already be dead. Zhang Qiao lost too quickly before anyone could respond, and everyone was shocked as they looked at Yi Qingtian with disbelief. How did he manage to do it? Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan were shocked. They both trounced their opponents, but never expected Yi Qingtian to beat Zhang Qiao so easily. They initially thought anyone could easily trounce Yi Qingtian, but that didn't seem to be the case now. The cultivation Yi Qingtian revealed was at the 5th channel of the profound death stage, while his opponent was Zhang Qiao, who was at the 2nd transformation of the nirvana stage. It made no sense for Zhang Qiao to be suppressed by Yi Qingtian. Even if Yi Qingtian could win, it should be a tough battle and he should at least suffer some injuries. Even the Saint Elders were surprised by this scene. There was a massive difference between the profound death stage and nirvana stage. It wasn't surprising for someone at the 1st transformation to defeat someone at the 3rd transformation, but it was surprising that someone at the profound death stage defeated an opponent at the nirvana stage. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was the most shocked because he never expected Yi Qingtian to be so strong despite knowing that the latter wasn't simple. After he was shocked, the Dragon Origin Great Saint immediately rejoiced. Not bad. The Dragon Origin Great Saint said with a proud expression because Yi Qingtian was his disciple. Congratulations on having such a genius as your disciple. It has been a few hundred years since you last took a disciple, but it looks like you have chosen a great disciple. I also wanted to take him in as my disciple after the conferring ceremony, but it was a pity that I hesitated. The phenomena created at that time were shocking, but it was too pitiful that this person was too notorious. If he wasn't still as cocky as before at the conferring ceremony, I would have taken him as my disciple. Dragon Origin Great Saint, if you have no time to teach him, you can give him to me for a few days. That's right. I can also teach him as well. He's a crude jade that needs tempering. Some Saint Elders congratulated, while some Saint Elders found it a pity. Don't even try. That brat is now my direct disciple. The Dragon Origin Great Saint barked, seeing so many people interested in Lin Yun. Only the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign's face was cold, bearing all the rage within. Zhang Qiao's face became pale after being pointed at by Yi Qingtian's sword, and he didn't even dare to take a bigger breath. But his pupils were filled with flames, and he clearly wasn't convinced by the result. Yi Qingtian, do you dare to compete with me again? This is an older generation saint disciple? I don't have the time and mood to play around with you, so get lost. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and turned around to leave. He didn't even take another bat at Xianxia. Yi Qingtian, I haven't lost yet. Xianxia was briefly stunned before he started to laugh after seeing Yi Qingtian leave. When he said that he summoned his constellation, it was an ancient tree of a few dozen feet. The ancient tree was enveloped in a death aura, and Xianxia circulated the nirvana aura within his body. In a split second, the aura of the second transformation of the nirvana stage and his constellation's aura swept out. Xianxia was completely different from before, and his saint blade flew over with a wave of his hand. Drop dead. Xianxia soared to the sky and swung his blade down, fully displaying the essence of the witherwood blade art, and his sword was enveloped with a terrifying nether aura. This made everyone's faces change. Logically speaking, Xianxia had already lost when Lin Yun's sword was pointed against his forehead, but Xianxia refused to admit defeat and even launched a sneak attack. On the other hand, Xianxia felt that he only lost because he was careless. After all, he didn't even accumulate all the nirvana aura within his body, summon his constellation, nor display the full prowess of the witherwood blade art. He was confident that he could win if he brought them out. This scene stunned everyone, but Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan rejoiced when they saw it. But when his blade descended, Lin Yun merely used 2 fingers to clamp onto the blade, and the death aura on the blade was absorbed into his body. How is this possible? Zhang Qiao's face changed. Not only the death aura on the blade, but the ancient tree within his constellation was also withering. Just when he was feeling uncertain, a nether flower bloomed beneath Yi Qingtian. When 72 petals opened up, Zhang Qiao's constellation split into pieces, and he threw out a mouthful of blood before being sent flying away. But his blade was still being clamped between Yi Qingtian's 2 fingers. Boring. Lin Yun waved his hand, and the saint blade flew back, piercing Zhang Qiao's chest and pinning him on the stage. The surroundings fell into a brief silence before an uproar broke out. That fellow is really dashing, cocky, callous, and heartless. To lose even when he launched a sneak attack, Zhang Qiao might as well just commit suicide. It's no wonder why Yi Qingtian can draw the attention of the 2 holy maidens. Which woman wouldn't like such a powerful man? Hehe. Senior brother Yi is pretty dashing. Not only did the inner disciples break into an uproar, but the female disciples also looked at Yi Qingtian with their pupils shining brightly. In their eyes, Yi Qingtian had really changed, and he was an entirely different person. On the heavenly Tao altar, the dragon origin great saint said, "The heavenly aquatic peak is one of the 9 upper peaks. Why is their disciple so shameless? The peak master should change now since he's not doing a good job." The other saint elders didn't dare to utter a word, but they all transmitted their voices to their disciples to not learn from Zhang Qiao. If Yi Qingtian was really injured today, Zhang Qiao and the entire heavenly aquatic peak would be doomed. Anyone could tell that the dragon origin great saint was genuinely furious. No one could imagine how terrifying it would be if a great saint became furious. Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan's faces became ugly when they saw Zhang Qiao being defeated. Lin Yun had been paying close attention to the battles that happened before. He could trounce Zhang Qiao because he had already witnessed the witherwood blade art from other stages. Zhang Qiao wasn't the only one who practiced this blade technique, so he had already analyzed it within his mind a few hundred times. Constellation. I must think about which constellation to use within the heavenly Tao sect. Lin Yun inwardly muttered as he observed the surrounding battles. No one would summon their constellation if it was an ordinary battle between ordinary disciples, but the competition was different because there weren't any restrictions. Nether Orchid Courtyard, Wang Yu. Profound Maiden Courtyard, Su Zhen. The fight between 2 disciples in the gold category instantly attracted Lin Yun's attention because his next opponent would be one of the 2. The 2 palaces and 3 courtyards were ranked ahead of the 108 peaks, and their disciples were generally a tad stronger than others. Su Zhen was a disciple of the Profound Maiden Courtyard and was over 50 years old. She mainly focused on a Buddhist sword technique, a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique named the Void Fog Sword. Voiding Fog. A high-grade ghost spirit martial technique was powerful, and a Buddhist radiance accompanied her sword. This basked the entire mountain in a golden holy light, and she wasn't an exception either, as she looked solemn. But her sword technique was domineering, sealing off Wang Yu's path of retreat. When she swung her sword, hundreds of golden rays manifested into sword rays that flew out. On the other hand, Wang Yu faced her attacks head-on, swiftly exchanging over 10 odd moves. Void Rain! Su Zhen's soared to the sky as her constellation merged with her, and she turned into a bodhisattva in midair. Densely packed sword rays descended like the rain when she swung her sword. Each droplet easily created a hole on the stage, and one must know that even a quasi-saint would have some difficulties causing damage to the stage. The profound maiden courtyard sword techniques are really domineering. She might be a woman, but she's more domineering than a man when she fights. Sword techniques combined with Buddhism. I can't imagine this sword technique's power without facing it myself. The surrounding saint disciples exclaimed at Su Zhen's attacks. When even Lin Yun felt that the Nether Orchid Courtyard's Wang Yu would lose, the latter executed a secret technique. This was the Nether Orchid sword that everyone at the Nether Orchid Courtyard knew of, and she swung her sword out. This forced Su Zhen's attacks back, immediately making her panic. At the same time, Nether Orchids appeared on the stage, and they became even more gorgeous under the nourishment of sword rays. Since ancient times, every flower blooms. Su Zhen raised her sword before her chest and swiped on the sword's body with her left hand, causing countless nether orchids to soar to the sky. Life intent. Lin Yun was surprised, and couldn't help taking a better look at Wang Yu. He was surprised that the latter grasped the life intent, which was much more challenging than death intent. If Wang Yu could also grasp the death intent, he could have attempted to grasp the supreme life-death intent. The life-death intent was a supreme martial intent comparable to time-space intent. Without question, the table was turned around after Wang Yu executed the life intent, and Su Zhen admitted defeat after 10 moves. The Nether Orchid Courtyard gave birth to another genius. Su Zhen bowed. I'm far from being comparable to senior sister Bai. Wang Yu cupped his hands together, looking humble. More intense battles appeared from the D group, and the intensity was a lot tougher than everyone else. It's no wonder why the ordinary Nether Orchid sword can have such a terrifying power. He has grasped the life intent. Wang Yu is normally pretty low-profiled. He's a clansman of the Wang clan, right? Lin Yun felt that Wang Yu would be a formidable opponent, and that he should have grasped the heavenly dome sword intent at greater mastery. He only used an ordinary sword technique, so there must be other trump cards. Aside from Yi Fifan and Zhang Yu, Wang Yu's cultivation was at the first transformation of the Nirvana stage and instantly became a popular candidate within D group. Yi Qingtian will face Wang Yu in the next round. Holy shit, you're right. This is interesting now. Everyone was excited after realizing that Yi Qingtian would have to face Wang Yu in the next round. For hours later, the loser group's battles ended, and each group was only left with 30-odd people because the battles were too intense. So many people were heavily injured and had to back down. Some even won, but they withdrew from the ranking battle. There were those like Xianxia, who was heavily injured and wouldn't recover anytime soon. The quasi-saint, Qi Yun, soared to the sky and said, "We'll carry on the fight after half an incense's time. Those who win will enter the top 100 3 days from now and compete for the top 10. The loser group will also have to compete for the remaining quotas." Lin Yu knew that he had to win the next battle. Although he was confident of making it out of the loser group, the process was complicated. After winning, it would be much easier, and he could rest for 3 days before competing for the top 10. Many people naturally shared his thoughts, and no one was willing to enter the loser group. It would be embarrassing, but the competition would also become intense. They had to fight several rounds in the loser group, and it was easy for them to be injured, not to mention their trump cards might be exposed. Half an incense's time quickly passed. Half of the people who lost would enter the loser group, so the intensity of these battles were much higher. They wouldn't hold back in their fights and give it their all unless they were confident in their strength. Yi Fifan and Zhang Yu went on the stage, and their opponents were powerful. Their opponents were older generation saint disciples at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. But they didn't hold back their strength and easily defeated their opponents. The battle between Yi Qingtian and Wang Yu finally arrived. They were both underdogs, and their appearance on the stage instantly drew a lot of cheers. Even some saint disciples turned their attention over, but no one was optimistic about Yi Qingtian, including the saint elders and the dragon origin great saint. That brat is a little unlucky. Wang Yu's cultivation might be lower than Zhang Yu, but life intent is something that many saints can't grasp. The dragon origin great saint shook his head. That's right. I can gauge Yi Qingtian's strength. Not to mention Wang Yu's attainment in the sword isn't low, either. But it doesn't matter. He's still young and has a lot of room for growth, the other saint elders said. Right then, an unexpected figure appeared. It was the heavenly holy maiden Wang Mayan. Her cultivation was at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and she also signed up for the D group, with many people viewing her as the D group's champion. The likes of Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan were strong, but everyone only felt that they could compete for the top 3 and not the champion. The heavenly holy maiden is here. Did she really take a fancy to Yi Qingtian? Holy shit! Wang Mayan actually chose to observe Yi Qingtian and Wang Yu's battle. Everyone had to admit that Wang Mayan was charming. When she appeared, the audiences of the other categories also turned their attention over, including the Tian group. Wang Mayan was a voluptuous figure. She was only 19 this year. Many people couldn't see her appearance clearly, but her temperament alone was enough to make their hearts pump with hot blood coursing through their bodies. Lin Yun instantly became alert because he didn't forget how he suffered a loss because of Wang Mayan. Yi Qingtian, what did you do for the holy maiden of my Wang clan to pay attention to you? Wang Yu asked in a jealous tone because Wang Mayan's status within the Wang clan was much higher than the other holy maidens within the Wang clan. The patriarch and many elders also doted on her a lot. She was the princess of the Wang clan. There are so many people in love with me. Should I ask every one of them? I'm not that free, and your holy maiden is ordinary in my eyes. Lin Yun smiled. Ha! Wang Yu became furious. It doesn't matter. It's not like you're compatible with her, anyways. He didn't waste time with Yi Qingtian and drew his sword, unleashing flames when his sword vibrated. As the flames condensed, they formed into venomous flaming serpents. Lin Yun looked at Wang Yu in surprise because what the latter showed differed from his previous battle. You're still lacking in a battle between true experts. Wang Yu smiled. He took a step forth, and his sword thrust towards Lin Yun. At the same time, the hundreds of flaming serpents came to life under the life intent, as if they were alive. Zhang Yu was executing the heavenly incineration sword, one of the strongest sword techniques of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Pairing it with the heavenly incineration sword sutra could unleash a terrifying power, making it one of the 4 most destructive sword techniques beneath the Saint Realm within the Eastern Desolation. Heavenly incineration sword and life intent. Wang Yu is really a genius. He's only at the 1st transformation of the Nirvana stage. When he becomes a quasi-saint, he might become invincible at the quasi-saint realm. The heavenly incineration sword was famous, and an uproar broke out when Wang Yu executed it. Lin Yun could sense immense pressure, and it looked like he couldn't underestimate anyone in the heavenly Dao sect. Since he couldn't unleash all his trump cards, it was troublesome for him to face Wang Yu with his sword alone. Drawing the flower burial sword, Lin Yun stepped back, and Wang Yu's aura came crushing over the moment he landed on the ground. He lost. Facing the heavenly incineration sword, you'll be defeated if you take a step back. How can you step back? Facing the domineering aura of the heavenly incineration sword, the surrounding disciples judged. Lin Yun took a deep breath and took another step back. When he took 3 steps back, over 1,000 flaming serpents were on the stage. Wang Yu snorted and didn't allow Yi Qingtian to make a move. He knew that the latter's sword intent was terrifying, so he dashed forth and pricked with the sword. All the flaming serpents combined under everyone's gazes, and a dragon aura swept out. If it was someone else, they would lose after facing the pressure of Wang Yu's sword, even if they had a higher cultivation than him. But Lin Yun calmly waved his sword, and fireflies appeared within the surrounding area. This instantly made the flaming dragon feel an obstruction. Firefly radiance. Lin Yun thrust his sword with a dazzling sword ray shining and pushed the flaming dragon back. Even Wang Yu took a few hundred meters back. Dawn radiance! But Lin Yun didn't stop there and unleashed the second sword form of the divine firefly sword, tearing the sky apart with a gleam of dawn shining down. The flaming dragon was also beheaded under this attack. This changed Wang Yu's face, before he quickly moved to block the incoming attack. Sunset radiance! Before Wang Yu could resolve this attack, Lin Yun swung his sword down again, and a crimson sun appeared in the sky. This quickly made Wang Yu take a cold breath, and the flaming dragon burst apart on the ground. Lin Yun swung 3 swords on the stage. He was like a descending deity. His sword aura also easily pushed back the aura of Wang Yu's heavenly incineration sword. Waning moon! Lin Yun roared, swinging his sword, and a moon appeared in the sky. With a gentle flick of the flower burial sword, the waning moon flew out like a sphere. That's the divine firefly sword. Holy shit! How many swords has this been? Is this fellow insane? The inner disciples were dumbfounded, not knowing what just happened. But all the saint disciples stood up in shock upon seeing that Yi Qingtian grasped the 4th sword form of the divine firefly sword when he was only at the profound death stage. They couldn't believe that it was real. But that wasn't all. As a violet gale appeared around Yi Qingtian with countless snowflakes flying out from his sword. This was the 5th sword form of the divine firefly sword, Heavenly Snowing Mountain. After this sword, the aura of Wang Yu's heavenly incineration sword collapsed. The snowflakes enveloped the flames, and Wang Yu was forced to the ground, swinging his sword. Whenever Wang Yu swung his sword, he would step back with his face strained. Wang Yu was completely suppressed by Lin Yun's sword. The 5th sword. All the saint elders on the heavenly Tao altar opened their eyes, shining brightly. They were all shocked because every holy land had a copy of the divine firefly sword. But there weren't more than 10 people who could grasp the 6th sword form while at the profound death stage within the Kunlun realm. My heavenly Tao sect is going to have another sword saint, a saint elder exclaimed. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun turned around and swung his sword once more. His hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, and a silver sword ray flew out. This was the 6th sword form of the divine firefly sword, Silver Blood. While Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword, the surrounding scattered snowflakes gathered around him. In the blink of an eye, the snowflakes moved, turning into silver rays, before forming a massive vortex. The vortex looked like a star vortex with sword rays rippling like comets. Wang Yu destroyed the incoming comets, but he also retreated and soon reached the edge of the stage with half of his body outside the stage. When Lin Yun held onto the sword, his attack reached its peak, and a crimson sword ray flashed across the silver comets. Not only was the heavenly incineration sword suppressed, but Wang Yu's attacks were also broken through. He tried his best to dodge, but Lin Yun's attack still pierced through his left chest with blood splashing around. Wang Yu flew back, and the nether orchids on the ground also flew off the stage with him. It's the divine firefly sword again. Just how many sword forms of the divine firefly sword does he know? Isn't this a little too unbelievable? All the saint elders on the heavenly Tao altar dropped their jaws in disbelief because Yi Qingtian had given them too many surprises today. Initially, they thought that the difference between Yi Qingtian and Wang Yu had to be calculated in years, at least 2 years of differences between them. This was because Wang Yu grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, his cultivation was at the nirvana stage, and he even practiced the heavenly incineration sword. Most importantly, he grasped the life intent, which not even saint elders could grasp. On the other hand, Yi Qingtian had nothing comparable to Wang Yu besides his sword attainment. Not to mention Wang Yu's attainment of the sword wasn't weak, and he could be considered a genius swordsman. They thought he was only slightly beneath Yi Qingtian. But when they fought, that was completely not the case, as Yi Qingtian displayed his advantage in sword Tao to the limit and quickly suppressed Wang Yu. When everyone saw that Wang Yu was about to lose, the nether orchids swiftly formed a wall behind him. The wall was like a screen before Wang Yu gently tapped on the wall and flew over at an even faster speed. When he clashed swords with Yi Qingtian, they both took 10-odd steps back and were surprised. Yi Qingtian's palm was torn open, blood dripping down the flower burial sword. He also felt an intense pain in his right arm, with fine cracks on his bones. My cultivation is my disadvantage, and it will be shown upon facing an opponent with powerful martial intent. If I want to catch up, I'll either make a breakthrough in my sword intent or my cultivation, reaching the nirvana stage. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint physique to nurture his injuries. But he was surprised to realize that the energy Wang Yu left within his body was alive, and he had difficulty resolving it. It wasn't easy on Wang Yu either. Lin Yun's sword would have pierced his chest if he had been slightly slower earlier. At that time, he would be crippled even if he didn't die, and he could just give up on the ranking battle. You're really a monster to grasp so many sword forms of the divine firefly sword while being at the profound death stage. The outcome will become uncertain if my martial intent wasn't the bane of your nether sword aura. But Wang Yu changed his tone and said, "You're only at the profound death stage. Since you failed to defeat me in one go, you won't be able to beat me." He was confident in himself that he wouldn't suffer greatly like before. Blooming nether orchid. Wang Yu swung his sword, and nether orchids appeared on the ground once again. He was cautious this time, knowing that the pressure of the heavenly incineration sword couldn't do anything to Yi Qingtian, and he no longer executed it and used the nether orchid sword instead. He no longer competed with Yi Qingtian in the sword and decided to use his martial intent instead, using life intent to curb Yi Qingtian's nether sword aura. This could further expand his advantage. On the other hand, Lin Yun was placed in a dilemma. To avoid exposure, he couldn't use his two saint physiques, the Azure Dragon Sword technique, and many trump cards, so he was naturally placed in a difficult position after several exchanges with Wang Yu. "I see. You're a witty one." Lin Yun couldn't help smiling, looking at the endless nether orchids. He immediately began to spin, and his sword rays began to intertwine. Very quickly, for shields appeared around him with a black tortoise aura pouring out beneath Lin Yun's feet. Tortoise runes. Is that the black tortoise aura? When the black tortoise saint runes are formed, even a quasi-saint will have difficulty finding a flaw. Yi Qingtian possesses the black tortoise's inheritance? Isn't his talent in the sword a little too terrifying to even grasp the sword technique of the black tortoise's lineage? Just what did he experience in the past year? The profound thunder sword technique. Wang Mayan was inwardly shocked. The profound thunder sword technique was long lost, even within the black tortoise's lineage. This piqued her interest in Yi Qingtian even more, and she began to wonder who he really was. The reason why she came here naturally wasn't because she had taken a fancy to Yi Qingtian but here to observe him. But the more she observed Yi Qingtian, the more shocked she became. Yi Qingtian first executed the divine firefly sword to a shocking level even to the saint elders, and he now displayed the profound thunder sword technique. Boundless vitality charged towards Yi Qingtian's sword aura, but it was knocked back instead. This naturally made Wang Yu anxious because he would have to reveal more trump cards if this went on. He never expected Yi Qingtian to know a tortoise sword technique. Despite having such a cocky personality, there was no way he could find a way to break through at all. Wang Yu quickly became anxious and soon realized that Yi Qingtian had disappeared. Yi Qingtian's sword aura changed from defense to offense, and his sword ray turned into a thunder serpent that dashed forth. This knocked Wang Yu's sword out of his hand, and the thunder serpent bit his wrist before he could respond. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He turned around and disappeared. A massive thunder serpent appeared and coiled around Wang Yu when he reappeared. Wang Yu was tangled, with only his left hand free. His left hand swiftly manifested into a giant hand that was strangling the thunder serpent's head. "Wang Yu, you won't admit defeat even after losing your sword?" Lin Yun asked indifferently, but Wang Yu had no intention of lowering his head. He coldly said, "You're sinister. You were a tortoise a moment ago, then turned into a venomous python the next." He had long heard of Yi Qingtian, a despicable person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Not to mention Yi Qingtian once lurked within the celestial pool for a month just to peek at the nether orchid holy maiden. He now knew that the rumors weren't fake, and even the sword technique he practiced was shameless. The profound thunder sword technique is a sword technique consisting of defense and offense. If you're not convinced about it, we can continue our fight, Lin Yun said, wanting to dash forth once again. I admit defeat. Wang Yu immediately admitted defeat after seeing that Yi Qingtian wanted to charge over. But his pupils were filled with unwillingness, and he said, just you wait. I'll find a way to break your sword technique when I charge out from the loser group. In reality, he still had trump cards left. But he was already injured today, with his chest pierced through and his wrist injured. If he continued to fight and used all his trump cards, he would lose the fight. But he was determined that he could win if they fought again. You're smart, but smart people often ruin themselves with their cleverness. Take your sword and get lost. Lin Yun sheathed his sword, and the thunder serpent coiling around Wang Yu dissipated. Wang Yu was intelligent, but it was a pity that he was too confident in himself. So what if Wang Yu could break through his thunder serpent? Lin Yun had grasped the divine firefly sword and had 4 swords he hadn't unleashed. But those were trump cards he saved for himself. With this victory, Lin Yun made it to the next round. The ranking battle continued, but Lin Yun didn't stay behind. He planned to go back to carry on cultivating. Stop right there. When Lin Yun wanted to leave, 2 figures stood in his path. They were Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan coldly said, Senior brother Yi, I'm surprised you made so much improvement in just 1 year. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Lin Yun smiled. Why don't you ask the ancestors to let you refine half a saint origin? Humph. Your improvements have nothing to do with saint origin. Our clan doesn't have the profound thunder sword technique. So where did you get it from? Yi Fifan asked coldly. You're not Yi Qingtian. Who the hell are you? Yi Qingtian was a piece of trash a year ago, and he couldn't have learned 6 sword forms of the divine firefly sword in just 1 year. Zhang Yu raised his head. Lin Yun already predicted that this day would come. His identity would be doubted no matter how he mimicked Yi Qingtian. The divine firefly sword isn't all I know. If you want to experience it, I don't mind playing with you. Get lost quickly, and don't force me to take out the saint metal and make it ugly for you guys, Lin Yun said indifferently. When Lin Yun mentioned the saint metal, Yi Fifan and Zhang Yu's faces changed. The corner of Yi Fifan's lips twitched, and he immediately cowered, not daring to directly look at Lin Yun. Haha, what are you two saying? If he's not Yi Qingtian, the Saint Elder would have exposed him when he went on the heavenly Tao altar. Wang Mayan's laughter resounded as she walked over. As she blinked her eyes, she embraced Lin Yun's waist. You two bastards, do you two think that you are smarter than the Saint Elder? Yi Qingtian is my love, and you think I can't recognize my lover? Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan were shocked upon hearing that, and their eyes bulged out. Holy shit! Everyone's eyes were blazing with flames of jealousy, looking at Wang Mayan taking the initiative to hug Yi Qingtian. They were shocked, even more than Yi Qingtian beating Wang Yu. After all, it was too unbelievable that the heavenly holy maiden took the advantage to hug Yi Qingtian. This struck a great blow to them, and their hearts nearly shattered as they watched Yi Qingtian and Wang Mayan leave just like that. Ha! Bai Shuang's face became cold upon seeing this scene. She didn't hate Wang Mayan because she knew that Wang Mayan was a demoness, to begin with. She hated Yi Qingtian, who claimed to love her, but it turned out that they had long gotten together. Thinking about what Yi Qingtian said to her again, she found him shameless. While watching Yi Qingtian leave with Wang Mayan, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. He'll be sucked dry by that demoness sooner or later. Yi Fifan nodded his head in agreement upon hearing that. Ha ha! What they said was heard by someone else, and that someone smiled. That makes sense. After all, Yi Qingtian didn't have a habit of carrying the sky pillar pellet with him wherever he goes like senior brother Zhang. So it's expected that he'll easily be sucked dry. That voice wasn't soft, and everyone heard it, causing them to laugh. This made Zhang Yu's face red with shame. He turned around and roared, "Who said that?" Ever since that incident, everyone within the Heavenly Tao sect knew he's small and powerless, needing to carry the sky pillar pellet wherever he goes. This made Zhang Yu become the greatest laughingstock within the sect, but no one dared to mention it to his face. Me. Wang Yu coldly looked at Zhang Yu. You're nothing but a loser. You better hope that you don't run into me. Zhang Yu said coldly. So what if we run into each other? Wang Yu sneered. Unlike you, I don't need the sky pillar pellet. You're courting death. Zhang Yu flew into a rage and could no longer contain his temper. But Yi Fifan quickly pulled him away, fearing that he might go against the rules and have the quasi-saint expel him from this place. After Lin Yun and Wang Mayan walked far away, Lin Yun said, There's no one here, so you don't need to carry on your act anymore. Wang Mayan chuckled as she loosened her hand and said in a grieving tone, I just helped you earlier. They can't do anything to me even without you. Even a saint elder can't see through anything, so why would I fear those two pieces of garbage? Not to mention that I'm Yi Qingtian to begin with, Lin Yun said indifferently. Yi Qingtian, Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan aren't pushovers. You'll suffer sooner or later if you maintain such a high profile. Wang Mayan smiled. You're trying to teach me? Lin Yun glanced at Wang Mayan. He didn't want much interaction with her. Wang Mayan smiled and grumbled. Big brother Tian, can you not be so fierce to me? I have nothing to say to you, so just stay away from me, Lin Yun said indifferently. Ha! Don't tell me you don't want to know the secrets of the solar-lunar divine rune? You don't want to know about the past of the Eastern Desolation's three sword saints. Wang Mayan looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. Lin Yun stopped, but he soon quickened his footsteps. He wanted to know, but he couldn't believe her. When the time comes, he plans to capture her. Then he'd know everything. Haha, we still have an opportunity to cooperate. To express my sincerity, I can answer a question that has nothing to do with it. Wang Mayan knew there was room for maneuver when Lin Yun briefly stopped. Lin Yun stopped and turned around. He asked, I do have a question. Go on, Wang Mayan said, knowing Lin Yun had taken the bait. As Lin Yun looked at Wang Mayan's face, he asked, Your appearance can barely be considered clean and not peerless. So why would others go insane whenever they look at you? He had long noticed it when they first met, but couldn't find anything special about her. Back then, he was curious as to why Yi Qingtian would fall for her, and the only explanation was probably her voluptuous figure. Wang Mayan rolled her eyes and smiled. That's a secret, but if you want to know, you must tell me a secret in exchange. Sure. Lin Yun agreed, waiting to hear Wang Mayan's explanation. I've practiced the Heavenly Yin secret canon. So as long as someone has a wisp of desire in their heart, it would magnify my beauty when they look at me and think of me as the most beautiful woman in their heart. Wang Mayan smiled. My look is different in the eyes of everyone, but they only need a glance to recognize me, even if the most beautiful woman had changed in their eyes. Lin Yun pondered over what she said, but it could barely be considered as an explanation. But rather than calling it the Heavenly Yin secret canon, it was more like the Heavenly Yin desire canon. He asked, What about me, then? Gently biting on her lips, Wang Mayan glanced at Lin Yun. Big brother Tian has no desire in your heart, and this is why you can see through the illusion. This proves that Big brother Tian is a gentleman. But what you see isn't my true appearance. Only those who truly love me in their heart with no desire can see my true appearance. So you're heartless, Wang Mayan said with a playful smile, and her tone was numbing even if she didn't have any outstanding appearance in Lin Yun's eyes. But Lin Yun merely inwardly sneered. He believed her first part, but not the second part. It's your turn. Wang Mayan looked at Lin Yun with her pupils shining brightly. Lin Yun took out the flower burial sword and said, I also have a huge secret. This sword is called the Azure Indigo Sword, used by the Southern Emperor 3,000 years ago. This is a sword of true love. The one who can draw it out is my fated woman and can see my true appearance. So touching. Big brother Tian, I'm still a child. You won't bluff me, right? Wang Mayan smiled, and she unintentionally squeezed the mountains on her chest as she spoke. A child? Lin Yun maintained his composure and smiled. I'm naturally speaking about the truth. You can give it a try if you don't believe it. It was truly the sword of the Southern Emperor, but the name was Flower Burial and had long formed a connection with Lin Yun. So it would be weird if Wang Mayan could draw it out. As though the Flower Burial sword knew what Lin Yun thought, It began to vibrate as if it was provoking Wang Mayan. "I'll give it a try, then." Wang Mayan's face blushed, and she took the flower burial sword from Lin Yun. The sword was drawn out when she tried and revealed a bewitching luster. But Wang Mayan didn't seem satisfied and gave it several more attempts, all of which were successful. "Interesting." Wang Mayan tossed the sword back to Lin Yun and sneered, "Yi Qingtan, you're a scumbag. Is this how you bluff others? Fated woman?" On the other hand, Lin Yun was dumbfounded as he received the flower burial sword before looking at Wang Mayan in disbelief. He still couldn't process what just happened. Wang Mayan wore a playful smile and said, "Your acting isn't bad, but did you really take me for a child? I'll let you off today. When the ranking battle ends 3 days from now, tell me your real name." After she was done, she left with a smile on her face. But Lin Yun still couldn't process what had just happened. He returned to the Indigo Thunder Peak and entered the Iris secret realm, handing the flower burial sword to Lil Red. He said, "Try pulling it out." This time, the sword couldn't be drawn out no matter how Lil Red tried, even after taking on the Dracope form. This made Lin Yun nod because this was how it should be. "Let me give it a try." Lil Purple appeared out of nowhere and snatched the flower burial sword. She gently tried to draw it and quickly drew the flower burial sword out, and this immediately left Lin Yun dumbfounded, looking at Lil Purple. "How did you do it? This is only a sword, not a divine artifact. So why can't I draw it out?" Lil Purple asked. "Then how did Wang Mayan manage to do it?" "Who?" Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun simplified his explanation and told Lil Purple what had happened. But he drew a disdainful glance from Lil Purple. She replied, "You're a scumbag to think I'm your fated woman. I'm a phoenix, so you can only continue to dream about it." When she finished, she ran off and didn't give Lin Yun any explanation. It took a long time for Lin Yun to calm down, and he finally realized that there was an issue with Wang Mayan, and he couldn't underestimate her. He now realized that none of the holy maidens within the Heavenly Tao sect were pushovers. It took him a while to calm himself down before he called Lil Purple over to discuss with her the Celestial Purging Mountain's 4th level. The next round of the ranking battle was 3 days from now, and Lin Yun planned to ascend to the 5th level during this period. It would be great if he could grasp the astral sword intent. While calling Lil Purple back, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to discuss the Celestial Purging Mountain with her. He asked, "What's the matter with the flower burial sword?" This was weird because flower burial belonged to him, and it used to be the sword of the Southern Emperor. Now that it was promoted to a Glory Saint artifact, it made no sense that someone could draw it out without his permission. Then again, it was a different story if it was a saint trying to draw the sword. If someone who didn't receive the recognition of the flower burial sword tries to pull it out, it would only be a futile attempt, no matter how they tried. "Perhaps your sword is a scumbag like you," Lil Purple smiled. Hearing what Lil Purple said, the flower burial sword began vibrate on Lin Yun's lap to express dissatisfaction. "Ha! It's interesting for a sword to have a temper." Lil Purple smiled, wanting to take the flower burial sword away, but Lin Yun stopped her by pressing down on the flower burial sword. Raising her head, Lil Purple smiled. "Maybe it's as you said. She's your fated woman. Reincarnation and fate might seem fake, but they do exist. She still wanted my life back on the Celestial Purging Mountain and was trying to probe me. Furthermore, she has been investigating the Solar Lunar Divine Rune. Yi Qingtian was bewitched by her before and sneaked into the celestial pool," Lin Yun said. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Lil Purple was stunned before she replied, "Then there's something weird about that woman. She keeps finding you, probably because she is afraid of you. Yi Qingtian definitely knew about some of her secrets, and she's trying to silence you because she's not sure if Yi Qingtian is dead or alive." Lin Yun nodded his head. Wang Mayan had a headache. He didn't expect Yi Qingtian, who didn't seem to possess any existence, to hold some secrets. But he had already died, and there was no way Lin Yun could find out the truth. He now realized that the identity his senior brother prepared for him was troublesome because the 2 holy maidens were giving him a headache. "The reason why I can draw out the flower burial sword is because I'm a phoenix. A phoenix is a divine beast, and I'm born noble. So I can even easily draw out a sovereign saint artifact, Lil Purple said. She held onto her chin and guessed, since she can draw it out, does she also have a similar bloodline? Perhaps? Hee. You don't have to be so troubled about that. Just find an opportunity to capture her and interrogate her about it. I also want to know how much she knows about the Solar Lunar Divine Rune. Lil Purple smiled. We can give that a try, Lin Yun acknowledged. No matter what, it didn't feel good being eyed by Wang Mayan. If he had no other way, he would really consider taking some special means. Let's put that aside for now. She's the heavenly and holy maiden and different from Zhang Yu, Lin Yun said. Let me ask you, do you have a way of ascending the 5th level? Since you can use external objects, you can consider using your treasures when there's no one around. Since you have so many of them, Lil Purple replied. That won't work. Lin Yun did consider that, but the exhaustion of using Glory Saint artifacts was too great, and he had to face endless spiritual puppets. Regardless of the Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella, Black Tortoise Chains, or the Thunder Demon Subduing Beads, he wouldn't last long with them. Even the Glory Saint artifacts that Wang Mayan and Bai Shuang used were weapons they often used. Hence, the exhaustion was naturally lesser than using Glory Saint artifacts they weren't familiar with. This was the same as Lin Yun using the Flower Burial Sword. But he couldn't multitask with the Flower Burial Sword, resisting the pressure and spiritual puppets along the way. Perhaps you can give music a try? Lil Purple suggested. Music? Wait. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. I have a solution now. What solution? Lil Purple asked. I'm not telling you what it is, ha ha ha. Lin Yun rubbed her head with his pupils shining brightly. He was confident that he could reach the 5th level this time. Humph, you scumbag. I have to make another trip to the Nether Orchid Courtyard at night. I have to take a trip to the Celestial Pool. Lil Purple muttered, holding onto her chin. No. The Celestial Pool is a forbidden ground, and it's easy for you to be exposed. Let me find a way, Lin Yun said. So you're promising me you'll make a trip to the Celestial Pool? Lil Purple smiled cunningly. Lin Yun's face became black and felt as though he was tricked. How could he possibly go to the Celestial Pool? If someone saw him, he would be finished and unable to explain himself no matter what. Let's not mention the Celestial Pool, but he couldn't even go to the Nether Orchid Courtyard if he wanted to. Humph, you have already given me your promise. So you can't go against your promise, Lil Purple said. When night came, Lin Yun headed to the Celestial Purging Mountain while Lil Purple went to investigate the Solar Lunar Divine Rune within the Nether Orchid Courtyard with Lil Red. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu tried his best to persuade the Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign within the Daoyang Palace. He said in an anxious voice, Master, we can really give it a try. Yi Qingtian is very suspicious, and there's a possibility that he might no longer be the old Yi Qingtian and is someone in disguise. Even his fellow clansman, Yi Fifan, agreed with me. You think Saint Elders like us are blind? We already suspected him long ago, but we can't find any flaws in his disguise. We even used Saint Eyes during the day, but still can't see anything wrong with him. In our eyes, he's Yi Qingtian. The Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign sighed. How is that possible? How can he possibly make so many improvements in just 1 year? Zhang Yu questioned in disbelief. It was just as Wang Mayan had said. Even the Saint Elders couldn't tell anything was wrong with Yi Qingtian. He anxiously said, but there's clearly something wrong with him. When the Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign saw that Zhang Yu still had no intentions of giving up, he roared. In my eyes, there's something wrong with you. No matter what Yi Qingtian does, he's only a little cocky and won't walk around with a sky pillar pellet like you. The corner of Zhang Yu's lips twitched. The Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign was his master, and he didn't dare to say anything about it, aside from apologizing. The sky pillar pellet had become his nightmare, and even the Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign became a joke because of it. Did you know that you have become a joke? Whenever I step out, a Saint Elder would ask me to borrow a sky pillar pellet, and they even said that I must be the one who refined the sky pillar pellet for you. The Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign scolded. Master, you really refined it for them? Zhang Yu asked. The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign was stumped before throwing out a mouthful of blood. He said, "You have always been an intelligent person. So why have you become so stupid after encountering Yi Qingtian?" Zhang Yu knew he was in the wrong and lowered his head. "Why did they ask me to borrow sky pillar pellets? Isn't it all because of you becoming a laughingstock?" The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign roared. He waved his hand. "Get lost. Don't care about anything else and focus on defeating Yi Qingtian 3 days from now." Zhang Yu raised his head but wasn't in a hurry to leave. He waited for the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign to calm down before asking, "Master, can anyone grasp 6 sword forms of the divine Firefly sword in 1 year? If Yi Qingtian is really that talented, why didn't he show it before? How can half a saint origin possibly be so magical? I don't believe it either, but there's nothing I can do since I can't tell anything wrong with him. Not to mention that he has become the disciple of the dragon origin great saint, and I can only choose to believe it." The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign sighed. Zhang Yu inwardly rejoiced when he saw this scene. So it turned out that his master was the same as him. He said, "Master, since you also suspect him, why don't I use some means to probe him? If a quasi-saint makes a move against him, he will surely reveal something." The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign helplessly sighed. "You're foolish. You'll be fine if he's really Yi Qingtian. But how will you clean up the mess if he's not? He's naturally a spy then. We can cripple and question his motive for sneaking into the heavenly Tao sect," Zhang Yu said excitedly. "Then he'll say that he's under disguise because of the dragon origin great saint's orders. Are you going to get me to look for the dragon origin great saint?" The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign smiled. "That works?" Zhang Yu smiled embarrassedly, sensing something wasn't right. "Fool!" The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign roared. "Have you taken too much sky pillar pellet that you've become a fool? You also want me to look for the dragon origin great saint? So that the dragon origin great saint can kill me with 1 finger before slapping you to death." His words were a little exaggerated, but they further proved the position of a great saint within the heavenly Tao sect. As long as the 2 sword wielders didn't stand out, a great saint had a noble position within the heavenly Tao sect, and only a great saint could curb another great saint. Tuyu was a saint sovereign and had a high status amongst the saint elders, but that didn't mean he dared to face a great saint. Even if he had his reasons, he would only suffer in the end. Tuyu's roar covered Zhang Yu's back in sweat, and he helplessly said, "Does that mean that we really can't do anything about him? But there's clearly something wrong about him." The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign stood up and paced around before smiling. "Let's not mention that he has no flaws. So what if he has flaws? Wang Mayan has grasped the 1,000-faced demonic technique. Even a quasi-saint can't see through her true appearance. The saint elders can only sense something is wrong with her, but the Wang clan claims it's because of her innate saint heart and lunar divine physique. What can you do about it?" All the saint elders were long alarmed by the primal demonic eyes of that holy sun within the Daoyang Palace. But who dares to question it? Not to mention the dragon clan's techniques of your Zhang clan's prince. Are they really loyal to the heavenly Tao sect? Zhang Yu's face became even paler after hearing what the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign said, and he no longer dared to say a word. Also, that lass from the Bai clan, the beloved disciple of the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Her innate young saint physique is filled with weirdness, and who knows where the serene dust great saint's disciple who possesses the primal saint physique came from. How are you going to explain that? Don't forget Shang Lingzi, who has been in seclusion for 20 years within the Holy Spirit courtyard. Who dares to pursue it? After hearing that, Zhang Yu could feel a chill run down his spine because he had only heard rumors about this. He didn't expect that even his master didn't know more about them. The Nether Orchid Saint Sovereign sighed. Ever since 3,000 years ago, when the old sect master was killed by the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng, the heavenly Tao sect has been declining. We're barely holding up and we have only a rapport. Even if there's an issue about Yi Qingtian, it's a matter of the Yi clan and the dragon origin great saint, and we're not qualified to interfere. The moon hung high in the sky at night as Lin Yun came to the celestial purging mountain by himself. The celestial purging mountain would be opened once a month, and it still wasn't time for it to open. There was a barrier guarding the mountain, and the surroundings were empty. How empty? Lin Yun sighed, looking around. He couldn't even see a single person in the surroundings. This was what Lin Yun wanted. Since he planned to give the trial an attempt, he naturally wanted to do it in a low profile without anyone knowing. Stop! A blue-robed old man appeared just when Lin Yun wanted to touch the barrier, and this old man was a quasi-saint. Greetings, Senior. I am Yi Qingtian, the direct disciple of the Dragon Origin Great Saint. Lin Yun calmly handed the medal over. The blue-robed old man used the moonlight to take a clear look at Metal's surface and smiled. Didn't you just reach the 4th level not long ago? You've come again to give it a try. Yeah. I should have that qualification as a great saint's direct disciple, right? Lin Yun asked. That's for sure. As a great saint's direct disciple, you can come here anytime. But it's simply a waste of time since you came here 7 days ago, and it'll be a pity if you're injured. The blue-robed old man persuaded, returning the medal to him. It doesn't matter. I'll have to trouble Senior to open the barrier, Lin Yun said. Do you want to start from the beginning again or from the previous trial? The blue-robed old man asked. Just send me directly to the 4th level's 3rd trial, Lin Yun said. If he had started from the beginning, he would only be able to obtain more low-level heavenly cloud fruits, which would have been a waste of time for Lin Yun. So he could continue from where he stopped and see if he could grasp the astral sword intent. You're really not afraid of death. If you're injured, you won't be able to participate in the ranking battle 3 days from now, the blue-robed old man said, before he opened the barrier for Lin Yun. When he waved his hand, a celestial crane flew down. Your name is already on this jade, and it'll immediately bring you over. Immediately come down if you fail and don't force yourself, the old man warned out of goodwill. Lin Yun nodded his head and sat on the celestial crane. When he looked at the ancient monument, his name was on the 4th grid, and his name would be on the 5th grid if he made it to the 5th level. At that time, he wouldn't be able to maintain a low profile, even if he wanted to. But that would be a month from now, so he didn't have to think about that now. As moonlight shone down, the sea of clouds looked like a celestial realm. This piqued Lin Yun's interest, and he took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and played the Phoenix Heart Song. His music was ethereal, and each musical note was intoxicating. You played an ancient song of the Phoenix clan, right? It's beautiful, the celestial crane said after sending Lin Yun to the 4th level, praising Lin Yun's music. Lin Yun was first alarmed before he smiled. I'm impressed that a celestial crane actually knows music. The celestial crane turned around and transformed into an exquisite girl. This was a spiritual-looking little girl, who said, Humph! Who are you looking down on? My master plays better than you. Lin Yun smiled upon hearing that, but he suddenly thought of something. He had long noticed that the 9 levels on the celestial purging mountain were a massive spiritual array that were interconnected, and there must be someone controlling it, or the spiritual array wouldn't be able to operate for so many years. The celestial purging mountain existed for a long time, and Lin Yun had already obtained a heart of the sword saint here. So he had already felt respect for this place. He felt that this mountain wasn't simple and had a huge secret here. May I ask about your name? Lin Yun asked curiously. Have all the celestial cranes unlocked their intelligence and taken on human form? My name is Crane Fairy, and my master calls me here. The other celestial cranes are ordinary spiritual beasts, but I've obtained the opportunity to take on a human form because I stayed beside my master for a long time. I'm normally responsible for receiving great saints' direct disciples. The little girl smiled, hearing what the little girl said. Lin Yun smiled. Where does your master stay? Can you bring me to him? I'll give you something good to eat. As Lin Yun spoke, he took out all the remaining heavenly cloud fruits and gave them to the little girl. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she smiled after swallowing a heavenly cloud fruit. It's fine to tell you. My master is on the 9th level, but you have to go up yourself. I can't bring you there. I have been eating these fruits since I was young, and the fruits in my master's home are much sweeter. When Lin Yun looked at the little girl again, he noticed a powerful sword intent within her body that even he felt fearful of. He was inwardly alarmed because it must be the astral sword intent, since his sword intent felt pressured. He exclaimed, "Astral sword intent!" More accurately, it had reached the minimum of the astral sword intent, and this greatly shocked him. A bird that lives on the 9th level of the celestial purging mountain was stronger than him? "You're not allowed to probe me. Oh shit. My master told me not to speak to others. This is all your fault. Why do you have to look so handsome?" The little girl looked at Lin Yun with disdain before transforming back into a celestial crane and flying off. Lin Yun was disappointed that he couldn't get any more information from her, but he restrained the thought of catching her. If he could catch her, he could immediately reach the 9th level, right? But that wasn't something he would do. What the Dragon Origin Great Saint said was right. The Celestial Purging Mountain was a land of treasure, and there must be secrets here. Lin Yun cleared his mind and looked up ahead. He was increasingly more confident about grasping the astral sword intent now. He came before the sea of clouds and looked at the palace at the far end of the clouds, which was a few thousand miles away. Both Bai Shuang and Wang Mayan failed in this trial. Lin Yun held the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and gently patted it against his left hand. It should work. After making up his mind, Lin Yun took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and started playing it. The 9 lotus diagram flew out from his chest and slowly opened up under the flute music. Lin Yun soared to the sky and stood on the painting before manipulating it with his music to carry him forth. The 9 lotus diagram was created with divine runes, and Lin Yun still couldn't control it with his mental energy. He could only use it as a trump card in times of danger by trapping his opponent in it before using the 9 lotuses to devour them. But he could use a small trick by controlling the painting with his music, and he would be able to barely control it. With the 9 lotus diagram protecting him, he could immediately fly towards the palace. It didn't take long for spiritual puppets to charge at Lin Yun. Those spiritual puppets weren't strong alone, since they were only at the nirvana stage. But they had the advantage in numbers, and they also had a tough physique. It was different this time because the 9 lotus diagram shone brightly when they reached the painting. As 9 colored lotuses bloomed, the petals flew out and crushed those spiritual puppets before they could even get close. 9 different colored divine runes also coiled around Lin Yun, with petals enveloping him. Lin Yun stood on the painting and flew towards the palace like an immortal. Simultaneously, light shone on his forehead, and he used his heavenly dome sword intent to resist the sword aura coming from the palace. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to travel 1/10 of the journey, and it really worked just as he had expected. This brought a smile to Lin Yun's face, and he thought of this method when Lil Purple told him about Music Dao. He felt that this might work, and this was why he wanted to give it a try. He never expected that it would be so smooth, either. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered cheating because Wang Mayan and Bai Shuang also used an external object when attempting this trial. But this trial wasn't something that he could pass because of the sword aura being emitted from the palace. Even if Lin Yun used the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, it was futile, so he relied on the 9 lotus diagram. For hours later, Lin Yun finally made it to the palace and reached his limit. He exhausted almost all of his mental energy and was on the brink of collapsing. "I made it!" Lin Yun stomped his foot on the painting and flew toward the palace. But just when he was about to land on the ground, a hand flew over, accompanied by tens of thousands of sword rays. "You want to make it through this trial with such a cheating method? Get lost!" A roar came from the palace, sounding unhappy with how Lin Yun made it through the trial. "Are you done?" Lin Yun instantly became furious and coldly said, "You're a mere gatekeeper. Who the hell do you think you are to tell me to get lost?" Lin Yun didn't want to waste time with the gatekeeper and retrieved the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, activating his 2 saint physiques simultaneously. As he poured his vitality into the umbrella shone brightly, and he thrust it forth. The palm was instantly destroyed along with the sword rays while Lin Yun firmly landed on the ground. Before the closed palace, the white-clothed man looked at Lin Yun with shock. A sovereign saint artifact. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and examined this white-clothed man. This gatekeeper's cultivation seemed to be restrained at the limit of the nirvana stage. and he instantly noticed that this man was an artifact spirit. He stepped forth and coldly asked, "You seem unhappy with how I made it through this trial? The celestial purging mountain tests martial intent. So how can I possibly allow anyone to pass as the gatekeeper?" The white-clothed man said, despite feeling afraid of the azure dragon's sun-moon umbrella. "What a joke! Without the 9 lotus diagram, do you think I can make it through with my heavenly dome sword intent alone?" Lin Yun barked. When the white-clothed gatekeeper raised his head, he noticed Lin Yun's sword intent was unfathomable, and his heavenly dome sword intent had reached complete mastery. Not only that, but the aura his heavenly dome sword intent gave off was even more terrifying than some quasi-astral sword intent. Most importantly, Lin Yun's sword intent felt like a deep abyssal ocean. How is this possible? Your sword intent is only at the heavenly dome sword intent, the white-clothed gatekeeper exclaimed. "Cut the nonsense. Are you going to let me pass or not?" Lin Yun asked coldly. The white-clothed gatekeeper already cowered, but he still stood his ground and replied, "You relied on an external object." Lin Yun coldly looked at the white-clothed gatekeeper, and his gaze made the latter feel afraid. "You're saying that others didn't use any external objects? They only used one, and it's usually their weapon. I won't say anything if you use your sword, but you used 3. The white-clothed gatekeeper continued to argue. "Cut the crap. I can't make it through with my talent in sword Dao." Lin Yun roared. "Then you can try again. If your cultivation reaches the nirvana stage, you can make it through this trial with your sword intent," the white-clothed gatekeeper said. What the gatekeeper said enraged Lin Yun, and he barked, "What a joke! No one can stop me today, and how dare you as a mere artifact spirit? You're courting death." Lin Yun opened the azure dragon's sun-moon umbrella, simultaneously activating the glory sun and glory moon spirits. The white-clothed gatekeeper immediately fell to the ground when the umbrella was opened. But Lin Yun didn't stop there and reached out to the gatekeeper. He roared, "Come here." When Lin Yun grabbed the gatekeeper's neck, the gatekeeper was immediately afraid as he said, "Let me go. I'll let you pass." But it was already too late for the gatekeeper. Lin Yun quickly snapped the gatekeeper's neck, and a light descended as the door opened, making Lin Yun feel warm. When he raised his head, he saw a sword hovering in the sky, and the sword aura that was being released from the palace came from this sword. Many 4-colored heavenly cloud fruits were coiling around the sword, embellishing the sword like stars. Lin Yun had already come this far, and he wasn't polite. As the azure dragon's sun-moon umbrella flew up, the black tortoise chains flew out and retrieved over 200 4-colored, heavenly cloud fruits. After he was done, he summoned a celestial crane and headed to the 5th level. After slaying the gatekeeper, Lin Yun's heart became clear. Ever since he came to the heavenly Dao sect, he had to disguise himself as Yi Qingtian and suppress his true nature by pretending to be cocky. He couldn't execute the 2 saint physiques and glory saint artifacts with Yi Qingtian's identity. This significantly restricted him, not to mention he had several sword techniques he couldn't execute. To a swordsman, suppressing himself was a terrible feeling, and the gatekeeper had piqued his bloodlust and became fearless. A swordsman was at their strongest when he was fearless. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and dashed forth, reaching the 7th level. Surprisingly, a little girl was standing before this trial, and there was a painting hovering with countless ancient words on the cliff behind the painting. She might be a little girl, but the sword intent within her body was terrifying and felt like a blazing cauldron. "Crane Fairy? What are you doing here?" Lin Yun asked. "I'm here to practice sword techniques." I'll stop messing around with you. My master asked me to wait here for you and learn from you, and I'm really unhappy about that." The little girl smiled. "Your master has taken note of me?" Lin Yun smiled. "Let's talk after you make it through this trial." The little girl revealed a mysterious smile, and she continued to observe the ancient words on the cliff. Lin Yun inwardly muttered and looked ahead. There was a painting in the first trial of the 7th level. When the painting unfolded, all the ancient words on the cliff emitted a powerful sword intent. When all the ancient words poured into the gatekeeper that was within the painting, They further empowered the gatekeeper's sword intent, reaching quasi-astral sword intent. The gatekeeper merely stood there, wielding a saint's sword, and gave Lin Yun tremendous pressure. How many years has it been since anyone came this far? Let me see if you have the qualifications to carry on, the white-clothed gatekeeper said indifferently. Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword, and his dual sword souls combined with his sword intent and dragon origin before filling his body. At the same time, a dragon roar echoed as the azure dragon's profundity perfectly combined with his heavenly dome sword intent. An azure dragon formed with sword intent coiled around Lin Yun. The gatekeeper grasped the quasi-astral sword intent, and his sword intent was half a grade higher than Lin Yun's. Although the difference between them was only half a grade, it was enough for the quasi-astral sword intent to suppress the pinnacle heavenly dome sword intent. But Lin Yun was unique because his sword sea was pure and clear. Not to mention he possessed 2 sword souls and the complete sword heart. Even so, Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless with his eyes fixed on the gatekeeper. But when the gatekeeper moved, Lin Yun immediately regretted it because the gatekeeper was too fast. Not only was the gatekeeper's sword technique fast, but it was also complicated, as though he would change his sword technique every single breath, instantly catching Lin Yun by surprise. Facing the gatekeeper, Lin Yun could only slowly resolve the incoming sword techniques, and he discovered that he was struggling to keep up with the gatekeeper. After the gatekeeper executed 88 sword techniques, Lin Yun finally couldn't keep up anymore and was stabbed by the gatekeeper's sword. The sword stabbed into Lin Yun's right shoulder, failing to pierce into Lin Yun's body, and the sword began to bend. Ultimately, the sword straightened back, and the gatekeeper was sent flying away. On the other hand, blood dripped down Lin Yun's lip, and he took several steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. He knew he had failed and had already reached his limit of relying on external objects. Even so, he had a lot of harvests, obtaining 10-odd 5-colored and 6-colored heavenly cloud fruits. Naturally, this disappointed him because he still saw no hope of achieving the astral sword intent. He ate the 5-colored and 6-colored heavenly cloud fruits, but they only strengthened his sword intent and showed no signs of making a breakthrough to the astral sword intent. Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips and planned to leave the celestial purging mountain. He had already failed, so there was no meaning for him to stay here any longer. Yi Qingtian, don't be in a hurry to leave. Finish this bowl of soup first. The little girl stepped forth with a bowl of soup. As Lin Yun stared at the soup, he smiled. Your master prepared this? Smart. The little girl smiled. After Lin Yun finished the soup, he was surprised to discover that he had completely recovered from his injuries. This naturally surprised him because not even the 2 saint physiques could help him recover so quickly after the gatekeeper's quasi-astral sword intent injured him. He exclaimed, "How magical! Master said you'll fail 3 times before defeating the gatekeeper here on your 4th attempt." The little girl smiled. Is your master a god? Wait, does that mean I can continue? Lin Yun asked. According to the celestial purging mountain rules, everyone could only attempt once and would have to wait for a month before trying again. But most people wouldn't come the next month and wait for half a year to a year before attempting the trial again. The crane fairy didn't reply and signaled Lin Yun to try it again. Okay. Lin Yun didn't cower and sat down to rest while recalling every detail of the fight earlier. When he made his move again, he charged towards the gatekeeper. But the moment he moved, the gatekeeper's sword descended, forcing Lin Yun to change from offense to defense. This time, he gave up on resolving every sword technique individually and merely used the profound thunder sword technique to go into full defense. The tortoise runes coiled around Lin Yun and tightly guarded him. This was no different from being in a tortoiseshell, and the strength of the defense was something that even Lin Yun would have difficulty breaking. Lin Yun decided to go into full defense while looking for an opportunity to attack. But his attempt was futile because after the gatekeeper executed 108 sword techniques, the gatekeeper managed to find a loophole in his defense. This time, his injury was more severe than the previous attempt. His chest had a massive gash and he broke several bones. He was nearly severed into 2 by this attack. Come. The little girl smiled and gave Lin Yun another bowl of soup to recover from his injuries. But this time, Lin Yun couldn't smile and was somewhat disappointed. He casually grabbed a tree branch on the ground and began drawing on the ground while he recalled his battles with the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper wasn't only fast but had a lot of variety and was firm. If anyone could reach the limit of just one of those 3 characteristics alone, they could become a famous swordsman. He wasn't in a hurry to attempt the trial again because he knew he would be courting humiliation if he couldn't find a solution. Ultimately, his eyes flashed brightly, and he knew he had to take a different approach. He muttered, "I have to be faster than the gatekeeper." He swiftly drew out the flower burial sword. But the moment he drew his sword, there was already a sword against Lin Yun's forehead. This startled Lin Yun, and he could only hear a metallic clang. He was briefly distracted, allowing the sword in his hand to be knocked away before the gatekeeper's sword thrust against his chest and sent him flying away. This made Lin Yun retreat before falling onto one knee, his face pale. He first looked at the flower burial sword on the ground before turning to look at the gatekeeper with shock in his pupils. How is this possible? He couldn't remember the last time his sword was knocked away from his hand. Most importantly, the cultivation revealed by the gatekeeper was only at the first transformation of the nirvana stage. He could normally suppress an opponent of this cultivation but was defeated this time. Xianxia, do you not know how to use the sword when facing an opponent with a stronger sword intent than you? The little girl smiled with her eyes squinted while walking over with another bowl in her hands. That question stumped Lin Yun, and he stared blankly at the bowl of soup. He had never encountered someone with a stronger sword intent than him amongst the same generation, and yet the gatekeeper was able to force him into such a desperate strait with the quasi-astral sword intent. Did that mean his talent as a swordsman was fake? Did this mean that he would fall from the clouds if he faced an opponent with similar sword intent? Lin Yun raised his head, and his heart became complicated while looking at the gatekeeper. Was this how everyone he defeated felt? They didn't think he was outstanding and only won because of his sword intent. Looking at the crane fairy, Lin Yun said, "But I worked hard to comprehend my sword intent." The crane fairy smiled. "I'm just talking about it casually, so why are you angry? When you're furious, it has already proven that you've suspected yourself. Xianxia, you only have one last chance left." Lin Yun didn't say a word and summoned the flower burial back into his hand with a wave. But the flower burial sword vibrated and didn't return to him. Could it be that even the flower burial sword had sensed it? Lin Yun inwardly sighed. But the flower burial sword vibrated again. When Lin Yun raised his head, he watched the flower burial sword vibrating on the ground, showing no signs of admitting defeat. This made Lin Yun stunned before he smiled. "Come back." When the flower burial sword returned to his hand, he could feel a strong connection with the sword when he tightly gripped the sword. He took a deep breath and sheathed his sword before slowly closing his eyes. "I want to give it another try." When he reopened his eyes, the gatekeeper flew from the painting and quickly reached him. The gatekeeper's sword was only one step away from his forehead like before. This time, Lin Yun also drew his sword. He was the one who drew his sword later, but his sword easily pierced through the forehead of the gatekeeper. Upon achieving this, he felt a breakthrough in his sword intent, and his sword intent reached the quasi-astral sword intent. On the other hand, the gatekeeper's sword was one step away from his forehead, as though there was a boundary that could never be crossed. "It's really magical. How did you manage to do it?" the crane fairy asked. She clearly saw Lin Yun being defeated multiple times, not to mention his sword was knocked away in the third battle with one move. As a swordsman, a flaw also appeared in his heart, and he began to suspect himself. But when he grasped his sword again, he only used one sword to make it through the trial. The gatekeeper isn't alive and has a limit, even if he grasps many sword techniques. But I'm different because I will make improvements. Most importantly, the flower burial sword believes me, and I also believe in my sword, Lin Yun said, looking at the sword in his hand. "How weird. You're behaving as though your sword is your brother. I already noticed this when I teased you earlier. It seemed unhappy on your behalf and didn't allow me to speak badly about you," Crane Fairy said. "You only pointed out the problem. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have been able to overcome my fear of the astral sword intent. Lin Yun smiled. Let's go. There are 2 trails left, and I'm looking forward to seeing you reach the summit. The little girl smiled as she carried on forth by hopping. Lin Yun followed behind Crane Fairy and came to the second trial. Compared to the first trial, Lin Yun easily made it through the second trial and merely used 6 swords to defeat the gatekeeper. After making it through the second trial, Lin Yun didn't stop and carried on. The sword aura emitted from the summit grew even stronger, and Lin Yun felt a heavy weight crushing down with every footstep. The sharp ground soon made Lin Yun's hands and feet bleed so much that he fell several times and was covered in blood. When Lin Yun came to the third trial, he discovered that each footstep was tough and felt like a mountain crushing down on him. It felt like another mountain was on his back whenever he stepped out. Illusions even appeared before him. He took several steps, only to discover in shock that he didn't move. He had walked out with his heart, but his body wasn't moving. When he came to his senses, he fell and retreated a few hundred meters away. It wasn't easy coming over, and yet he backed off so easily. This naturally made Lin Yun furious with the intention to give up. But he took a deep breath to calm himself down before placing his sword by the side and sat down. He circulated his 2 saint physiques as golden purple and blue jade dragon runes appeared and wandered on his body. It didn't take long for 2 dragons to fly out and coil around him. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, he discovered that Crane Fairy was still standing before him. This little girl isn't a spiritual artifact, so why is she so strong at such a young age? It's hard for me to move forward, while it's easy for her, like taking a stroll. Just what is her cultivation? Lin Yun was inwardly alarmed, but he didn't ask about it. On the other hand, Crane Fairy was deeply surprised when she looked at Lin Yun. It's no wonder why Master would look at him differently. I'm surprised he can last so long at the profound death stage. Back then, I was already at the Nirvana stage when I came this far, not to mention I even received guidance from my master. Crane Fairy tilted her head. Could it be that Yi Qingtian is stronger than him? Let me see how far he can reach. Master might not be necessarily right. Crane Fairy might be smiling on the outside, but she was prideful. She didn't convince Lin Yun and the flower burial sword, but she wasn't convinced by Lin Yun either. She wasn't convinced that her master held Lin Yun in such a high opinion. Over time, Lin Yun would occasionally stop, and the pressure grew stronger as he came closer to the summit. Whenever Lin Yun took a step, many dragon runes would shatter, and there were even cracking sounds from his bones. He was barely holding up with his 2 saint physiques. But he still persevered and gritted his teeth, not intending to give up. Crane Fairy led the way with a smile, but she was surprised whenever she turned around and wondered if Lin Yun was still human. My master said that if you can reach the third trial, you'll only need 2 swords to resolve the gatekeeper. The Crane Fairy smiled. A shocking scene happened because it went according to what Crane Fairy said, and Lin Yun only used 2 swords to defeat the gatekeeper. This made Crane Fairy furrow her brows. Lin Yun took so long on the first trial but only used 6 swords on the second trial. Regarding the third trial, he only used 2 swords to defeat the gatekeeper. I'm increasingly curious about your master now. Lin Yun smiled and sheathed his sword. Ask about it after you reach the summit. The Crane Fairy smiled. Lin Yun carried on his journey to the summit. When he was about to reach the summit, he was already bleeding from his eyes, nose, lips, ears, and even brows. His fine features also became sinister, and he was only 1 step away from ascending the summit. Standing at the summit, the Crane Fairy smiled. My master said that if you can take this step out, you'll be able to see through yourself, and you can defeat the gatekeeper with 1 sword. Lin Yun looked at the summit within his reach and was conflicted in his heart, with his face changing. Yi Qingtian, what are you hesitating about? The Crane Fairy asked. Lin Yun was deeply conflicted, but he was ultimately relieved. He smiled. Why am I unhappy when I've finally seen the stars? When Lin Yun took a step forth, the divine tortoise transformation could no longer hold on, and he returned to his initial appearance. He had an exquisite face, but it was nothing like Yi Qingtian. His facial features were perfect, and the purple mark on his forehead made him look devilish and immortal. The only thing that didn't change was his pride that was engraved in his bones. Crane Fairy briefly looked at Lin Yun before she smiled. So this is what you look like. You look a lot better than your disguise. You look a lot better now, elegant. On the other hand, Lin Yun was gasping for air and couldn't reply. I initially thought you were ugly. This is why you hesitated to take that step out. Don't worry about it. I won't look down on you, even if you're ugly. Crane Fairy smiled. Lin Yun merely smiled upon hearing that because he had a great exhaustion in his mental energy. But he also understood what Crane Fairy meant. You already knew that I'm not Yi Qingtian? Not me. My master is the one who said you're not Yi Qingtian. The Crane Fairy said honestly. Who's your master? Lin Yun's curiosity for Crane Fairy's master grew even stronger. Since you've reached the summit, I'll reveal a little to you. Everyone only knows that the Heavenly Tao sect has 2 sword wielders, but they don't know that the Heavenly Tao sect has 3 swords. The Crane Fairy smiled. The 3rd sword wielder? Lin Yun asked, alarmed by what Crane Fairy said. Yes and no, Crane Fairy smiled. This trial has begun. Before the gatekeeper could draw his sword, Lin Yun merely flicked his finger and defeated the gatekeeper. When he flicked his finger, Lin Yun's sword intent started to rise to the quasi-astral sword intent. He quickly sat down and was enveloped in sword rays with various phenomena appearing. When Lin Yun regained consciousness, he discovered he was beyond the 36 layers of heaven. A massive cosmic sea was before him, and he felt insignificant, like a speck of dust. He could also see many constellations. He saw the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, and various other sovereign constellations. Some constellations were brightly lit, while some were dim, and you could only see a rough outline. He even saw the sovereign constellation that belonged to him, Heavenly Burial. When he turned around, he saw a massive star and moon. Shortly after, Lin Yun saw many comets flying in his direction. Before he could even consider it, Lin Yun instinctively grabbed the spark of the sun. After grabbing it, Lin Yun opened his eyes and found himself at the summit of the celestial purging mountain, and there was a spark in his sword sea. This is the astral sword intent? Lin Yun retreated with joy and excitement filling his pupils. He suddenly found it boring because it wasn't as exciting as expected. He had waited for this day for a long time, but he found himself terrifyingly calm when he really arrived. Here, it's for you. Crane Fairy threw out an item, which Lin Yun caught by reflex. When he opened his palm, it was a 7-colored heavenly cloud fruit. Lin Yun swallowed it without hesitation, and the boundless dragon origin within his violet palace began circulating. The 3 azure dragon's sacred flames also emitted a terrifying dragon roar that echoed within his body. When he absorbed the heavenly cloud fruit, he had recovered from all his injuries and discovered that the merging of the 2 saint physiques had become closer. This meant that he did not only grasp the astral sword intent but was also 1 step closer to the azure dragon divine physique. Yi Qingtian, wait, is that even your name? Forget it, I'll call you that for now. Crane Fairy stood before the cliff and smiled. Yi Qingtian, I believe you have a lot of doubts, so come with me to see my master. This is only the 7th level and I'm not in a hurry. I want to carry on, Lin Yun said. He wanted to reach the 9th level with a significant boost in his strength, obtaining the 8-colored and 9-colored heavenly cloud fruits. But Crane Fairy saw through his thoughts and smiled. You want to carry on? I bet you're eyeing the heavenly cloud fruits, right? The heavenly cloud fruits above 7 colors are in my hands. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. Didn't you say that I can only see your master after reaching the 9th level? You naturally have to climb the 9th level if you want to see my master, but it's not necessary since my master wants to see you, smiled the Crane Fairy. You have the 9-colored heavenly cloud fruits on you? Lin Yun probed. Yi Qingtian, why are you like those lechers eyeing me? Aren't you curious as to why my master wants to see you? The Crane Fairy smiled, covering her mouth. The saint fruits. Dream on. Even I'm not as greedy as you. You won't get any if you don't meet my master. Come with me. The crane fairy knocked on Lin Yun's head and dragged him into the air. Lin Yun knew that he could only dream about the 8-colored and 9-colored heavenly cloud fruits, and he could obtain more 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits since he ascended the summit. He believed that the crane fairy had a lot on her and wondered if she secretly plucked them. Found them! Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the location of the 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits after passing through the sea of clouds. They were growing on a cliff and looked like grapes with the heavenly cloud fruits shining brightly like stars. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because he had long discovered the difference between the 6-colored and 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits. If 6-colored heavenly cloud fruits were 1,000 years old, the 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits should be at least 5,000 years old, and there was a huge difference. But he could only watch as the crane fairy dragged him away. In the end, Lin Yun decided to gamble and sent the black tortoise chains flying, forming into 9 thunder serpents. As the chains stretched out, and he was about to reach his limit, the 9 thunder serpents seemed to have sensed his determination and bit onto a 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits each. This made Lin Yun rejoice with his heart beating violently. When the thunder serpents returned, Lin Yun could feel his heart beating wildly, with a bright smile, looking at the 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits approaching him. Crane Fairy suddenly noticed that something wasn't right. When she turned around, she was completely stumped by what she saw. The black tortoise chains returned to Lin Yun's hand with 9 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits. This immediately brought joy to Lin Yun's face because the 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits were much better than the 6-colored ones. Although his sword intent had reached the astral sword intent, it was only at the initial stage and not even be at lesser mastery. Many saint fruits could strengthen cultivation, but saint fruits that could strengthen sword intent were rare. Even the most ordinary heavenly cloud fruit was a rare treasure in the outside world, and 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits were even rarer, and even the heavenly Tao sect didn't have much of them. Yi Qingtian, since you're so capable, then return the one I gave you earlier, Crane Fairy said. Lin Yu knew he couldn't conceal it from Crane Fairy and wanted to hand her one of the 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits. But he couldn't bear it and could only be shameless to reply, "It's not easy to cultivate. I wonder why my master takes a fancy to you. Behave yourself now, or I won't be able to save you if you fall." Crane Fairy gritted her teeth, looking at Lin Yun. But she didn't pursue it and quickened her speed. When they passed through 2 light gates, a sea of clouds appeared before Lin Yun, and there was a pavilion in the clouds. A simple courtyard was before the pavilion, and a white-clothed man was playing the zither in the courtyard. The zither music was loud and filled with murderous intent. When submerged in it, he could see tens of thousands of swords flying out from the zither, and each sword could take a single life. It didn't take long for Lin Yun and Crane Fairy to arrive before the courtyard, but they didn't disrupt the white-clothed man playing the zither. Lin Yun briefly listened to the zither and said, "That's the ancient score, Heavenly War." He stayed in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion for some time and had seen some ancient scores, so he naturally knew about this music. "How is it? My master's attainment in music is way better than yours, right?" The Crane Fairy said with a prideful expression. "Not too bad," Lin Yun smiled. The white-clothed man's attainment in music might be stronger than his, but it wasn't much stronger. This person had a powerful mental energy, but his attainment in music was a little poor. So his attainment in music only reached the great saint tone, which was far from the imperial tone. This person had powerful mental energy and knew ancient scores, and this was why his performance was stronger than many people. At the very least, he wouldn't lose to them in terms of aura. But their difference would become huge if he ran into someone like Mu Shuling. "Watch what you're saying." The Crane Fairy looked at Lin Yun unhappily, thinking that Lin Yun was too disrespectful to her master. "Here, go prepare tea." "He's right, and my attainment in music is only ordinary." The white-clothed man stopped and caressed the zither. Although Crane Fairy was unhappy, she still obliged what the white-clothed man said and returned with tea. "I'm grateful to Senior that I can grasp the astral sword intent. How do I address Senior as?" Lin Yun asked sincerely. Without this person's help, Lin Yun's journey would have stopped at the 7th level. If he wanted to grasp the astral sword intent, He might have to wait till his cultivation reached the nirvana stage. You have already grasped the astral sword intent. Your heart hasn't reached that level. This heart that I'm speaking of isn't referring to the sword heart. What do you mean? Lin Yun asked. Heart is like this cup. The white-clothed man raised the cup and toyed with it. As he spoke, he placed the cup on the desk and picked up the teapot. He said, the water is the sword intent. The white-clothed man poured the tea out of the teapot, allowing the tea to overflow the cup, and explained, your heart can only contain this much, and any more will cause it to overflow. On the other hand, Lin Yun fell into deep thought, looking at the tea overflowing the cup. But you've grasped the sword heart, so the tea isn't able to overflow and has been stored within. Like Lin Yun's silver sword heart, silver runes appeared on the cup. When silver runes covered the cup, the water stopped overflowing. No matter how much tea poured out from the teapot, not a single droplet seeped out, as though the cup was a bottomless abyss. This made Lin Yun inwardly alarmed, and he instantly figured everything out. His sword intent was stuck at the heavenly dome sword intent, but his sword intent kept increasing and hadn't stopped. Do you know what will happen if it continues? The white-clothed man smiled, looking at Lin Yun. But before Lin Yun could respond, cracks covered the teacup before it exploded. This instantly made Lin Yun's face change, with his heart throbbing violently. His face wouldn't change if it was just the explosion of the teacup, but he took it for himself earlier. He instantly understood what the white-clothed man wanted to say. He was special. Even if his sword intent was still at the heavenly dome sword intent, his sword intent would continue accumulating due to his sword heart. If he couldn't break the astral sword intent, he would blow apart sooner or later like the teacup. Your sword intent has long reached a height comparable to the astral sword intent. You're just a little lacking to make a breakthrough, and you're slowly making a breakthrough in your heart during the 4 trials on the 7th level. The white-clothed man said, this is why the later trials on the 7th level became easier for you, and you didn't even need your sword for the last trial. Why did you help me? Lin Yun asked. That's because everyone else is mediocre in my eyes, while you stood out like a bright star. The white-clothed man smiled. You're like a phoenix amongst a flock of birds. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because that wasn't a simple evaluation. Senior, may I ask who you are? Since you know I'm not Yi Qingtian, why did you still help me? Lin Yun asked, baffled by this white-clothed man's decision. You're Dragon Origin Great Saint's disciple, which means you're my grand disciple. Furthermore, I was only looking at your sword and not you, smiled the white-clothed man. Lin Yun was alarmed after hearing what the white-clothed man said. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was already a great saint, so just how high was the status of this person? He instantly understood why the Dragon Origin Great Saint wanted him to visit the Celestial Purging Mountain. The Dragon Origin Great Saint probably wanted him to pass this person's test. Senior, are you the 3rd sword wielder? Lin Yun asked. Don't bother asking. You still have 2 more days in the Celestial Purging Mountain. If you can reach the end, I'll tell you. Perhaps you might even be able to see the Emperor's sword, the white-clothed man said. The Heavenly Tao sect had 3 divine swords, the Heavenly Sword, Tao Sword, and Emperor's Sword. But wasn't the Emperor's Sword lost a long time ago? The Dragon Origin Great Saint personally told me about it. Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. Since the sword chose to leave, it can also return by itself, smiled the white-clothed man. When Lin Yun returned to Indigo Thunder Peak, the sky became bright, and he returned to Yi Qingtian's appearance. He activated the 3 Lives fruit and entered the 3 Lives realm once more. He still had 2 days in the outside world before the next round of the ranking battle started. So that was roughly 2 months in the 3 Lives realm. After entering the 3 Lives realm, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to refine the heavenly cloud fruits and calmed himself down. He took a deep breath and planned to get used to the astral sword intent first. In his sword sea, a terrifying radiance shone from a small spark. But if he wanted to strengthen it, he would need to do what Jian Jingtian did, turn it into a sun. No matter how small it was the azure sword intent, and this speck could tear apart the 36 layers of heaven. I can focus on tempering the sword heart now that I've grasped the astral sword intent, Lin Yun muttered to himself. Yi Guhan had already taught him how to temper his sword heart, but it was a secret technique he could only start using after grasping the astral sword intent. He wanted to use this secret technique to fuse his Azure Dragon intent and sword heart, forming the Azure Dragon sword heart. When his sword intent makes another improvement, the sword heart would grow into the Azure Dragon sword domain, and the Azure Dragon sword heart was the rough outline of a sword domain. He only spent 7 days fusing the Azure Dragon intent with the sword heart, and it was a smooth process. It was mainly because he possessed the Azure Dragon Saint physique and had seen the Azure Dragon constellation before, so it was easy for him to accomplish it. The spark was his astral sword intent, and the moment Lin Yun accomplished the Azure Dragon sword heart, his attainment in the sword reached a terrifying height. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon sword heart with his pupils shining brightly like a pair of dragon pupils, and he could clearly see the minuscule dust. This way, I can find a breakthrough even if I'm facing a ghost spirit martial technique. Lin Yun inwardly rejoiced because this strengthened his ability to find the flaw of his opponent's attack. Furthermore, when he circulated the Azure Dragon sword heart, a silver radiance shone, and a sword aura spread to 100 feet away, which allowed Lin Yun to freely control wind and lightning within this distance. Faintly, a rough domain appeared, and Lin Yun was good in this domain. I might be fearless before a saint aura that's within 100 feet, and even a quasi-saint won't be able to kill me in one move. If my opponent is careless, I might be able to injure him. Lin Yun muttered to himself with joy on his face. But it was a pity that he didn't have an opponent to give it a try. Lin Yun planned to temper himself against demonic beasts after the ranking battle. As for the ranking battle, if he ran into Wang Yu again, he didn't even have to use the profound thunder sword technique to win. Most importantly, he had just comprehended the astral sword intent and had 9 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits left to refine. Thus, he had a huge room for improvement in his sword intent. But the likes of Wang Yu and Yi Fifan should have trump cards, so I can't be careless. Lin Yun's trump cards were the Divine Firefly Sword and the Sword of the Beginning, without exposing his identity. If he used 2 months to stabilize his astral sword intent, it would become a powerful trump card, and he wouldn't have to fear anyone. It was naturally best for him to have more trump cards. He had already revealed the Divine Firefly Sword, but he still had 4 sword forms left that he hadn't revealed. But it was unavoidable that others might be prepared for it. So he had to improve his astral sword intent in 2 months. Although he might not have had the opportunity to use the astral sword intent in D group, he also had to stabilize it. Even if he limited himself to the heavenly dome sword intent, his sword intent would be much stronger than others. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, 2 days had passed, and the speck of spark within his sword sea grew to the size of an infant's fist. I wonder how senior brother was able to cultivate his sword intent, Lin Yun sighed. Astral sword intent was harder to cultivate than he had imagined, and he had exhausted all his resources to come this far. But it had barely reached lesser mastery, and he had only stabilized his sword intent. He had used up all the 7-colored heavenly cloud fruits, and it would be hard for him to improve his sword intent in the future. But he was fortunate that he was shameless. If he had concerns back then, he wouldn't be able to improve his astral sword intent so much. But when could he reach the same height as his senior brother? His senior brother might have grasped the astral sword intent while he was at the Dragon Pulse realm, but Lin Yun was much younger than him, and his senior brother was forced to stay at the Dragon Pulse realm for 2 decades. Lin Yun stood and waved his hand, summoning the star from his sword sea and having it hover above his palm. This star shone brightly with a golden radiance and filled up this entire space. As for Lin Yun, he looked like he had donned golden armor, and even his hair became golden, emitting a sacred aura. Looking from afar, it looked as though he was holding onto a sun in his palm. Knowing the severity, knowing when to retreat, I finally understand it now, Lin Yun sighed. He had to thank the white-clothed man. The latter had saved his life, or there might be consequences. A baby naturally couldn't swing a sword even if you gave them a sword. But does an adult know how heavy it was after holding it? Letting the tea fill the entire cup was the best way to use it. Take now, for example. The star returned to his sword sea and unleashed his astral sword intent. The massive astral sword intent filled Lin Yun's 10 dragon pulses before coursing through his body, and his sword aura reached a terrifying height. Under immense pressure, even the Three Lives realm became unstable. This way, I can bring out 120% of my astral sword intense power. Lin Yun raised his head and executed the sword of the beginning with his astral sword intent, and the space around him began to tremble. When he grasped his sword, fine cracks appeared within the Three Lives realm. As he slowly drew his sword, the entire space began to shrink. After he drew his sword entirely, the surrounding space within 100 miles began to overlap, with fine cracks appearing. But when he sheathed his sword, the fine cracks reached 100 meters away, and there was an afterimage 100 meters away as if he had appeared there with a footstep. Space Dao is really profound, Lin Yun exclaimed, looking at his afterimage. But it was just as he had expected, and he seemed to be able to swing his sword again. He couldn't imagine how powerful it would be to swing his sword 9 times. He wondered how powerful it would become if he perfected the profundity contained within this sword and what would happen if it really became the sword of the beginning that he had imagined. This wouldn't be an easy journey, but he was determined to walk on this sword path that belonged to himself. Lin Yun briefly rested before he summoned as many constellations as possible, and he summoned 8 constellations. Each was an ominous beast. He muttered, "One more left." The Heavenly Burial constellation had a total of 9 paintings. Aside from the 8 ominous beasts, there was the sword that subdued the 8 ominous beasts. It looks like I can only combine the 9 paintings after reaching the Nirvana stage. But which painting should I use? Lin Yun naturally couldn't mimic Yi Qingtian's constellation, so he picked Kuanpeng. He had never used this constellation before and could claim to have inherited the constellation of the Saint Origin that he had refined. When he was done, he backed out from the Three Lives realm and stowed the Three Lives fruit. Turning back, he discovered that the Azure Dragon Sword Heart might be the smallest among all his harvests. It might be a rough shape of a domain, but it was only equivalent to a magnifying glass. If there was a slightly stronger external force, the domain would immediately shatter. Lin Yun had no idea how powerful the Azure Dragon Sword Heart was, and it was far beyond his imagination. Lin Yun had cultivated for 2 months and no longer wanted to cultivate. He had to head to the Heavenly Dao altar in an hour, and he couldn't achieve anything in this hour even if he tried. Lin Yun took out a brush and paper to practice his calligraphy, since he had nothing to do. His master, the Radiant Sword Saint, was fond of calligraphy. Each stroke contained great profundity, but it was a pity that ever since Lin Yun left the ancient barren battlefield, he had no more opportunities to execute the carefree 9 swords. Everyone knew that the Radiant Sword Saint taught it to Lin Yun, and everyone could instantly recognize him if he used it. Hee, Big Brother Lin, what are you writing? A peal of laughter resounded as Lil Purple appeared. Seeing Lil Purple so happy, Lin Yun knew she must have found something. He asked, "You found it?" "Yeah. The Solar Lunar Divine Rune is in the Nether Orchid Courtyard. The aura was too weak the past few times, but I sensed it this time," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun knew that it wasn't that simple, or it would make no sense why Lil Purple could sense it this time and not the other times. Lil Purple practically searched the entire Nether Orchid Courtyard over the past few days. If the Solar Lunar Divine Rune existed, it made no sense for it to alternate between weak and clear. Wang Mayan would have found it long ago if it was that easy. "I really found it. It's in the Celestial Pool," Lil Purple said. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that, and he now knew why Lil Purple was so sweet in calling him Big Brother Lin. "Hee, Big Brother Lin, when are you bringing me to the Celestial Pool? Why don't we go after the ranking battle?" Lil Purple wore an adorable smile. "We'll see then," Lin Yun replied. "Humph, you scumbag. You clearly promised me." Lil Purple instantly became unhappy. On the other hand, Lin Yun merely smiled and continued his calligraphy. When he finished the last word, Lil Purple came over, seeing that Lin Yun was ignoring her. "What are you writing? Let me take a look." When Lil Purple ran over, she recited, That's because everyone else is mediocre in my eyes, while you stood out like a bright star. You're like a phoenix amongst a flock of birds. Lil Purple's face blushed and she bashfully said, "You don't have to praise me in this manner?" "Someone said it to me." Lin Yun smiled and shared his experience on the celestial purging mountain with her. After hearing what Lin Yun said, Lil Purple lost interest and muttered, "Humph, you're a fake phoenix and I'm the real phoenix. If he sees me, he will immediately bow down to me and obediently hand over the Emperor's sword." Lin Yun merely laughed it off and burned his calligraphy. He raised his head and said, "Then you help me obtain the Emperor's sword, and I'll help you get the Solar Lunar Divine Rune." Lil Purple was sitting on the sword box, glaring at Lin Yun. "You scumbag. We can't rush with the Solar Lunar Divine Rune and need a plan. It's definitely not as simple as you think," Lin Yun said. "I naturally know that, but I'm anxious about it," Lil Purple said. Seeing Lil Purple's pitiful look, Lin Yun sighed. "All right, I'll find a way to enter the celestial pool after the ranking battle." "Really?" Lil Purple's eyes lit up, and she sat on Lin Yun's shoulder. She chuckled, "I knew that you're the best." Lin Yun bitterly smiled when he saw this, knowing that her pitiful act fooled him. "Don't worry about it. Bai Shuang won't kill you. When I subdue the Solar Lunar Divine Rune, I'll give her to you as your maid. At that time, you can do whatever you want with her." But before she could finish, Lin Yun looked at her weirdly. This instantly made Lil Purple's face blush, and she ran away. "Humph, you scumbag. I'm only speaking your thoughts." Seeing this, Lin Yun only shook his head and headed to the Heavenly Tao altar, because the ranking battle would soon start. After 3 days of intense battle, 100 people stood out from the loser group to participate in the final battle. The final battle would determine the top 10 rankings. This was a brutal and exciting battle because those who entered the top 10 would receive many rewards. Just the Nirvana pellets alone were enough to make everyone envious. Nirvana pellets were cultivating resources for those at the Nirvana stage, and you could only obtain them by exchanging with contribution points in the Heavenly Tao sect. Aside from that, those in the top 10 would further be rewarded with contribution points to exchange for anything they want. Most importantly, they would be able to enter the Heavenly Will Pagoda. There were many disciples gathered on the Heavenly Tao altar. There were inner disciples and saint disciples who were eliminated. Although the top 10 hadn't been determined, the favored candidates had already appeared based on everyone's performances in the previous round. The first in the ranking was Wang Mayan, the Heavenly Holy Maiden. She was the youngest and had already been cultivating within the Heavenly Will Pagoda long ago. She was on a whole new level compared to the other saint disciples, regardless of talent or aptitude. The second and third ranking were naturally Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan, and they were both geniuses with a saint as their masters. They had been a saint disciple for a long time, and there was a vast difference between saints disciples and saint disciples. The one ranked fourth was Lin Tongbei, an older generation saint disciple. Wang Yu was ranked 7th, winning 30 matches in the loser group, and made it to the finals. As for Yi Qingtian, he was also ranked in the top 10 by everyone. No matter how unhappy they were, it was unquestionable that Yi Qingtian could make it into the top 10 with the 6 sword forms of the Divine Firefly Sword. Lin Yun listened to Chun Feng's explanation and wasn't too bothered, initially. But he discovered that, in the top 100, the top 10 were practically arranged in this order, which was a public acknowledgement. This is too much. Not only are Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan ranked in the top 3, even Wang Yu, who you've defeated, is ranked 7th. Chun Feng said furiously. He and the other Indigo Thunder Peak disciples were also unhappy. Many disciples from the Indigo Thunder Peak came together, and they were here to show Yi Qingtian their support. After all, Yi Qingtian became an influential figure within the Indigo Thunder Peak. Luo Chun walked over with the Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples. He looked at Chun Feng and coldly said, "Senior brother Wang was only careless, and he didn't expect Yi Qingtian to grasp the Divine Firefly Sword. If he knew, how could he be injured? Do you think the Indigo Thunder Peak can suppress my Nether Orchid Courtyard?" That's right. Yi Qingtian's victory wasn't upright, and senior brother Wang had gone easy on him. Let's wait and watch. The top 10 rankings are only temporary. It'll be weird if he can even make it into the top 10 when the next round begins. The Nether Orchid Courtyard's disciples spoke out. They had a strong grudge against Yi Qingtian, not to mention Wang Yu was their senior brother. So they were naturally unhappy with Yi Qingtian and the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples. The argument lasted long and stopped only after Quasi-Saint Qiyun arrived. Lin Yun glanced around, but the three groups hadn't started yet. The number of people in each group differed, so their time was also separated. The Tian group and Huang group had fewer people, so they would naturally start later. On the contrary, the Shen group had the least amount of people and had already finished yesterday. Quasi-Saint Qiyun hovered in the air, saying, I believe everyone has seen the order in the name list. We've determined the top 10 after observing your cultivations and performances. This round is simple. The 100 people will divide into 10 groups, and the top smaller 10 will be divided. The champion for each smaller group will be in the top 10 on the ranking battle. Lin Yun instantly understood the rules. The Quasi-Saint Elder felt they could make it into the top 10 with their strength, thus separating them into 10 different smaller groups to prevent them from being eliminated. After Quasi-Saint Qiyun finished speaking, medals flew out from his sleeve towards everyone. When Lin Yun held onto his medal, he saw that he was assigned to the 10th group with 0 as his number. This meant everyone else in the group was the challenger. But he also had a benefit. He could lose once. As for the others, they would be eliminated if they lost once. When everyone examined their medals, an azure-clothed figure flew over from the horizon. When this person appeared, everyone could feel their swords vibrating. Calm down. Lin Yun firmly held onto the flower burial sword. As for everyone else, they were in a more pathetic state because they were trying their best to calm their swords. When Lin Yun raised his head, the azure-clothed figure soon descended on the altar where the Saint Elders were. The Saint Elders on the altar quickly stood up and cupped their hands together, including the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign. Only the Dragon Origin Great Saint didn't stand out and merely nodded his head as a greeting. Martial Ant Heavenly Jade, why are you here this year? Did anyone catch your eyes? The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign smiled. The Heavenly Jade Saint Sovereign was donned an azure robe, looking to be in her 20s. It was as though she wouldn't get old and was maintaining a youthful appearance. She replied, There's no need to be so polite. I heard there are many geniuses with swords in the D group, so I came to take a look. The D group is somewhat lacking, and they can't compare to the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Martial Ant, you should come again in a few days for the Tian group, said the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign. He was trying to get on the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's good side, and he didn't have any pride in belonging to a Saint Sovereign. But it didn't seem inappropriate in the eyes of the other Saint Elders. After all, just her title as one of the Eastern Desolation's 3 Sword Saints was enough for them to be respectful. There was no question that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was much stronger than them, regardless of cultivation or strength. Aside from those secluded experts in the Kunlun realm, only the 2 other Sword Saints could be comparable to her. There's also a genius in the D group, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, and her gaze swept through Lin Yun's group. Simultaneously, the D group shook with the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's arrival. Martial Ancestor Heavenly Jade actually turned up for the ranking battle? This is really weird. Can it be that someone has caught her attention? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had a high seniority within the Heavenly Dao sect, not to mention she was one of the 3 Sword Saints within the Eastern Desolation. So she was a martial ancestor in the eyes of many younger disciples. Her existence in the Heavenly Dao sect was equivalent to the Radiant Sword Saint in the Sword sect. Both were considered martial ancestors in their various sects. I heard that martial ancestor Heavenly Jade has been trying to look for a genius swordsman in the Heavenly Dao sect to guide herself. Are you serious? They'll soar to the sky if anyone can catch her attention. We have to perform well later. Everyone was excited. Zhang Yu, Wang Fifan, and the others already forgot about Yi Qingtian's existence, and they had flames blazing within their pupils when they looked at the Heavenly Dao altar. That place was enveloped in Saint Radiance, and no one could see the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's actual appearance. But they all became excited when they knew that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had arrived. If I can catch the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's attention, Yi Qingtian won't be able to suppress me with the name of the great saint anymore, Yi Fifan inwardly thought. Not to mention the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was one of the 3 sword saints, and she was more famous than the Dragon Origin Great Saint. Zhang Yu naturally held the same thoughts because saint sovereigns were already at the top of the pyramid within the Heavenly Dao sect. He was fearless in the past, but everything changed after he ran into Yi Qingtian again. But he could do nothing to Yi Qingtian because of his identity as a great saint's direct disciple. I have to perform well this time. Master said that this is related to the sword assembly. Zhang Yu knew more information than others and naturally thought more about it. On the contrary, Lin Yun sneaked a peek at the Heavenly Dao altar. Despite seeming calm on the surface, he was nervous in his heart. After all, he was reckless in probing the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint with his sword intent in the past. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint could be considered an old friend of his master, but he didn't know about their current relationship. What if they used to be lovers, and his master abandoned her? But Lin Yun soon shook his head, hoping it wasn't real. Martial Ant, that's Yi Fifan, a newly risen genius of my Yi clan. Martial Ant, that's my disciple Zhang Yu. He's currently ranked in the top 3 on the D group. He possesses a saint physique, and his attainment in the sword is pretty decent as well. But Wang Mian is publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the D group. Aside from her, there's also Lin Tongbei. Everyone only knows of him as an older generation's saint disciple, but he has hidden himself deeply. The saint elders on the altar wore smiles as they introduced their juniors and disciples to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Everyone had roughly gotten some information, so they were so attentive in promoting their juniors and disciples. Only the Dragon Origin Great Saint maintained his silence and said nothing. The other candidates with 0 on their medals had someone promoting them to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Dragon Origin Great Saint, why aren't you saying anything? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint turned to look at the Dragon Origin Great Saint. Yi Qingtian is also one of the 10 candidates, right? The Dragon Origin Great Saint was inwardly alarmed and said, Heavenly Jade Sword Saint must be joking. Yi Qingtian is only lucky and inferior in terms of cultivation and foundation. His cultivation came from refining half a saint origin, and he's only lucky to make it so far. He definitely won't be able to make it into the top 10. And his talent in the sword is ordinary. Oh, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, I heard that he has grasped 6 sword forms of the divine Firefly sword, and they are also saying that he'll definitely become a sword saint in the future. Becoming a sword saint is difficult, and he needs experience. Not to mention he hasn't changed even after returning to the Heavenly Dao sect. He's still as cocky as before, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said with a cold expression. He won't be able to become a sword saint with his character, and he might change to cultivate the Dracophant Saint Purgatory art like me. He needs to change his personality, or he might commit a mistake again in the future. The Dragon Origin Great Saint maintained a low profile and even spoke badly about Yi Qingtian. Naturally, this surprised everyone. They had no idea what the Dragon Origin Great Saint was trying to do. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint no longer said anything after hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. But the Dragon Origin Great Saint couldn't help feeling anxious upon seeing that the battle was about to begin, and he inwardly hoped that Yi Qingtian wouldn't shine too brightly later. It would be good enough if he could barely make it into the top 10, and it was best for him not to get into the top 10. Anyhow, he could give Yi Qingtian some rewards himself. He was afraid Yi Qingtian might catch the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's attention and be snatched away. He couldn't refuse if that happened because Yi Qingtian and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint practiced the sword. He also became speechless at how fast Yi Qingtian became so popular in just a few days. When Lin Yun went up on the 10th stage, he waited for his challenger. He was the first to go on the stage and had to undergo several battles until he lost. He had to defeat the 9 challengers and make it into the top 10. Qi Yu of the Upper 9 Peaks, a blue-clothed youth, went on the stage and cupped his hands together. Qi Yu was also a swordsman, with his cultivation reaching the 3rd transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he was in his 50s. He had become famous long ago. However, there were too many geniuses within the Heavenly Tao sect for him to shine. But he was pretty famous outside the Heavenly Tao sect. Indigo Thunder Peak, Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun returned a greeting. My sword Tao talent is inferior to you, but you have low odds of winning against me with your current cultivation. You're destined to become one of the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Heavenly Tao sect, and there aren't many who can be compared to you. If I can defeat you, I should be able to catch some attention, Qiyu said. He highly evaluated Yi Qingtian and knew he would be surpassed by Yi Qingtian sooner or later. But he was confident that he could defeat the current Yi Qingtian because of the difference in their cultivation. Qiyu could also be considered a monster amongst geniuses with his aptitude. I don't know if you're praising or looking down on me with your words. Let's stop wasting time and make your move. Lin Yun smiled. Qiyu immediately summoned his constellation, a ferocious fire spirit. This was an anxious, ominous spirit with shackles tangling around its arms with a horn on its forehead. This was Qiyu's constellation, and he had been tempering his constellation for the past decade. This was why the aura his constellation gave off was stronger than geniuses in the same generation. Even the constellation of geniuses at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage wouldn't be stronger than him, and he immediately caused an uproar when he summoned his constellation. Everyone knew that no one would hold back in the finals anymore. But facing Qiyu, Lin Yun had no intentions of summoning his constellation. Qiyu furrowed his brows with puzzlement in his pupils. No one would continue to hold back after coming this far because the victory would be determined in 1 or 2 moves. So Lin Yun not summoning his constellation was no different from courting death in his eyes. I don't need to bring out my constellation to deal with you, Lin Yun said indifferently. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Qiyu smiled. You have quite the character, but I like it. I only had 70% odds of winning earlier, but I have 100% now. Ha ha ha. Blazing Incineration Star. Qiyu drew his sword and executed a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique with his constellation, unleashing a roar. Under the empowerment of his constellation, his sword aura became increasingly terrifying and formed into a powerful sword aura. A dazzling sword ray enveloped the area as 9 flaming vortexes tore through the sky and headed towards Lin Yun. On the other hand, Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword and poured his dragon origin into it before swinging it, cutting apart a flaming vortex. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun shook his wrist and unleashed several sword rays, destroying the remaining vortexes. At the same time, Lin Yun disappeared and reappeared before Qiyu. When their swords clashed, neither of them had any intention of retreating. They both felt that they could win. One was confident in his sword Tao, while the other was confident in his cultivation and constellation. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 72 strikes and nearly tore apart the entire stage. Lin Yun strolled casually, but Qiyu was covered in injuries with fine cracks appearing on his constellation, and the power of his constellation had declined. After another clash, both Lin Yun and Qiyu retreated. Qiyu was covered in 72 wounds, with sword rays seeping out of his wounds and blood splashing around. His face also became terrifyingly pale, and he fell onto one knee. 72 swords, and I actually failed even to block one of them. I have underestimated your attainment in sword Tao. Qiyu was unwilling to admit defeat but still cupped his hands together before going down the stage. He looked disappointed, unlike when he went on the stage. Everyone else was also shocked. It wasn't shocking that Yi Qingtian could defeat Qiyu, but they couldn't believe that Yi Qingtian defeated Qiyu without even bringing out his constellation. Qiyu couldn't block any of the 72 swords, and the difference was a little significant between them. Just how heaven-defying Yi Qingtian's attainment in sword Tao had to be. He improved again in 3 days. Wang Mayan squinted her pupils, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had improved too quickly when it had only been 3 days. Yi Fifan and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance, their faces becoming ugly. They couldn't comprehend this situation as well. Yi Qingtian's sword intent seems to have improved, giving a feeling that it has become complete. His sword intent gives me a feeling like lifting something heavy lightly, A Saint Elder sighed on the heavenly Tao altar. He now has a Grandmaster's demeanor. A young Grandmaster? Hard to say. He doesn't seem like a brat in his 20s. The Saint Elders were shocked, and only the Dragon Origin Great Saint's face was ugly because he had speculation. Lin Yun must have visited the Celestial Purging Mountain. He might have even seen that person. Dragon Origin Great Saint, this is what you said. Yi Qingtian only made it so far by luck? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint looked at the Dragon Origin Great Saint with a playful smile. This immediately placed the Dragon Origin Great Saint under tremendous pressure, and he squeezed out a smile. This is nothing. It's mainly because Qi Yu is too weak. He's in the third transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he can't even defeat someone in the profound death stage. So how is he not a piece of garbage? The lips of the other Saint Elders twitched when they heard that. Fortunately, Qi Yu wasn't a saint's disciple, or his master would probably have been angered to death on the spot. Then we'll continue to watch and see how far this ordinary disciple of yours can go, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. The other Saint Elders finally felt that something wasn't right. The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign's face changed, and he wondered if the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint came here for Yi Qingtian. The Dragon Origin Great Saint did his best to maintain his composure, but he was already panicking because the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't bother concealing her objective. It looks like he had to find a way. When his gaze fell onto Lin Yun, he couldn't help becoming furious. Doesn't Lin Yun know how to keep a low profile? The Dragon Origin Great Saint wanted Lin Yun to maintain a low profile, but it was a pity that Lin Yun's strength didn't allow him to. He could easily defeat his opponent even before obtaining the Astral Sword Intent and spending 2 months in the Three Lives realm. When his attainment in Sword Dao reached a certain height, the difference in cultivation wouldn't be that terrifying anymore, and only Wang Yu gave him a slight headache. Now that he had undergone a drastic transformation, how could he maintain a low profile? Even if he went easy on Qi Yu by not summoning his constellation, it was still tough for him to find an evenly matched opponent unless he ran into the other candidates with the 0 medals. Thus, Lin Yun easily won 3 more rounds and didn't have to summon his constellation. This naturally made the Saint Elders on the Heavenly Tao altar to give out praises for Yi Qingtian. That Yi Qingtian is really a genius. If he's in the Tian group, he might suffer due to the drastic difference in cultivation. But he'll stand out too much in the D group, and it's not easy to categorize him. With such a high attainment in the sword, he might have grasped more than 6 sword forms of the divine Firefly sword. To have such an achievement at the profound death stage, we should make an exception for him to cultivate within the Heavenly Will Pagoda to make a breakthrough to the Nirvana stage as soon as possible. The flow of time within the Heavenly Will Pagoda differed from the outside world, and cultivating there for a year was equivalent to a month in the outside world. Aside from that, there were also a lot of benefits within the Heavenly Will Pagoda, since it was a sacred cultivation ground to begin with. The pagoda was filled with Nirvana aura, and the few highest levels were filled with Saint aura and Natural Saint aura. It contained the Heavenly Tao sect's secret treasures, cultivation techniques, Saint pellets, and unimaginable benefits. Martial Ant Heavenly Jade, what do you think of Yi Qingtian? A Saint Elder asked, looking at the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Hearing what the Saint Elder said, the Dragon Origin Great Saint opened his eyes to glare at this person. But that person didn't know and was still looking at the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. He's a genius. If he can reach the Nirvana stage, he will undergo a drastic transformation and become a saint in the future. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. This was a high evaluation that Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Wang Yu didn't receive. While the Dragon Origin Great Saint felt depressed and was about to close his eyes, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint continued. But there are many uncertainties in the world. Just like the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, there's a high chance of him falling if he doesn't change. So he will only have 2 outcomes. Rise like a dragon or fall like a comet. He still needs to be observed. Aside from that, his talent in the sword needs some improvements. The Dragon Origin Great Saint unhappily opened his eyes when he heard that. Right then, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint looked at the Dragon Origin Great Saint and asked with a smile, Dragon Origin Great Saint, what do you think of what I said? If it's only within the Heavenly Tao sect, all your evaluations are right. But there are many geniuses within the Kunlun realm, not to mention the Divine Dragon Empire that has flourished for the past 3,000 years. Aside from the 8 ancient domains, forces like the Hidden Sword Manor, Skysolid City, Blizzard St. Palace, Myriad Sword Pavilion, and Black Feather Palace contain many genius swordsmen. The Nether Slaughtering Sword Sovereign continued. The Sword Emperor established Skysolid City, and his disciples are all monstrous geniuses. The Hidden Sword Manor's inheritance isn't weaker than our Heavenly Tao sect, not to mention that Frost Emperor of the Blizzard St. Palace. That person is also a genius swordsman, and his attainment in Blizzard Sword Tao is stronger than Yu Qingfeng in certain factors. The champions of the Heavenly Paths have also grown up. I heard that Gu Xian, the champion of the first Heavenly Path, reached the Nirvana stage 2 years ago, obtaining the ancient Lightning Emperor's inheritance. The champion of the second Heavenly Path also obtained the Pegasus inheritance. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. The moment she said that, the Saint Elders fell into silence. The 9 Heavenly Paths champions all shook the Kunlun realm. Let's not mention those that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint mentioned, but Lin Yun, who had been causing a great shock within the Eastern Desolation, was the 9th Heavenly Paths champion. Aside from that, the 9 emperors also have their inheritances, not to mention there are also geniuses being produced in the other Holy Lands. Even within the Heavenly Tao sect, Yi Qingtian is still inferior to those few. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Don't be a frog in the well because the world has already changed. When the Blue Dragon record appears, a grand era comparable to the Golden Era will arrive. The Saint Elders became quiet because many geniuses had recently appeared within the Heavenly Tao sect. The sect might seem glorious, but they knew that the Heavenly Tao sect was no longer the same as it was 3,000 years ago, and it was still being determined if they would have a position in the Golden Era. Yi Qingtian was a genius, but many people were stronger than him within the Kunlun realm. Yi Qingtian was the Dragon Origin Great Saint's disciple. He could say bad things about Yi Qingtian, but wouldn't allow others to do that. The Dragon Origin Great Saint's face was ugly as he said, "Who knows the future? But it's undeniable that Yi Qingtian will rise in the Golden Era, and I saw Yu Qingfeng's demeanor on him. He will become a Sword Emperor and surpass the Radiant Sword Saint." The Saint Elders' faces changed when they heard that. There was a hidden meaning behind the Dragon Origin Great Saint's words, which meant Yi Qingtian's talent was also stronger than the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, one of the 3 Sword Saints. The other Saint Elders didn't dare to say a word, and they could sense how protective the Dragon Origin Great Saint was. But they all inwardly laughed as they looked at the Dragon Origin Great Saint who was acting as anxious as a child. On the contrary, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint merely smiled and said nothing. The Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign stroked his beard and smiled. He might not even be able to become the champion. As for being comparable to the Radiant Sword Saint and becoming a Sword Emperor, Dragon Origin Great Saint, aren't you exaggerating it a bit? He wasn't in the position to compete with the Dragon Origin Great Saint before, but it was different now with the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint standing there. The Dragon Origin Great Saint also stroked his beard and replied, "It's just becoming the champion. My disciple can easily obtain that. Just watch." Unlike earlier, the Dragon Origin Great Saint hoped Yi Qingtian would be more high-profile. He'll easily obtain it? The Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign smiled with disdain flashing across his pupils. There was no question that Yi Qingtian was talented, but it was another story about becoming the champion. Amongst the top 10 were the Heavenly In Holy Maiden, Wang Yu, Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong. All of them were geniuses, and he didn't think Yi Qingtian could hold his ground against them. On the other hand, Lin Yun welcomed his 5th opponent. His 5th opponent was an old man who was 100 years old. When the old man came on the stage, he cupped his hands together. "Ren Tong of the Upper 9 Peaks, come on," Lin Yun replied. Ren Tong focused on his physique and grasped the Flame Yang Saint physique. He practiced the Metal Fusion Saint Cannon, refining many precious metals. This meant he was a formidable opponent and should be able to force out Lin Yun's trump cards. But in just 10 odd exchanges, sparks flew around Ren Tong's body. Although Lin Yun's attacks might not have injured him, his sword intent had infiltrated Rentong's body, causing damage to his internal organs. He yelled, "Stop! Stop! I admit defeat." Rentong looked at Lin Yun and sighed. "If I was 50 years younger, I wouldn't have let you win so easily." Lin Yun nodded his head and believed what Rentong said. But it was undeniable that Rentong's vitality had declined with aging. Rentong suffered no injuries and could still last a long time with his physique. If Lin Yun didn't use the astral sword intent, he might not have been able to inflict severe injuries on Rentong, even with 3,000 attacks. But Rentong had long lost his motivation, and it had become useless even if he had a powerful physique. Looking at the youthful Yi Qingtian, Rentong enviously sighed, "I really envy youngsters like you." Lin Yun didn't want to say a word, but Rentong's sigh had strummed a particular string in his heart. He spoke out, "Hold it right there. What's the matter? You want to humiliate me even though I have admitted defeat." Rentong turned around and looked at Yi Qingtian with his brows furrowed. This was because Yi Qingtian didn't have a good reputation within the sect. But Lin Yun shook his head and replied, "In my eyes, a swordsman has nothing to do with their age. We should pursue our goals regardless of age. A man is still youthful even after he dies." That was what he thought and did. Lin Yun was young but experienced more life and death experience than the old man. So the blood in his heart was still as boiling as before. Rentong initially thought that Yi Qingtian wanted to humiliate him, but he was stumped after hearing what Yi Qingtian said. Not only that, but many people were shocked when they heard what Yi Qingtian said because it didn't sound like something that Yi Qingtian would say. But for some reason, they could feel their hearts boiling when they heard him. Chun Feng was also stumped, wondering if this was still the same senior brother as before. When he looked at Yi Qingtian, who was donned a white robe, he felt that Yi Qingtian's figure seemed like a mountain in his eyes. This is senior brother Yi? It looks like he has undergone a drastic transformation after changing. Yi Qingtian is really dashing. It's no wonder why he can receive the attention of two holy maidens. So he really has changed. The female disciples all looked at Yi Qingtian with their eyes shining brightly and faces blushing. On the other hand, Zhang Yu and Yi Fifen's faces were ugly. Zhang Yu commented, "He really knows how to put on an act. Let's see how he'll fare then." Yi Fifen said coldly, "Thank you for your teachings." Rentong bowed and left the stage. Lin Yun didn't take long to obtain 9 victories in a row, with the entire group being swept up by Lin Yun. His profound sword techniques, cool demeanor, and words had subdued everyone present. Those who lost wore bitter expressions because they initially thought Yi Qingtian was an easy opponent, but that wasn't the case. Despite feeling bitter, they were fully convinced by their loss. For hours later, the other 9 groups also concluded, and everyone with the 0 medal maintained their positions as they stood on the reunited stage. All the inner and saint disciples held their breaths as they watched because they knew the finals were starting. None of the 10 on the stage were pushovers, and the competition would definitely be intense. Everyone initially thought Wang Mayan could become the champion, but they weren't that confident now. Even the saint elders' faces had become tense, especially the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign and Dragon Origin Great Saint. On the other hand, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint maintained her composure. Quasi-Saint Qi-Yun descended from the sky and glanced over the 10. He said, "I have to congratulate everyone for making it into the top 10, and the battle for the ranking battle begins." This meant everyone would compete for the championship because the other rankings were ordinary, which was a cruel reality. Only the champion would be remembered by everyone. Geniuses were all prideful, and the other rankings were no different from humiliation. The rules are the same as always. Whoever stands out will be the 0 candidate. He can choose to challenge one by one or challenge several people simultaneously. Qi-Yun said, "The treatment for the 0 candidate is the same, and he's allowed to fail once while everyone else will be eliminated if they are defeated." But none of the top 10 moved after hearing that, and even Wang Mayan didn't seem interested. Zhang Yu, Yi Fifen, and the others also didn't make a move. This was because the treatment of the 0 candidate wasn't captivating to them because losing once or twice didn't make a difference. They didn't stand out because they weren't confident they could preserve their trump cards. Since no one wants to stand out, we'll determine the zero candidate by lots, Qiyun said, and he wasn't surprised by this scene. Let me be the zero candidate. When Qiyun wanted everyone to draw lots, Yi Qingtian quickly stood out. This made everyone briefly stunned before they couldn't help smiling. On the heavenly Tao altar, the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign smiled. He's really is as the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. He still hasn't changed his cockiness. It's easy for him to fall if he maintains his cockiness. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was already cursing inwardly. Still, he maintained his composure on the surface and smiled. With the strength of my disciple, it's hard even if he wanted to maintain a low profile. Nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign, you don't know the outcome. The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign awkwardly smiled after hearing that, and he wanted to see if the Dragon Origin Great Saint could still smile later. Wang Yu, come on. Lin Yun called out to Wang Yu, picking him as his first opponent. Wang Yu's face changed, and he wasn't too willing. After all, he already lost to Yi Qingtian once and initially thought about taking revenge after returning from the loser group. But he wasn't that willing anymore after being called out by Yi Qingtian. He didn't want to fight Yi Qingtian so quickly. This caused him to cower. On the contrary, Lin Yun smiled. Wang Yu, have you found a way to break through my sword technique? Why don't you take a guess? Wang Yu asked indifferently. He already figured out a way back then. He was looking forward to facing Yi Qingtian's profound thunder sword technique again and surprising the latter. Blooming Nether Orchid. Wang Yu repeated and executed the Nether Orchid sword technique once more. This move again, Lin Yun smiled. He wasn't used to it before, but didn't need to treat it seriously now. With a wave of his hand, nether flowers appeared on the ground with a death aura spreading out. The petals of the nether flowers and nether orchids turned into two tornadoes that charged at each other along with their swords. One was filled with death aura while the other was brimming life force with their sword intents empowering their attacks. After a few breaths, the tornadoes reached 100 feet, making everyone's hearts tremble. This was a confrontation between death and life. When the two tornadoes clashed, they created a considerable commotion with petals flying around. The two tornadoes gradually fused with thunder rumbling in the sky. Lin Yun and Wang Yu both disappeared, before they clashed above the tornadoes with a powerful gale flashing with sparks flying around. Firefly Radiance! Firefly Radiance! The two executed the divine Firefly sword, and the first layer of heaven shattered with starlight raining down when their swords clashed. When they clashed, a powerful sword aura swept out from them. Dawn Radiance! Sunset Radiance! Waning Moon! Heavenly Snowing Mountain! Lin Yun and Wang Yu began to execute the divine Firefly sword, clashing together. This shocked everyone because they didn't expect that Wang Yu would also know the divine Firefly sword. When they clashed, the two tornadoes also fused. When life and death merged, they formed a 1,000-foot-high tornado that tore apart the surroundings. The powerful gales made their clothes violently flutter, and when they swung their swords, they executed the divine Firefly sword Silver Blood. Two silver starry skies appeared behind them, and a crimson radiance shone on their swords. When their swords clashed, the tornado was torn apart. When Yi Qingtian and Wang Yu descended, Wang Yu gasped for his breath with disbelief filled in his pupils. The divine Firefly sword was a trump card he had hidden, and he initially planned to catch Yi Qingtian by surprise. But he didn't expect that he would fail, and even his life intent failed to suppress Yi Qingtian. On the other hand, Lin Yun merely stood with his sword, looking at the petals flying around as though he was enjoying the beautiful scenery. Then again, the scenery was beautiful as Lin Yun stood in the petals. Wang Yu was unwilling, but he gritted his teeth and summoned his constellation. A scarlet dragon enveloped in flames appeared when the painting unfolded, releasing a powerful dragon aura. When the dragon aura swept out, Wang Yu's aura rose with cracks spreading on the ground. The Scarlet True Dragon. Senior Brother Wang's constellation is a little terrifying. Even the power of a quasi-saint's constellation isn't this powerful. I heard the Wang clan especially gave him dragon blood to cultivate this constellation, and this is his trump card. Yi Qingtian hasn't brought out his constellation, and it won't be easy for him. Everyone looked at the scarlet dragon and exclaimed with fear filling their pupils. On the contrary, Wang Yu restored his confidence and said, Yi Qingtian, bring out your constellation, as you wish. Lin Yun did not intend to hide it, and he smiled as a painting flew out of his body. The painting seemed ordinary, but it made everyone's faces change when the painting unfolded. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Yi Qingtian's constellation with disbelief, because Yi Qingtian's constellation was the primordial Kunping. When the primordial Kunping appeared, a massive aura swept out from Yi Qingtian and forced the dragon aura that was released from Wang Yu's constellation back. Under the radiance of Kunping, the flames on the scarlet dragon became dim, leaving everyone shocked with fear within their pupils. The scarlet dragon was over 30 feet, but it was nothing compared to Kunping. The Kunping in the air reached 100 feet, covering the entire sky. As Kunping flapped its wings, a violent gale blew that caused the entire space to tremble. It's really Kunping. It's Pong in the water and Kun when it's flying. The saint elders on the heavenly saint altar all stood up to take a closer look. The nether-slaughtering saint sovereign was a little distracted and muttered, How is this possible? This isn't Yi Qingtian's constellation before. He must have reforged his constellation while refining the saint origin. Kunping is a primordial beast, and it could only be obtained through ancient inheritances. The heavenly jade sword saint said with her brows furrowed. The other saint elders were also baffled but could only acknowledge what the heavenly jade sword saint said. The nether-slaughtering saint sovereign was unwilling to accept this and had Saint Aura fill his pupils. He was a saint sovereign, and not many things could fool his eyes. Even if it were a powerful means, there would be flaws if used by a junior. But the nether-slaughtering saint sovereign couldn't see anything wrong with Yi Qingtian, making him curse inwardly. What are you doing? A cold voice made the nether-slaughtering saint sovereign feel a chill run down his spine. The dragon origin great saint looked at him coldly with ferocity flashing within his pupils. When the nether-slaughtering saint sovereign looked at the dragon origin great saint, the latter felt terrified, as though he had been plunged into an abyss with a dracope staring at him. This phenomenon was created with countless saint runes, and the eyes of the dracope had a divine rune engraved in each one. This naturally scared the nether-slaughtering saint sovereign, with sweat covering his forehead and an invisible pressure crushing down on him. He quickly explained, I have no ill intentions towards Yi Qingtian. The dragon origin great saint coldly said, You're filled with ill intentions in my eyes. How dare you peek at my disciple with the saint eyes as a saint sovereign yourself? He's on the stage, but can you take responsibility if anything happens? The other saint elders quickly lowered their heads because they had also used their saint eyes earlier. It was mainly because the Kunping was too bizarre, and it naturally piqued their interest. After all, it was the primordial Kunping, a legendary divine beast of the northern sea, and it had existed since the beginning of the world. The nether-slaughtering saint sovereign's face changed, and fear began to cover his face. Right then, the heavenly jade sword saint said, Tu Yu is at fault for this matter, but Yi Qingtian's constellation is shocking. Even I can't help looking at him, and I apologize for that. Just this once. The dragon origin great saint stowed his saint aura. For sure, for sure. The nether-slaughtering saint sovereign heaved a breath of relief and looked at the heavenly jade sword saint with gratitude. When he turned to the dragon origin great saint, he couldn't help being alerted. He only glanced at Yi Qingtian. If he had taken it another step further, he would be skinned even if he wasn't killed. He now felt fortunate that he didn't listen to Zhang Yu and challenge the dragon origin great saint's patience. He was much younger than the dragon origin great saint and heard many stories about that great saint. The dragon origin great saint once clashed with the divine dragon empire, slaughtering many of the dragon clan's saints. Furthermore, the dragon origin great saint also clashed with the Blood Moon sect at the Yinyang borders of the God Burial Woods and slaughtered many demon spirit clans. What he saw earlier should be the dragon origin great saint's saint constellation, the blood purgatory. Yi Qingtian is going to win. the heavenly jade sword saint suddenly said. Everyone quickly raised their heads and saw Yi Qingtian standing there, allowing Wang Yu to unleash his attacks. No matter what Wang Yu did, Yi Qingtian stood unmoving and swung his sword, shattering all the incoming attacks. Lin Yun had to admit that Wang Yu had a lot of trump cards, especially his life intent, which engraved many killing moves with his mark. Soaring divine dragon. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and stomped his foot on the ground with a golden beam soaring to the sky. When he thrust his sword, it manifested into a divine dragon with a sword ray flying out. As Wang Yu's sword vibrated, and was accompanied by a divine dragon's roar, his constellation let a ferocious roar that allowed Wang Yu's aura to rise. But what happened next was a tragedy. The Kuanping grabbed onto the scarlet true dragon with its claws digging into the dragon. When Kuanping soared to the sky, its claws ripped the scarlet true dragon into two, making Wang Yu throw out a mouthful of blood. Wang Yu's aura started falling, and his sword dimmed down. He wanted to stop but could do nothing as the momentum carried him toward Lin Yun. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun clashed against Wang Yu's sword with his 2 fingers. When the fingers and sword clashed, the sword was knocked away from Wang Yu's hand and fell to the ground. This made Wang Yu's face change, but he still wasn't willing to admit defeat. He raised his palms, and his life intent began to blaze like flames, and his injuries began to recover at a visible speed with his aura climbing back up. Even the scarlet true dragon, which was torn into 2 by Kuanping, had started to recover. This scene made everyone's scalps numb, and wondered if this was the true power of life intent. But the corner of Lin Yun's lip rose because he knew that Wang Yu was barely holding on. Flaming Cloud Palm. Wang Yu executed a palm technique after losing his sword. Flames covered the sky, and each of his strikes left a palm in the air as Lin Yun retreated. Wang Yu was ferocious and had gone insane by trying to shatter the space in front of him. But Lin Yun didn't clash with him head-on and slowly retreated, avoiding all the incoming attacks. As Lin Yun retreated, more nether orchids began to bloom on the stage, and it didn't take long for half of the stage to be covered with nether orchids. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to be forced to a dead end, and he would give to leave the stage if he took another step back. The nether orchids bloomed behind Wang Yu, but he suddenly stopped after seeing the smile on Yi Qingtian's face. It appeared that he only needed a palm to push Yi Qingtian off the stage, but Wang Yu cowered because he knew that Yi Qingtian would retaliate if he carried on with his attack. Lin Yun didn't seem bothered by that, and he indifferently said, "I've said that you're smart, but smart people often ruin themselves with their cleverness. The outcome might have been different if you had this courage 3 days ago. As for now, you should admit defeat." What he said was true because Lin Yun hadn't grasped the astral sword intent 3 days ago, and was restricted because he couldn't use many of his trump cards. If Wang Yu was willing to reveal his trump cards and take a risk, he might have won or reached a par. But Wang Yu surrendered and had instead gone to the loser group rather than take the risk. Wang Yu raised his hand with trembling lips but dared not unleash his attack. Suddenly, Wang Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I admit defeat." His face suddenly became pale, and he threw out several mouthfuls of blood. He turned around and left, waving his sword and summoning his sword back before bowing. "Thanks." He thanked Lin Yun for not making him lose terribly after seeing that he was barely holding on. Lin Yun wasn't bothered, and he turned to look at the remaining 8 people and grinned. "Come at me together. It's boring to deal with you guys one by one." As he spoke, Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent suddenly rose with the heavens shattering. Lin Yun gave off a dazzling sword ray, unleashing a massive sword intent. But what made everyone's faces change was that Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent had reached complete mastery, and he was only 1 step away from the astral sword intent. Lin Yun was standing on the stage, but he felt like a giant and could touch the sky with a raise. Lin Yun's hair fluttered as sword rays shone, and he laughed, "Ha ha ha! Youths like us should be arrogant, and I wish to slay the heavens. Yi Qingtian is here, so who dares to fight me?" Lin Yun laughed and stepped forth with his sword aura gushing out. His sword aura was like a tidal wave that made half the remaining 8 fly away and throw out blood. After they were sent flying away, they fell onto one knee with shock in their pupils. watching Yi Qingtian laugh. But before the four could respond, they threw another mouthful of blood, and getting back on their feet was tough. It was clear that the four could no longer put up a fight. Only Wang Mian, Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong remained. The four unleashed their nirvana auras to defend the incoming sword intent. But even so, they had shock on their faces and fear in their pupils. As for Wang Yu, who had just gotten down the stage, he was completely dumbfounded with his mouth wide open. It turned out that Yi Qingtian didn't use his full strength earlier. His mind became blank when he looked at Yi Qingtian. Everyone in the surrounding area was also shocked, and they were dumbfounded. After all, Yi Qingtian was too cocky and even claimed he wanted to fight everyone simultaneously. Everyone might have think he was boasting if he didn't release his sword intent. But after witnessing Yi Qingtian's heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery, their hearts trembled because they knew that Yi Qingtian was serious about what he said. Oh my God! Yi Qingtian is really going to soar to the sky. So his heavenly dome sword intent has already reached complete mastery, and he's no longer hiding it. It's no wonder why he dares to join the D group. So it turns out that he's confident about the outcome. An uproar broke out from the surroundings, and the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples could feel their blood boiling within their bodies. On the heavenly Tao altar, the Saint Elders looked at Yi Qingtian with disbelief, and even they were affected by Lin Yun's words. Youths like us should be arrogant, and I wish to slay heaven. Even a saint might not be so arrogant. Yi Qingtian's future is unprecedented. The Dragon Origin Great Saint stroked his beard and smiled. I already said that the D Group's champion is easily within Yi Qingtian's reach. The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign was shocked by this scene, and he wanted to mock Yi Qingtian by habit. But recalling the Dragon Origin Great Saint's gaze earlier, he immediately swallowed his words. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, "He has quite the temper, and he'll probably suffer badly if he loses." The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign inwardly nodded, and he smiled. Martial Ant Heavenly Jade is right. We'll see then. The Dragon Origin Great Saint snorted. He wasn't confident about it and could only put on a strong front. Even his disciple was so cocky, and he couldn't be inferior to his disciple. He could only hope that Yi Qingtian wouldn't make him embarrassed before the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Upon sensing Lin Yun's powerful sword intent, aside from Wang Mian, the faces of the three changed. Who the hell do you think you are? You want to slay heaven? Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan exchanged glances before appearing on the stage. They were 10 feet away from Lin Yun. They released their auras at the Nirvana stage's fourth transformation and summoned their constellations. Zhang Yu's constellation was a golden sea of flames, while Yi Fifan's was 9 saint swords. Lin Yun's sword intent was forced back when they summoned their constellations. When Lin Beitong saw this scene, he squinted his eyes with a chill flashing across his pupils. Wang Mian wore a smile because Yi Qingtian would be in trouble if this was the extent of his strength. Do you think you're invincible with your heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery? Zhang Yu sneered and activated his Flame Yang Saint physique with golden flames gushing out from his body. Yi Fifan also smiled. It's time to teach him a lesson, or he'll think we're garbage. Everyone in the surroundings was alarmed because Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan's cultivations at the fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage were terrifying. Yi Fifan also released his martial intent, his pinnacle 5th grade lightning intent. As Yi Fifan's lightning intent merged with his sword intent, lightning bolts begin to flicker and crackle on the stage, and the vibration of the sword accompanied each lightning bolt. They gave off the feeling that Yi Fifan could confront Yi Qingtian's heavenly dome sword intent by himself. When Yi Fifan and Zhang Yu's auras combined, they forced back Yi Qingtian's sword intent. This made everyone take a deep breath because, in their eyes, it was practically impossible for Yi Qingtian to face multiple enemies. Neither Yi Fifan nor Zhang Yu were pushovers. Right then, a powerful gale rose as a figure appeared beside Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan. Lin Beitong didn't hesitate to come onto the stage, seeing that Zhang Yu and Yi Fifan managed to suppress Yi Qingtian. Ha ha ha! Yi Qingtian, you're too cocky. Lin Beitong summoned his constellation and released his martial intent when he came on the stage. The three joined forces, and fine cracks appeared on Yi Qingtian's sword aura. Hearing the crackling sounds made everyone's faces change. The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign smiled when he saw this scene. It looks like Yi Qingtian is in a dire situation, not to mention that the heavenly Holy Maiden has yet to make her move. The dragon origin great saint glared at the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign, causing the latter to shut up. But the smile on the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign's face became denser. Judging from the face-off of aura alone, anyone could tell that Yi Qingtian was in a dire situation. Yi Qingtian, you can still admit defeat now. Otherwise, I will return the humiliation you gave me tenfold. Yi Fifan gritted his teeth, looking at Yi Qingtian. He naturally meant how Yi Qingtian humiliated him with the identity of a great saint's direct disciple. Why do I have to admit defeat? Lin Yun smiled and turned to look at Wang Mayan. Heavenly and Holy Maiden, you can come up as well. But Wang Mayan grumbled with a smile. Junior brother Yi, you really know how to joke. How can I possibly join hands with others to deal with you? Her words immediately caused an uproar as everyone looked at Yi Qingtian with jealousy and hatred. After all, that was the heavenly and holy maiden, and she had publicly expressed her love for Yi Qingtian. Even if Yi Qingtian lost, it was already worth it. But Lin Yun merely rolled his eyes because he noticed her pupil's smugness. On the contrary, the faces of Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong were pale. Don't let him admit defeat so easily, Zhang Yu said, and he charged towards Lin Yun with Yi Fifan and Lin Beitong following behind him. A blazing fist appeared before Lin Yun in the blink of an eye, and his fist was blazing like a bright sun. Due to Zhang Yu's deep hatred for Yi Qingtian, he executed the Scarlet Heavenly Fist, a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. Right from the start, his fist dazzled brightly like a bright sun dyeing the sky red. Saint Runes also appeared in the attack, connecting with Zhang Yu's aura. Thus, the power behind Zhang Yu's fist was mighty. But Lin Yun had predicted it and soared to the sky, avoiding the incoming attack. Although he had avoided it, Zhang Yu's fist fell onto the ground, creating a colossal gulf that reached a few hundred feet that spread out of the stage. This caused an uproar, but it was fortunate that there was a quasi-saint around, or many people would have been caught up in it. This naturally scared those beneath the stage, and they quickly retreated. Isn't this a little too terrifying? The power of his fist is even stronger than Wang Yu's sword. Everyone felt lingering fear and was shocked by the power of Zhang Yu's punch. But when they raised their heads, they exclaimed because Lin Beidong's whip flew over. The whip was forged with metal, and the whip let out a loud crack while unleashing 10-odd whips, leaving behind a crack in the air with every whip. If the whip fell onto someone, even those at the second transformation of the Nirvana stage would be heavily injured or severed into two. But Lin Yun merely smiled and executed the divine sun-chasing art, dodging the whips, and none of the attacks could even touch his clothes. Damn it! Lin Beitong cussed. 100 firmament transformation! Yi Fifan roared, swinging his sword and unleashing thousands of lightning bolts toward Lin Yun. Each lightning bolt was a sword, and they were so fast that no one could respond in time. I don't believe that you can continue to dodge, Yi Fifan said coldly. Lin Yun couldn't dodge, but he seemed to have predicted this scene and stepped on his Kuanping constellation. As the Kuanping flapped its wings, it soared to the sky with a powerful gale sweeping out, and the incoming lightning swords were blown away. As the four figures brushed past each other, they exchanged 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong did everything they could, but they still failed to even touch the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. They could maintain their composure initially, but they gradually lost their patience and started swearing. They were at the fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage and were confident of inflicting severe injuries on Yi Qingtian if they could touch him. They even planned on humiliating Yi Qingtian and making him beg for mercy. But they were fooled by Yi Qingtian and were like dogs chasing behind him. Yi Qingtian, let me see how long you can keep dodging. Zhang Yu completely lost it. He appeared beside Lin Yun and threw his punch out. But Lin Yun merely spread his arms apart and retreated while Zhang Yu chased after him. At the same time, Lin Beidong's whip was like a venomous viper that was launched at him, and his whip left behind many afterimages in the air. Descending saint swords. Yi Fifan descended with 6 saint swords of his constellation. Starlight descended like a waterfall, and his attack was like a waterfall crushing down on Lin Yun. The combined attacks of Xianxia, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong even made the sky turn colors, and this made everyone cover their mouths because they couldn't see any chance of Yi Qingtian turning the tables around. It looks like we can no longer dodge flower burial. Lin Yun looked at his sword with a smile. This scene made the disciples of the Indigo Thunder Peak panic because it looked as though Yi Qingtian had given up in their eyes. The flower burial sword in Lin Yun's hand responded with a buzz, making Lin Yun smile. Only you know me. Lin Yun closed his eyes and held onto the sword hilt as he waited for Xianxia, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong to get close to him. When they were 30 feet away from him, Lin Yun drew his sword out by an inch, and this inch of sword ray was as dazzling as the sun. Before anyone could respond, Lin Yun drew out half of the flower burial sword while Zhang Yu's group of 3 was horrified to discover that they couldn't control their bodies. It's as though the surrounding space had been distorted. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from Lin Yun's sword aura and were carried over instead. When Lin Yun fully drew out the flower burial sword, a sword ray flew out that was like the first gleam of light in the world. This sword ray easily destroyed the 3 incoming attacks while everyone could only hear a sword vibration. When they came to their senses, Lin Yun had already sheathed his sword and descended from the sky. On the other hand, Xianxia, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong were like ragdolls falling from the sky. This naturally made everyone dumbfounded while the trio watched as Lin Yun descended from the sky with fear in their pupils. When they tried to get back on their feet, they threw out a mouthful of blood before falling onto the ground again. At this moment, they finally discovered a long gash on their chests, and their ribs were all broken. The sword intent in Lin Yun's attacks even invaded their bodies, aside from their hearts, causing damage to their dragon pulses and violet palaces. They finally realized that they had just brushed past death and Lin Yun had spared their lives, or they would be dead by now. How is this possible? The trio couldn't accept this result. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he didn't look at the trio but turned to look at the shocked Wang Mayan instead. He said, "Heavenly and Holy Maiden, it's your turn." His voice wasn't particularly loud but thunderous to everyone's ears. Wang Mayan took a deep breath and smiled. "There's no need to differentiate between us so clearly. Why don't you let me become the champion?" Her smile was bewitching, looking like a frail woman. But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't fall for it and immediately ignored her charm. He replied, "Since you're not going to fight, I'll treat it as if you've admitted defeat." Wang Mayan's face changed after hearing what Lin Yun said, and she snorted before leaving. Life really is full of loneliness. Lin Yun was happily looking at Wang Mayan's silhouette, and he gently tapped his sword on the ground. But the moment the scabbard touched the stage, the entire stage began to crumble and soon became ruins, with the trio buried in the rubble. This naturally caused an uproar as Lin Yun awkwardly stood on the ruins. He was only trying to look cool and had no intentions of burying the trio. But it was entirely different in the eyes of others. It was an act of cockiness and showing off. Lin Yun turned to look at Quasi-Saint Chi Yun, whose face had become black. With an awkward smile, he asked, "You won't ask me to compensate for this, right?" Quasi-Saint Chi Yun was naturally furious after hearing what Lin Yun said. Quasi-Saint Chi Yun was speechless, looking at Yi Qingtian's embarrassed and innocent expression. Not only did he make Wang Yu admit defeat, but he released his heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery to make 4 out of 8 opponents go down on their knees. He chased away the heavenly and holy maiden, while Xianxia, Lin Beitong, and Yi Fifan couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes and were defeated with 1 sword. But even so, Yi Qingtian didn't let them go and purposely buried them. "Yi Qingtian, move out of the way. If you drag this on any longer, Xianxia, Lin Beitong, and Yi Fifan will take their last breath." The moment he finished speaking, a figure descended from the heavenly Tao altar. It was the Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign. The Nether Slaughtering Saint Sovereign was anxious, waving his hand and removing the rubble, revealing the buried trio. The trio coughed, indicating that they were still alive. The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign quickly stepped forth and examined Zhang Yu's injuries before he took a deep breath. Zhang Yu's ribs were broken, and his internal organs were in a terrible state, aside from his heart. His 9 dragon pulses were also tangled, and the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign couldn't help glaring at Yi Qingtian because it was simply too ruthless. He could tell Yi Qingtian had spared Zhang Yu's life, but he still couldn't help being furious. Lin Yun took several steps back in alert, fearing that the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign might lose his rationale. But he considered too much because the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign wouldn't dare to make a move against him. The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign only wanted to reprimand Yi Qingtian for his ruthlessness by habit. But before the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign could open his mouth, a burst of laughter resounded from the heavenly Tao altar. Ha ha ha! The laughter made the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign's face change, and he quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say a word. Right then, a figure descended and hovered in the air. This person was naturally the Dragon Origin Great Saint, who was in a good mood as he looked at the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign. He said, "To you? You remember what I said?" The nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign didn't dare to look at the Dragon Origin Great Saint and replied, "Dragon Origin Great Saint. The champion is easily within Yi Qingtian's reach." Ha ha ha! The Dragon Origin Great Saint was in a good mood and grabbed Lin Yun's shoulder. He said, "Yi Qingtian, come with me." The Dragon Origin Great Saint ignored everyone's gazes and soared to the sky with Lin Yun before the latter could even respond. Just like that, they disappeared under everyone's envious eyes. This was because Yi Qingtian was a great saint's direct disciple, and he wouldn't be in trouble even if he killed a Saint Sovereign's disciple. On the other hand, the nether-slaughtering Saint Sovereign had to be respectful to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. This was the huge difference between them. The Dragon Origin Great Saint has accepted a good disciple. He's also decisive in accepting Yi Qingtian as his disciple. Who could have imagined that Yi Qingtian would change? It appears that the Dragon Origin Great Saint is fond of that disciple. Speaking of which, Yi Qingtian's last sword has come in contact with spatial Tao, right? It should be the case. With his talent, he might be able to grasp spatial Tao in the future. The Saint Elders exclaimed on the heavenly Tao altar. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint shook her head because the Dragon Origin Great Saint was like a child, fearing she might snatch his disciple. But speaking of which, she couldn't help feeling an intimacy with Yi Qingtian. She had seen Yi Qingtian before, and he had a unique temperament. It appears that she would have to visit Yi Guhan when he returns. Although the Dragon Origin Great Saint took away Yi Qingtian, everyone was still shocked by what Yi Qingtian had displayed, regardless of whether it was that final sword or rejecting Wang Mayan's request. There was no doubt that this would be a long conversation. While everyone was envious of Lin Yun arrived at the Dragon Origin Great Saint's residence. Unlike others, the Dragon Origin Great Saint wasn't polite and threw him to the ground. But Lin Yun swiftly responded and gently tapped his foot in the air to stabilize himself. If it was someone else, they would have fallen to the ground. Not bad. That should be the Dragon Pulse Realm section of the Divine Sun-Chasing art. It's impressive that you can reach this far, but it can barely keep up with your cultivation at the Profound Death stage, and it'll be lacking after you reach the Nirvana stage, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said as he sat on the mat. Master! Lin Yun paid his respect with a bow. The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at Lin Yun with a smile, and he asked, Yi Qingtian, what is the current grade of your sword intent? Lin Yun was confused that the Dragon Origin Great Saint couldn't see through his sword intent, and he instantly figured out that it must be because of the Sword Saint's sword heart in his sea of consciousness. But he wasn't too confident about that and could only honestly reply, I have just reached the astral sword intent. The Dragon Origin Great Saint dropped his smile and became surprised. He muttered, You have really achieved the astral sword intent. Lin Yun did not dare to reply because he had no idea what the Dragon Origin Great Saint meant. You've seen that person? The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. Yeah. Lin Yun knew the Dragon Origin Great Saint must be talking about that mysterious white-clothed man on the Celestial Purging Mountain. What did he tell you? The Dragon Origin Great Saint asked. He only said I'm his grand disciple and nothing else. Master, who is he? Is he the third sword wielder in the Heavenly Tao sect? Lin Yun asked. No. The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. He's the previous sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect. He lost to Yu Qingfeng after being too conceited. He died when he came back. Lin Yun was stunned and asked, the Heavenly Tao sect has a sect master? He heard from Chun Feng that the Heavenly Tao sect had no sect master. Of course, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. Who doesn't want to become the sect master? But the two words Heavenly Tao are heavy, and no one has the fate to bear it. You'll die within a year if your fate can't bear it. So as time passed, no one dared to become the sect master, which is why everyone thought we didn't have a sect master. But the moment someone becomes the sect master, he will definitely be a peerless genius and bring the Heavenly Tao sect back to glory. A person like that is rare, and my martial ancestor is someone like that. He was one of the strongest in this world before the 9 emperors rose to fame, and the Heavenly Tao sect was one of the strongest forces in the Kunlun realm with a high chance of ruling the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun did know that the Heavenly Tao sect's forces stretched throughout the Kunlun realm at their prime. But it was a pity that they were born at the wrong time. Many experts, like the old sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, were eliminated when the 9 emperors rose because the Southern Emperor was too powerful 3 millennia ago, and he could only be described as invincible. How did he clash with Yu Qingfeng? Lin Yun asked curiously. The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. The title of Sword Emperor belonged to my martial ancestor before Yu Qingfeng. After Yu Qingfeng sliced off 2 peaks from the sword sect, his fame rose and he challenged my martial ancestor. The sect's elders were against it, but the martial ancestor was conceited and didn't place Yu Qingfeng in his eyes. What's the outcome then? Lin Yun asked. What else? The title of Sword Emperor was taken away. When the old sect master returned, he only said that Yu Qingfeng wouldn't dare to be so cocky if the Emperor's sword was still around before he died. The Dragon Origin Great Saint replied. Hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling. He was sure that it must have been a grand era 3 millennia ago. The 3 monarchs ruled while the 9 emperors rose and ended the Dark Era. Now that he thought about it again, the 9 emperors didn't just end the Dark Era but powerful experts like the Heavenly Tao sect master as well. After that, the Heavenly Tao sect has declined, with most of our branches either being destroyed or usurped. But it's fortunate that we still have 2 sword wielders, or the Heavenly Tao sect would follow behind the sword sect's footsteps and fall from being a holy land. The Dragon Origin Great Saint said as he stood up. What do you mean? Lin Yun asked. Yu Qingfeng wanted to repeat what he did to the sword sect. What happened then? He was naturally taught a lesson by the 2 sword wielders and was trapped in the Heavenly Tao altar. The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. But the Southern Emperor came by himself and rescued Yu Qingfeng. Even the 2 sword wielders couldn't stop him, just like the other holy lands. Lin Yun instantly understood what happened, proving that the Heavenly Tao sect had a deep foundation. The Sword Emperor defeated the old sect master, while the Southern Emperor broke our spine, and the Heavenly Tao sect no longer dares to step out of the Eastern Desolation. The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. In just a blink of an eye, it has already been 3,000 years. But fortunately, the Southern Emperor died, or the Divine Dragon Empire's territory would cover the entire Kunlun realm if the 9 emperors joined hands. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling complicated as he listened to the story. The Sword Emperor left after the Southern Emperor died, while the Demon Emperor established his own force. Even the Empress had become the Divine Dragon Empress. Master, why are you telling me this? Lin Yun asked after he recollected himself. I just can't help reminiscing about the past after hearing you've seen the old sect master. The old sect master was also famous in the Dark Era. But it is a pity that the world could only contain 1 sword emperor. The Dragon Origin Great Saint replied. Lin Yun instantly understood that the title of the Sword Emperor could only belong to 1 person, and it wasn't something anyone could call themselves. Yu Qingfeng used his sword to make everyone know he was the Sword Emperor. So even if someone else gave themselves the title of Sword Emperor, no one would even give a shit about you. Looking at it again, the old sect master might not really be conceited. He felt he could no longer preserve his title of Sword Emperor, and wanted to resolve it as a swordsman, relying on the sword in his hand and not the sect. If he didn't accept Yu Qingfeng's challenge, everyone would think he was afraid of Yu Qingfeng and still lose his title. So it might really be what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. The old sect master chose to accept the challenge, despite knowing that he would die, and this was his pride as a swordsman. But before his death, he was still thinking about the Emperor's sword. It was no wonder why the old sect master could say that everyone was mediocre in his eyes. This was because he was qualified to do so. I have decided to nurture you into a sword emperor, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, looking at Lin Yun with a grave expression. Lin Yun was briefly stunned after hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said before he smiled. So that I'll be hacked to death by Yu Qingfeng with one sword? Why can't you have any ambitions? I have already declared it back on the Heavenly Tao altar, not to mention the old sect master only lacked the Emperor's sword. If you have the Emperor's sword, it'll be a different story about who'll hack who. The Dragon Origin Great Saint unhappily looked at Lin Yun. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because the Dragon Origin Great Saint made it sound like the difference between him and Yu Qingfeng was one Emperor's sword. Moreover, what would he hack Yu Qingfeng for? But there's one problem left. The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Who the hell are you? What is your true identity?" After hearing that, Lin Yun instantly knew that this was the Dragon Origin Great Saint's true motive, his identity. After hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, Lin Yun maintained his composure. This was because he was already prepared and cautious when facing experts at the Saint Realm and was already on his guard when the Dragon Origin Great Saint was beating around the bush. Nurturing him into a sword emperor? His master, the Radiant Sword Saint, said that if he wanted to become an emperor, he would either reach the same height as the 9 emperors or surpass them. The 9 emperors might be legends, but that didn't mean legends couldn't be broken. The Radiant Sword Saint was a sword saint, while the Dragon Origin Great Saint wasn't a swordsman. So how was he going to nurture him into a sword emperor? So he figured that the Dragon Origin Great Saint must have suspected his identity after watching his performance earlier. Lin Yun soon came up with an idea and smiled. "Master, what are you talking about? I'm naturally the Indigo Thunder Peak's Yi Qingtian." When the Dragon Origin Great Saint saw that Lin Yun was so composed, he began to doubt if he had guessed wrongly. He said, "Yi Qingtian, I have already noticed something wrong about you at first glance, but the Azure River Sword Saint brought you back, so I do not need to doubt you. So it doesn't matter if you're genuinely Yi Qingtian, and I won't mind it since I've accepted you as my disciple. Since I want to nurture you into a sword saint, I naturally have to teach you everything I know. I don't mind who you are, but I need to know your identity at the very least. Otherwise, where will I go to find you if you leave? You can't expect me to teach you everything I know, then you suddenly leave, right?" As he spoke, he observed Yi Qingtian and was disappointed because the latter didn't panic. "So Master doesn't believe that I can change in a year. Since that's the case, I guess the fate between us has come to an end, and I have nothing to say about it," Lin Yun said with a painful expression and tossed the Great Saint's disciple medal back to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. He cupped his hands together. "Farewell." The moment he turned around, he let out a breath of relief. Honestly, he felt that the Dragon Origin Great Saint was a pretty good person and even wanted to teach him everything he knew. But he wasn't Yi Qingtian, and he felt guilty for lying to him. So it was good that he could sever his connection with the Dragon Origin Great Saint. "Come back!" Dragon Origin Great Saint yelled with regret covering his face. He knew Yi Qingtian suffered greatly a year ago and nearly lost his life. He had completely changed, and everyone wasn't acknowledging his transformation. He could only imagine how heartbroken Yi Qingtian must be that even he doubted his identity as his master. Most importantly, even he couldn't see anything wrong with Yi Qingtian, let alone the heavenly Jade Sword Saint, who also suspected Yi Qingtian's identity. So who else could he be if he wasn't Yi Qingtian? The Dragon Origin Great Saint stopped Lin Yun and said, "I'm sorry about that, but I have a reason for doing that. So listen to me before you leave. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he had no choice but to turn around to look at the Dragon Origin Great Saint. The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. Actually, that's not exactly what I mean. It's mainly because the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint appeared and paid attention to you. Back at the conferring ceremony, she came for you, and I'm worried that she'll snatch you away. I said I wanted to nurture you into a Sword Emperor because I want you to calm down and prevent her from snatching you away. I apologize for doubting your identity. Looking at the regret on the Dragon Origin Great Saint's face, Lin Yun was stumped. He didn't know how to respond after seeing a great saint being so humble. He also didn't know that the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign was taught a lesson for trying to take a peek at him with his saint eyes, and no one within the Heavenly Tao sect would dare to peek at him with their saint eyes anymore in the future. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was actually a protective person. Lin Yun's heart became soft, and he said, Master, I was a little reckless earlier. No, you're not reckless. The Dragon Origin Great Saint shook his head. If I was in your position, I'd only be more heartbroken than you. Lin Yun fell silent, hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said because it was all an act. Yi Qing Tian, now that we're going to be honest with each other, I'll also make it clear to you. I want to take you in as my secluded disciple, which means I'll teach you everything I know. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. He felt that this was pretty good, and they had become closer although they had a little misunderstanding. This meant that they could completely trust each other now. The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. I'll be honest with you. I don't have much lifespan left, and I'll die if I can't break into the Emperor realm within 100 years. How is that possible? Lin Yun was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, the Dragon Origin Great Saint had a powerful vitality, and it didn't look like his lifespan was ending. 100 years might be a long time, but it was insignificant to a great saint. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. There's nothing to be shocked about. I became a saint with my physique. I suffered many injuries in my early days because of my blatant fighting style. But you don't have to feel sad because death is nothing to me. I just found it a pity that I can't pass down all of my knowledge before I die. A golden era is imminent, and I won't be able to participate in it. But if my disciple can shine brightly and learn all my knowledge, I'll be satisfied even if I die. Master, Lin Yun said in a sobbing tone. The Dragon Origin Great Saint took out the medal that Lin Yun tossed over and handed it back. He said, Yi Qing Tian, are you willing to become my secluded disciple? Lin Yun fell silent, looking at the medal with trembling hands. He never thought that the Dragon Origin Great Saint would confide in him, which couldn't help making him feel guilty. He didn't dare to receive the medal. Yi Qing Tian, are you still angry? The Dragon Origin Great Saint said with his brows furrowed. Lin Yun sighed and said, How can I be angry? But you're not willing to become my secluded disciple, the Dragon Origin Great Saint asked. Lin Yun had no choice but to cup his hands and be honest. He said, It's not that I'm not willing, but I'm not worthy. You're right, and I'm not Yi Qing Tian. He didn't dare to look at the Dragon Origin Great Saint, fearing the latter might be disappointed. But your words and your expression earlier, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said with his face changed. It was all an act, Lin Yun said, lowering his head even more. Who are you then? The Dragon Origin Great Saint said with his hands trembling and his face becoming ugly. Lin Yun was helpless because he no longer wanted to lie to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. He slowly raised his head and took 3 steps back before dismissing the divine tortoise transformation. As his bones crackled, a different face appeared before the Dragon Origin Great Saint. This was an unfamiliar and handsome face. He might not be as pretty as Yi Qing Tian, but his temperament was slightly higher. The purple mark on his forehead gave him a devilish aura. No matter how the Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at him, this face looked way better than Yi Qing Tian. Disciple is from the profound Amber realm, and I arrived in the Kunlun realm through the 9th heavenly path. My name is Lin Yun, Lin Yun said, heaving a breath and feeling relaxed. Lin Yun, the Dragon Origin Great Saint exclaimed in shock. The champion of the ninth heavenly path? That's me. First of the Empyrean Elysium Core and Dragon Pulse rankings. That's me. The one who slayed a saint sovereign at the Dragon Pulse realm and killed the nether divinity ancestor with the firmament saint cloth? That's me. Lin Yun admitted it honestly. What? The Dragon Origin Great Saint laughed from his anger. A brief moment later, he said with a self-mocking smile, I nearly took the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple as my secluded disciple. He seemed to have a story with the Radiant Sword Saint, gritting his teeth when he mentioned the Radiant Sword Saint. The Dragon Origin Great Saint glared at Lin Yun with a dark expression and paced with his hands behind him. This only made Lin Yun uneasy, and he didn't know what awaited him. He could have chosen to accept the medal and could continue to hide his identity to become the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple. But he felt guilty if he continued to lie to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. This had always been Lin Yun's personality. He would treat others how he was treated. Since the Dragon Origin Great Saint treated him well, he naturally didn't want to lie to him, so he was willing to accept whatever the result would be. The Dragon Origin Great Saint stopped and looked at Lin Yun, then said, You're really the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. He bluffed me, and now you've bluffed me. What? Lin Yun opened his mouth in disbelief. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was still fuming, looking at Lin Yun. He said, Do you know what kind of person your master is? He bluffed me in the past, and there's nothing I can do about it because I can't beat him. That old goat is despicable and shameless. But both the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint and Serene Dust Great Saint like him, and they weren't even willing to look at me. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. He could sense a wisp of jealousy within the Dragon Origin Great Saint's words. The Dragon Origin Great Saint glared at Lin Yun and continued, I was also a swordsman in the past, but your master conned me into practicing the Dracophant Saint Purgatory art. Ultimately, he would stand behind me whenever we fight, letting me face the enemies head-on as a meat shield. What has it got to do with me? Lin Yun muttered. You dare argue? The Dragon Origin Great Saint roared. I dare not, Lin Yun said. The Dragon Origin Great Saint snorted and fell silent, sorting out his thoughts. A brief moment later he said, I'll give you two choices. Become my secluded disciple, and you can continue being Yi Qingtian. If you're unwilling, stay in the Indigo Thunder Peak with your identity as Flower Burial. This? Lin Yun hesitated. What's the matter? The Radiant Sword Saint is worthy of being your master. But I'm not? He can teach you Sword Dao, but can he teach you how to cultivate your physique? The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. I have already sensed that you've practiced the Dragon Clan's body refining technique. You should have practiced 2 body refining techniques of the Dragon Clan, but you can't combine them? Lin Yun raised his head and saw the Dragon Origin Great Saint looking at him with a smile, not fearing that he would disagree about becoming his disciple. The Dragon Origin Great Saint's smile was dense because snatching a disciple was more exciting than accepting a disciple, and he was determined to accept the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple as his disciple. The Dragon Origin Great Saint handed the medal to Lin Yun with his right hand while stroking his beard with his left. He was confident Lin Yun could accept it and become his secluded disciple. On the other hand, Lin Yun smiled bitterly, looking at the medal because he had no choice. Although he could leave and the Dragon Origin Great Saint wouldn't do anything to him, he didn't want to leave the Heavenly Dao sect. He hadn't retrieved the Solar Lunar Divine Rune nor excavated the secrets of the Emperor's Sword. He had just grasped the Astral Sword intent and became the champion of the D group. If he left the Heavenly Dao sect, he wouldn't be able to find a place with a better environment. Most importantly, he didn't seem to have any losses if he agreed. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Great Saint, will you keep your promise? The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at Lin Yun with disdain, before he said, I won't even tell the Serene Dust Great Saint about it. Do you think I'm that old goat? I won't bluff you, and I have never conned anyone before. He had never conned anyone before and was always the one being conned. Hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, Lin Yun began to suspect if there was a story between the Dragon Origin Great Saint and the Serene Dust Great Saint. But he had little time to think and could only grasp the metal. Seeing this, the Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. The Radiant Sword Saint was smart, but he probably never expected that the Dragon Origin Great Saint would snatch his disciple. The Dragon Origin Great Saint wasn't smart, and he didn't think that the Radiant Sword Saint might have expected this scene by asking Lin Yun to come to the Heavenly Dao sect. Yi Qingtian, show me your two saint physiques, said the Dragon Origin Great Saint. Lin Yun nodded and formed a seal as dragon runes of two colors appeared on his body. The golden purple and blue jade dragon runes both reached a number of 100,000, and the dragon runes formed into two dragons that coiled around him. They were an azure and blue dragon, each reaching 10 feet. The azure dragon manipulated the thunderstorm with sword intent contained within its pupils, while the blue dragon's pupils were filled with vitality. The Dragon Origin Great Saint fell into deep thoughts, instantly noticing something. The azure dragon had perfectly fused with Lin Yun's sword intent, while the blue dragon fused with the divine dragon bone. They were both equals, it's just that each of them had a different focus. He instantly noticed that Lin Yun wanted to merge the two saint physiques to form the azure dragon divine physique. Even if the two saint physiques were powerful, they were only saint physiques and had no advantage when facing a divine physique. But divine physiques were rare because saint physiques were powerful enough, not to mention possessing two saint physiques. When the golden era arrives, monstrous geniuses would appear, and two saint physiques would become lacking. How are you fusing them now? The Dragon Origin Great Saint asked. Lin Yun crossed his hands together and formed the Sovereign Dragon Seal. Under the Sovereign Dragon Seal, the blue jade and golden purple dragon runes began to fuse. The dragon aura given off by Lin Yun began to increase, and he had forcibly achieved the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. When the Azure Dragon Divine Physique was formed, the aura released from Lin Yun increased, and he made a breakthrough. Lin Yun also grew taller, reaching 2 meters and gave off a oppressive aura. He wouldn't have any pressure even if he faced an opponent at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage now. This surprised the Dragon Origin Great Saint because Lin Yun was simply a genius. The more he looked at Lin Yun, the more he was fond of him. The Radiant Sword Saint had taken in a good disciple, but this disciple now belonged to him. But he maintained his composure and said in disdain, "That's enough. Don't bother embarrassing yourself. You can only last for half an incense of time. It's still lacking." Lin Yun dismissed the Sovereign Dragon Seal and smiled. "Actually, I can only hold on for 15 minutes. I only know the Golden Dragon, Silver Dragon, and Blue Dragon Seals of the Sovereign Dragon Seal. Write down the Azure Dragon Saint art and Blue Dragon Skybreaking art. I'll look into the ancient books and find a way for you," the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. "You won't last long, and you have barely touched the surface of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Was it taught to you by that old man?" The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he knew that the Dragon Origin Great Saint was doing it on purpose. But Lin Yun maintained his patience and wrote down the 2 body refining techniques. The Dragon Origin Great Saint stood beside him and nodded, looking at the 2 body refining techniques. When Lin Yun finished writing them, the Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. "Nice handwriting. My master taught me how." Lin Yun smiled. The Dragon Origin Great Saint's face changed, and he said, "But it's a pity that it doesn't have any heroism of a man. You can leave now." The Dragon Origin Great Saint began to study the 2 body refining techniques, unwilling to wait for another moment. Oh, the Saint Realms section of the Divine Sun-Chasing art can be found in the Contribution Hall. You have obtained quite a bit of benefit as the champion of the D group, so don't forget about that. You also have a chance to enter the Heavenly Will Pagoda, but don't be in such a hurry to enter. I'll bring you there once you've reached the Nirvana stage." "Thank you, Master," Lin Yun said, feeling warmth in his heart. "Oh right, Master. Do you have True Dragon Saint Liquid?" Lin Yun asked before leaving. Since the Dragon Origin Great Saint was a body refiner, he must have True Dragon Saint Liquid. "Take a look at the metal I gave you and notice if there's anything wrong with it," the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. When Lin Yun looked at the metal, the gold metal had a wisp of blood. The blood contained a powerful saint aura and ferocity. That was the great saint's blood. And this alarmed Lin Yun as he quickly raised his head to look at the dragon origin great saint. Since you're now my secluded disciple, you can naturally inherit my all. You can retrieve the treasures and contribution points I've left behind throughout the years. The dragon origin great saint said without raising his head. Lin Yun fell into a long silence, and the metal felt heavy. He merely cupped his hands before leaving. After returning to the Indigo Thunder Peak, Lin Yun couldn't even rest, and was called to the main hall by the Indigo Thunder Peak Master. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled. "You're here." Lin Yun had brought honor to the Indigo Thunder Peak by becoming the champion of the D group, and he was naturally happy since he was the Peak Master of the Indigo Thunder Peak. "Yeah, I have just returned from the Dragon Origin Great Saint," Lin Yun said. "Yi Qing Tian, these are the rewards as the champion of the D group." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled and took out 5 jade bottles. He tossed the jade bottles over and said, "These are Nirvana pellets, and there are 500,000 in these bottles here." Lin Yun received the bottles with his face slightly changed, because he didn't expect the rewards to come so quickly. When he opened the bottles, a purple Nirvana aura began gushing out, filling the hall with a purple mist. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master enviously said, "This is the treatment of a genius. They're the highest grade, the purple Nirvana pellets. Close the bottles quickly." Lin Yun naturally recognized the purple Nirvana pellets and quickly closed the bottles with a smile. He said, "Thank you, Peak Master. You deserve them, and there's no need to thank me. This is a quasi-saint pellet, but don't open it." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master sent a box over inside. This is what the older generation's saint disciple of the Tian group is fighting for. Quasi-saint pellet? Does it mean that you can immediately become a quasi-saint upon refining it? Lin Yun asked curiously. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master shook his head and replied, "It's not easy to become a quasi-saint. This pellet can only increase your odds. If you can't use it, you can exchange it for other treasures or wait till you're at the quasi-saint realm before using it. The Saint Aura and Saint Dao contained within the pellet are precious." Lin Yun decided to leave it for Lil Red. He was still far from the quasi-saint realm, while Lil Red was already at the Nirvana stage. "You now have 500,000 contribution points, and you'll know more about them when you go to the contribution hall," the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. His expression suddenly became serious, and he said, "Aside from that, you also have an opportunity to enter the Heavenly Will Pagoda." Just as the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, Lin Yun replied, "I'm not in a hurry to enter there. The Dragon Origin Great Saint said he'll bring me there." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled. "Good. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint brings you there, you might be able to climb a few more levels. Yi Qing Tian, you have a good master and must cherish him well." Lin Yun awkwardly smiled after hearing what the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. "All right, I'll no longer hold you, and you can leave now." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled. "Peak Master, I actually don't need so many Nirvana pellets," Lin Yun said. "I want to leave behind 2 bottles for the fellow disciples in Indigo Thunder Peak." "Why?" the Indigo Thunder Peak Master asked. "Well, I'm the Indigo Thunder Peak Master's chief disciple, and consider it compensation for what I did in the past," Lin Yun replied. Yi Qing Tian was a coward when facing others but a bully against fellow disciples in Indigo Thunder Peak. He noticed that the character of the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples was pretty good, and he wanted to do something good on behalf of Yi Qing Tian. "I don't think there's a need for that. You don't know how many resources are needed to reach the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage," the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said with a grave expression. "Do you have to be so serious? I'll stop acting anymore." Then, Lin Yun smiled. "Keep the Nirvana pellets, and don't bother putting on an act." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master smiled, taking a sip of his tea. Lin Yun cleared his throat and took out the Great Saint's disciple medal. He said, "I'll be honest then. I have become the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple." The Indigo Thunder Peak Master wasn't bothered when he first saw the medal, but his face changed when he saw the blood on the medal. The cup in his hand fell to the ground, and he was dumbfounded. As a peak master, he naturally knew what a secluded disciple represented. This meant that Yi Qingtian had become the Dragon Origin Great Saint's successor, and Yi Qingtian would inherit everything when the Dragon Origin Great Saint passes away. A Saint Elder would have many disciples, but they would only have one secluded disciple in their lifetime, so they were naturally careful about who they choose. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master was shocked because this meant that Lin Yun's position was even higher than his now. After all, a great saint's secluded disciple was equivalent to half the position of a Saint Elder. A long time later, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master looked at Lin Yun while gritting his teeth. Yi Qingtian, you really know how to put on an act. While watching the Indigo Thunder Peak Master losing his composure, Lin Yun stowed the medal and smiled. Thank you for your praises. 2 bottles aren't enough. 1 more, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. It's more than enough. Lin Yun smiled, stowing the remaining 300,000 Nirvana pellets. Secluded disciple. That's equivalent to half the position of a Saint Elder. Yi Qingtian, you must be grateful to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master said solemnly. The Dragon Origin Great Saint might not seem friendly, but he has a warm heart. A few hundred years ago, he hugged the corpses of his disciples and cried. It's hard to imagine seeing a great saint cry. Lin Yun asked, was he not accepting any more disciples because of this? What exactly happened? The past is the past, and I was young then, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said, unwilling to mention it further. He continued, right, all the newly conferred saint disciples must be stationed in the God Burial Woods for half a year, so you have to be prepared for it. The God Burial Woods? Lin Yun was surprised because he had long heard of it before. There were myths that many deities died in the God Burial Woods, and the far end was the purgatory's border. Many terrifying existences escaped death 3,000 years ago and were sealed there, and some escaped there, waiting for darkness to return. The myriad demon peak that Lil Purple went to was a similar place to that. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master looked at the changes on Lin Yun's face and smiled. You'll only be stationed there for guarding purposes. The God Burial Woods is a forbidden ground, but it's not as terrifying as you think. At most, you're only required to clear some demonic beasts, and you won't be involved in anything dangerous. Lin Yun nodded because it was considered the obligation of the Holy Land's disciples. Since he enjoyed the resources of the Heavenly Tao sect, he naturally had an obligation to serve, maintaining the prestige and interest of the Holy Land. After bidding farewell to the Peak Master, Lin Yun returned to his residence. Lil Purple held onto her head as she blankly stared at the moon. He didn't need to ask to know that something had happened to the Solar Lunar Divine Rune. Lil Purple had been sneaking into the Nether Orchid Courtyard during this period, and her emotions heaved up and down because of it. The Solar Lunar Divine Rune had practically become a prick in her heart. The Solar Lunar Divine Rune was clearly within her reach, but she couldn't obtain it, naturally driving her insane. Empress, what's the matter? Lin Yun asked. It's nothing. I'm just looking at the moon, said Lil Purple. Lin Yun wanted to make her happy, seeing that she was so depressed. So he shared with her that he had become the champion of the D group. He said, 500,000 contribution points. I should be able to exchange quite a bit of True Dragon Saint Liquid with it. Really? Lil Purple's eyes lit up, but her mood soon died. She said, it's fine. You can exchange them for cultivating resources for yourself. I'm not in a hurry. Seeing this, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling heartache. But he didn't know how to comfort her, so he caressed her head before entering the room to rest. After a series of battles, Lin Yun had some comprehension and needed to digest them. But Yi Fifan, Zhang Yu, and Lin Tongbei were too weak. His deepest impression was Wang Yu, who possessed the life intent. If they continued to fight, Lin Yun would have to been forced to bring out his trump cards. It took a lot of work to grasp the life intent, and even Lin Yun had no method to grasp it. He actually had the potential to grasp the life intent because of the blue dragon bone that represented brimming vitality. He suddenly thought about the weirdo he ran into at the Celestial Purging Mountain, Chun Zhong. There was a high possibility that Chun Zhong had grasped the death intent, But it was a pity that Chun Zhong partook in the Tian group, and they didn't have an opportunity to fight. But he was surprised that the heavenly holy maiden chose not to fight him. Lin Yun closed his eyes, and the golden human within his sword sea began to practice all the techniques used in the fights during the day under the spark. After executing them, Lin Yun fell into comprehension with his mind blank. At the same time, he also executed the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon and Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, controlling his dragon origin to course throughout his body. His cultivation had reached the 5th channel of the profound death stage, and he could make a breakthrough with so many nirvana pellets. But he wasn't in a hurry to make a breakthrough now and had to make a trip to the contribution hall tomorrow to exchange his points for the Saint Realm section of the Divine Sun-Chasing Art before going into seclusion in the Three Lives realm. 2 hours later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath with his pupils shining brightly. He took a deep breath and felt great. His strength had drastically boosted during this period in the Heavenly Tao sect, which was the benefit of cultivating in a holy land. The boost of his strength was even faster than his time at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Not only did he reach the 5th channel of the profound death stage, but his sword intent has reached the astral sword intent. Moreover, he reached the 10th sword form of the Divine Firefly Sword and was 3 swords away from mastering it completely. At that time, he could uncover the profundity of this sword technique, which could significantly boost his strength when fighting geniuses in the same generation. Lin Yun saw Lil Purple still lying outside the courtyard, looking at the moon with Lil Red accompanying her. She usually appeared hyperactive, but now she looked depressed, staring at the moon. On the other hand, Lil Red was licking its claws beside her. Suddenly, a piece of flute music resounded, and the moonlight shone down on Lil Purple. This briefly stunned Lil Purple before she slowly got back up, and she cupped her hands together, allowing the moonlight to accumulate in her palms. This is the Phoenix Heart Song. Lil Purple raised her head and saw Lin Yun playing the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute on the roof, looking at her. As they looked at each other, Lin Yun smiled and shifted his gaze away as he continued to play the flute. When he was done playing the Phoenix Heart Song, Lin Yun began to play the other songs that Lil Purple had taught him in the past. As he played, his music suddenly reached a whole new height. Saint King Tune. Lil Purple was surprised as she looked at Lin Yun. Without her knowing it, Lin Yun reached such heights in the music Tao. The Saint Tune was divided into Saint Lord, Great Saint, and Saint King Tune. Above it would be the Imperial Tune. After Lin Yun played all the music that Lil Purple had taught him, he began to play the other ancient scores he learned at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The Prairie Phoenix Fire, the Heavenly Mulberry Score, and Ni Chong Dress Song. His music turned into silver threads that enveloped Lil Purple like a dress. When Lil Purple looked at the dress on her, a smile rose on her lips, and she floated over to Lin Yun. You remembered all the songs that I taught you. It looks like you've worked hard, you scumbag. Lil Purple smiled and said in a disdainful tone, I naturally still remember. Lin Yun put down the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute and continued, I still remember that the moon in the sky is still the same as today. It's only a crescent moon, Lil Purple said. But it's gorgeous, like your eyes. Lin Yun smiled. Lil Purple's face blushed, and she recalled what she said before. She became bashful and flicked her finger against the back of Lin Yun's hand. Ouch! Lin Yun grimaced and rubbed the wound on his right hand. He raised his head to look at Lil Purple before they smiled. Lass, since we already know that the Solar Lunar Divine Rune is in the Heavenly Tao sect, we will be able to find it, Lin Yun said. Didn't I also recover from my previous injuries? Lil Purple smiled. I'm fine. I only feel a little empty in my heart. As she spoke, she ripped off the dress, and the dress dissipated into musical notes that drifted away. The Ni Chong Dress Song isn't nice? Lin Yun asked. It's nice, but I have a cape, Lil Purple said and took out a purple blanket. Lin Yun suddenly recalled it and said, It's a blanket. Humph. If I say it's a cape, it's a cape. It was easy to forget about happiness. Only embarrassing moments would be remembered. Lin Yun naturally remembered. It was the blanket he put on her before, fearing she might catch a cold. But Lil Purple questioned him if he had seen an ice phoenix who froze to death. But Lil Purple treated that blanket like a cape. Despite having his embarrassing moments mentioned, Lin Yun felt great after seeing the smile on her face because the Lil Purple that he knew of had returned. On the other hand, Lil Red grinned as it raised its head, wagging its tail around. When dawn came, Lin Yun headed for the contribution hall while Lil Purple motivated herself and headed for the Nether Orchid Courtyard with Lil Red. But when Lin Yun came out of the Indigo Thunder Peak, he instantly became the center of attention. After all, he became an influential figure within the Heavenly Tao sect. He first caused a huge uproar during the conferring ceremony, causing 3 Azure Dragon sacred flames to appear. Then, he became the champion of the D group, not to mention that he was also a great saint's disciple. The sword that he used to defeat Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong further contributed to his fame even more. But since no one knew the name of that sword, they could only rely on their imagination and called it the Light of the Beginning. This made many people regret that they weren't able to witness it. Yi Qingtian only used one sword to defeat Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong before using a sword to shatter the entire stage. His achievement was already spreading throughout the Heavenly Tao sect. That's Yi Qingtian, the one who defeated Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong, becoming the champion of the D group. Light of the Beginning. Is it really that powerful? Absolutely. Thousands of people have witnessed it themselves. He easily defeated Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong with a flash of light. Of course, it's powerful. Didn't you see how the Nether Slaughter Saint Sovereign's face became black after examining Zhang Yu's injuries? I heard that Yi Qingtian had held back. Otherwise, Zhang Yu, Yi Fifan, and Lin Beitong would have lost their lives. How terrifying. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he heard the surrounding discussions. These people were really spot on, and that sword could be called the Light of the Beginning to a certain degree. Should he call the first form of the Sword of the Beginning, Light of the Beginning? Lin Yun smiled because that sounded great, and he came to the contribution hall with a smile. Yi Qingtian is here. An uproar broke out when Lin Yun appeared, and all the disciples who were exchanging resources at the contribution hall turned around. Yi Qingtian, you're also here to exchange for resources? Why don't we go together? A person appeared, looking at Lin Yun with a smile. This person was Wang Yu of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Sure. Lin Yun nodded. Wang Yu came forth and softly asked, Yi Qingtian, can you tell me the name of that sword you used at the end? I promise that I won't spread it around. Lin Yun was briefly stunned after hearing what Wang Yu said before he laughed. Light of the Beginning. Ha ha ha. After revealing the name, he ignored the dazed Wang Yu and walked towards the contribution hall. Is it really called Light of the Beginning? Wang Yu was surprised because wasn't that the name that the spectators gave it? When Wang Yu raised his head, he noticed Lin Yun was already far away. He quickly caught up with Lin Yun and asked with some hesitation, Are you sure it's really called Light of the Beginning? Not confirmed. Lin Yun smiled. Then why did you tell me it's Light of the Beginning? Yi Qingtian, I'm not asking you to teach me. I only want to know the name of it, Wang Yu said unhappily. The contribution hall? Lin Yun muttered, looking at the plaque on the hall. Yi Qingtian, do you need to hide it from me? Wang Yu said, seeing that Lin Yun had ignored him. Lin Yun turned around and smiled. I can't tell you about it, but I don't mind teaching it to you. Wang Yu was inwardly shocked after hearing what Lin Yun said, and he asked, Are you serious about that? That is at least a dragon spirit martial technique. You're willing to teach it to me? You must have gotten it from your master, the Dragon Origin Great Saint. So can you make decisions about it? Many martial techniques were kept secret from others, and some even had to swear an oath before learning them. In Wang Yu's view, such a powerful sword technique must have been given to Yi Qingtian by the Dragon Origin Great Saint or the Yi clan, regardless of which it wasn't something that could be taught to others. Lin Yun saw Wang Yu's expression and knew the latter wouldn't believe him even if he said he had created it. He briefly pondered before saying, You don't need to care about that for now. If you're willing to tell me the secrets of your life intent, I'm naturally willing to share my secret with you as well. Sort of the beginning was something that he created, containing all of his experiences. So even if he told Wang Yu how to execute it, it would be hard for Wang Yu to truly grasp it. So it wouldn't harm him if he shared it with Wang Yu. Furthermore, Lin Yun wouldn't be bothered even if Wang Yu really did manage to learn it. This was because he was confident in his talent, and they could also share their insights on it if Wang Yu managed to master it. Then again, there was a prerequisite to learning it, and one had to be a swordsman with a true love for the sword, like how he taught the carefree 9 swords to Zhao Yan. As for Wang Yu, Lin Yun acknowledged his talent in sword Dao, even if he didn't interact with him much. Are you serious about that? Wang Yu asked. He wouldn't lose anything even if he told Yi Qingtian the secrets of his life intent. Even if Yi Qingtian knew about it, he couldn't master it. If it could be so easily mastered, life intent wouldn't be so rare. This had nothing to do with one's talent in sword Dao. Take your time to consider it. Lin Yun smiled as they entered the contribution hall. The contribution hall was enveloped in a faint saint radiance, and shelves were placed there. All sorts of precious treasures were on the shelves, such as saint pellets, secret treasures, weapons, jade slips, demonic beast materials, saint liquids, and even rare metals. Beneath each item was a number stating the required contribution points to exchange for them. The Saint Realm section of the Divine Sun-Chasing Art, True Dragon Liquid, and the Dragon Origin Great Saint's contribution points. Lin Yun inwardly muttered, already knowing what he wanted before coming here. He couldn't afford to miss the Divine Sun-Chasing Art since it could be found here. And next would be the True Dragon Saint Liquid and inheriting the Dragon Origin Great Saint's treasures. Those were treasures that the Dragon Origin Great Saint left behind before he became a Saint Elder. After he became a Saint Elder, many things became useless to him, so they were left in the contribution hall. Not only the Dragon Origin Great Saint, but that was also the case for the other Saint Elders. Gentlemen, are you guys here to exchange your contribution points? A deacon walked over. Lin Yun was surprised upon seeing this person because this deacon was at the quasi-saint realm. But he soon figured it out after noticing the golden threads on the deacon's sleeves. The threads meant that this person was part of the Golden Guards, who were saint disciples after exceeding 100 years old. Only those who reached the quasi-saint realm could become a Golden Guard, and they were the intermediate forces of the Heavenly Tao sect, responsible for guarding the entire sect. Their authority involved upholding the sect's regulations, capturing traitors, hunting demonic cultivators, and ensuring the safety of the Heavenly Tao sect's territory. Simply put, they could be considered an elite troop of the Heavenly Tao sect. Gentlemen, my name is Bai Shao, a golden deacon of the contribution hall, said the gray-clothed man smiled, looking at Lin Yun and Wang Yu, but the majority of his attention was on Lin Yun. He naturally recognized Yi Qingtian and knew that Yi Qingtian had become an influential figure within the Heavenly Tao sect. Deacon Bai, you're too polite. We're only here to exchange for some stuff, and we can't have the honor of a golden guard personally serving us, Wang Yu said politely. But Bai Shao merely smiled and looked at Lin Yun with an amicable expression. He said, you guys are naturally worthy. Everyone within the Heavenly Tao sect has been talking about junior brother Ye's sword back in the ranking battle, and I'm also curious about it. Many people within the contribution hall are also curious about it. Just look around you. When Wang Yu looked around, he noticed the surrounding gazes were on Yi Qingtian. This was because Yi Qingtian's transformation over the past year was too great, and Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh as he examined Yi Qingtian. He now knew why his cousin would look at Yi Qingtian differently now. I need the Divine Sun-Chasing Art and True Dragon Saint Liquid, Lin Yun said. Bai Shao was briefly stunned. He wasn't surprised that Yi Qingtian wanted True Dragon Saint Liquid, but he was curious as to why Yi Qingtian wanted the Divine Sun-Chasing Art. This movement technique was complicated, and learning it was painful, requiring many resources to practice it. Come with me. Bai Shao led Lin Yun away, with Wang Yu following behind after a brief hesitation. As they passed several checkpoints, Bai Shao led Lin Yun and Wang Yu to a secluded chamber. Before them was a man-made saint lake with a huge cauldron beneath the lake. MHM? Lin Yun exclaimed in surprise. Does it look familiar? Bai Shao asked. Yeah, I've seen a similar cauldron in the heavenly astral pavilion, and the environment is also similar. Lin Yun nodded his head. We bought the true dragon saint liquid from them. We also provide the corpses of demonic beasts possessing the dragon clan's bloodline. They need our protection so we can get it cheap. Bai Xiao smiled. Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that. The heavenly Dao sect was rich enough to buy true dragon saint liquid in the measurement scale of cauldrons. This wasn't something other forces could afford because they might not be able to provide that many demonic beasts that possess the dragon clan's bloodline. This was also Wang Yu's first time coming here, so he was also shocked. How much do you need? Bai Xiao asked. Lin Yun stared at the lake and replied, Let's start with a cauldron. Bai Xiao was stumped upon hearing that before he smiled. Junior brother, you must be joking. A cauldron is equivalent to 60,000 kilograms, requiring 100 years to refine it. The contribution hall only has 10 cauldrons in stock. We have a spiritual array at the bottom of the lake. The array uses the true dragon saint liquid, and the lake has 70% of the true dragon saint liquid's effects. Bai Xiao called a person over and gave Lin Yun a cup. As Lin Yun took a small sip of the cup, he could sense his vitality greedily devouring the liquid, and he was shocked as he looked at the saint lake. If he used it to practice his body-refining technique, the saint liquid in the lake would suffice. Most people would usually exchange for the saint liquid in the lake rather than the true dragon saint liquid because it's more cost-effective. Bai Xiao smiled. How much true dragon saint liquid can I exchange with 500,000 contribution points? I'm talking about those in the cauldron, Lin Yun asked. Roughly 2,000 kilograms, Bai Xiao replied. It was much less than Lin Yun had imagined. Too little. Lin Yun furrowed his brows. According to Lil Purple, he needed at least 60,000 kilograms for the phoenix tree to grow. You can take a look. Bai Xiao didn't explain and gave an eye signal to the left and right. As the spiritual array in the lake circulated, a huge cauldron rose from the lake. When the cauldron appeared, it was accompanied by a dragon roar, along with a terrifying dragon aura that spread out. Lin Yun looked carefully around and noticed that the true dragon saint liquid in the cauldron was red. But the true dragon saint liquid was pure without a hint of the smell of blood, giving off spiritual energy instead. It was like a crystal liquid, emitting a blinding radiance. The true dragon saint liquid here is different from the outside world, and the materials are at least monarch demonic beasts that are over 500 years old. They generally possess an ancient dragon clan's bloodline, Bai Xiao explained. This 7th grade true dragon saint liquid. It's ranked from the 1st to 9th grades, and those above the 5th grade can be considered high grades. So this is a high grade amongst the high grades. Without him saying anything, Lin Yun naturally sensed the difference as well. The true dragon saint liquid he used in the past was roughly at the 3rd grade. The purity of this level couldn't be bought with money, and even the heavenly astral pavilion couldn't refine it themselves. This required a Holy Land's foundation, giving Lin Yun an eye-opening experience. What about the 8th and 9th grade? Lin Yun asked curiously. The 8th grade is refined with 1,000-year-old Jiao dragons, and they could be considered mixed blood dragons. But they're a whole new level away from the other dragon-blooded demonic beasts. Bai Xiao smiled. He continued, as for the 9th grade, it's refined with the blood of true dragons, and the heavenly Dao sect only has half a cauldron of that. Lin Yun was shocked, hearing that the heavenly Dao sect even had 9th grade true dragon saint liquid. After all, true dragons could no longer be seen in the current divine dragon era. Above the 9th grade is the divine dragon saint liquid, which is extremely rare. Perhaps only the divine dragon empire has it. Bai Xiao continued. Junior brother Yi, the one in the lake is more than enough if you plan to temper your physique. And there's no need to spend all your contribution points on it, Wang Yu said. He wanted to advise Yi Qingtian long ago because it was 500,000 contribution points, and Yi Qingtian didn't even bat his eye at exchanging all of them for true dragon saint liquid. There's no need to worry. I'll get 2,000 kilograms of true dragon saint liquid. Then, Lin Yun had already made up his mind. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Do you still need the divine sun-chasing art? Bai Xiao asked. He knew the reward for becoming the champion of the D group was 500,000 contribution points, and this was an astronomical sum that ordinary saint disciples might not be able to accumulate, even if they spent 10 years. But Lin Yun didn't even bat his eye at using them all up. Yeah, Lin Yun replied. Bai Xiao and Wang Yu exchanged a gaze because Yi Qingtian shouldn't have more contribution points for the divine sun-chasing art. After they left the chamber, Bai Xiao brought them to the hidden record chamber. There were densely packed jade slips here, and each jade slip emitted a different radiance. Bai Xiao said that the jade slips emitting a red radiance were ghost spirit martial techniques. Lin Yun took a rough glance, and there were at least 1,000 jade slips. This naturally made him dumbfounded, and he wondered if the sword sect was also this glorious in the past. Then again, this was also the benefit of a powerful force. The divine sun-chasing art is a little complicated because it's divided into various sections. The profound martial, violet palace, heavenly soul, empyrean, Elysian core, dragon pulse, samsara edict, and saint realms. Bai Xiao looked at Lin Yun with a brief hesitation and continued, "You'll need at least 400,000 contribution points to exchange for them. Why don't I loan you some?" Wang Yu asked. "I can also loan you some," Bai Xiao said. He was a quasi-saint and a member of the Golden Guard. So he naturally had some accumulation, not to mention he had just crossed the age of 100, and he didn't put on any airs as a quasi-saint realm expert. "Thanks, but it's all right." Lin Yun took out the medal before Wang Yu and Bai Xiao could respond. But his medal differed from the other saints' disciples because there was a trace of blood, the blood of a great saint. When Wang Yu and Bai Xiao saw the blood on the medal, their faces changed, and they looked at Yi Qingtian with disbelief. That was especially the case for Wang Yu because his status was already beneath Yi Qingtian as an ordinary saint's disciple. The gap between them only increased now because Yi Qingtian actually became the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple. This meant Yi Qingtian had become the Great Origin Great Saint's successor. In a nutshell, Yi Qingtian would inherit the wealth of a great saint when the Dragon Origin Great Saint dies, and they couldn't imagine the wealth that Yi Qingtian would inherit. Bai Xiao took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "Junior brother Yi, come with me." Before the Dragon Origin Great Saint became a Saint Elder, he left behind many contribution points. Wang Yu could no longer follow them, so he bitterly smiled, looking at Bai Xiao and Yi Qingtian's silhouettes. Even if he became his master's secluded disciple, there was no way a Saint Lord could be comparable to a great saint, not to mention Wang Yu was only one of his master's many disciples, and this meant other people were competing with him. He couldn't help feeling jealous while looking at Lin Yun's silhouette. He muttered, "Why didn't the Dragon Origin Great Saint take me as his disciple back then?" On the highest floor of the contribution hall, Bai Xiao flipped through the book and raised his head. The Dragon Origin Great Saint left behind 8 million contribution points, and you are to inherit them by the rules. Lin Yun opened his mouth in shock, shocked by what Bai Xiao said. He exclaimed, "So much! After becoming a Saint Elder, they no longer needed contribution points. But they'll leave some to be inherited." Bai Xiao smiled. "But even so, the amount of contribution points left behind by the Dragon Origin Great Saint is more than the others. All right, how do you plan on using them?" "Exchange all of them to the true dragon Saint Liquid aside from the divine sun-chasing art," Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. "What?" Bai Xiao exclaimed in shock. If Yi Qingtian exchanged all the contribution points to True Dragon Saint Liquid, it would be about half a cauldron, which was a little too unbelievable. But he could do nothing about it because Yi Qingtian was the secluded disciple of a great saint. He coughed and said, "You can also get Golden Crow's blood or Saint Feathers with them. Don't you want to practice the divine sun-chasing art? They will naturally come in handy." "That works as well. Exchange the remaining contribution points for True Dragon Saint Liquid," Lin Yun said, nodding his head. Bai Xiao became speechless because it appeared that Yi Qingtian was really determined about getting the True Dragon Saint Liquid. With so much, Yi Qingtian would need a few years to finish it. When Lin Yun left the contribution hall, he left with nearly 20,000 kilograms of True Dragon Saint Liquid, 60 kilograms of Golden Crow's Saint Blood, the complete divine sun-chasing art, and 18 Golden Crow's Saint Feathers. He initially wanted to exchange Golden Crow's plume feathers, but those were too rare within the Heavenly Tao sect. The rarity of plum feathers was on a whole new level than the ordinary feathers. When he came out of the contribution hall, Wang Yu was waiting outside for him. He said, "I already thought about it, and my life intent isn't exactly a secret. You do not need to teach me that sword technique in exchange." "Oh!" Lin Yun exclaimed in surprise. The God Burial Forest has a valley called the Myriad Graves Valley. The sky of this valley is covered in blood clouds of sins, and countless blood crows reside there, Wang Yu said. He continued, "But this place contains brimming vitality, and many people will risk their lives to comprehend life intent and its fate if you can comprehend it. So I can't teach you even if I have grasped it." Lin Yun engraved the Myriad Graves Valley within his mind. He wasn't hurrying to grasp the life intent, but his goal was the life-death intent. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra grasped death aura, while the blue dragon bone represented vitality, so he might be able to combine the life and death intents if he could comprehend their profundities. Then again, he still had a long way to go, and he could only comprehend it slowly, even after reaching the quasi-saint realm. "What's that sword called? You only need to tell me the name of it," Wang Yu asked. As Lin Yun recollected his thoughts, he smiled. "I created this sword technique, and it's called Sword of the Beginning, so it's not exactly wrong to call it Light of the Beginning as well." "You created it?" Wang Yu was dumbfounded and said, "Yi Qingtian, do you think I'm a fool? Even my master might not be able to create such a sword technique. It must have been given to you by the Dragon Origin Great Saint." He was practically certain that this sword technique was an ancient sword technique and that it should be incomplete because the Wang clan also had similar incomplete martial techniques. They were highly valuable, but perfecting them wasn't easy. "Life is really lonely when no one believes me, even if I'm speaking the truth. You can come to me anytime if you want to learn it," Lin Yun said, and he laughed as he left. He had no intention of arguing with Wang Yu about it. When Lin Yun returned to his courtyard, Lil Purple still hadn't returned yet, but Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to water the phoenix tree with True Dragon, Saint Liquid. He wanted to let Lil Purple do it, and she would definitely be happy about it. As he smiled, he entered the Three Lives realm. He had a lot of resources, and he planned to cultivate them for a long time. Looking at the Three Lives fruit in his hand, he muttered, "It should be enough for half a year." It was thanks to the Three Lives fruit that his strength had undergone such a huge improvement so quickly. He planned to reach the 7th channel of the profound death stage in one go. It was impossible in the past, but he had 300,000 Nirvana pellets, the Golden Crow's Saint Blood, and even the True Dragon Saint Liquid. The Saint Blood and Saint Liquid couldn't be used to increase his cultivation, but they were rare treasures that could benefit his cultivation. Time waits for no one, and he must quickly improve his strength. Lin Yun took out the divine sun-chasing art within the Three Lives realm and began comprehending it. He would separate his remaining time into 4 portions. He would spend 6 hours comprehending the divine sun-chasing art and refining the Golden Crow's Saint Blood, 6 hours practicing the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and 6 hours on the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon and Nirvana pellets to strengthen his cultivation, and 6 hours on the last 3 sword forms of the Divine Firefly Sword and perfecting his Sword of the Beginning. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun mastered the 11th and 12th sword forms of the Divine Firefly Sword. With that, he was 1 sword form away from mastering the full Divine Firefly Sword. It would be impressive if many in the Pinnacle Nirvana stage experts could master 7 to 8 sword forms, but Lin Yun mastered all 12 before reaching the Nirvana stage. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun reached the Pinnacle 6th channel of the Profound Death stage. The Dragon Origin within his Violet Palace also reached a terrifying height. "My progress is faster than I thought. I only used 5 months to reach the Pinnacle 6th channel of the Profound Death stage." Lin Yun took a deep breath with a flash of decisiveness running through his pupils. He was 60% confident that he could make a breakthrough or wait up to half a year with a higher chance of making a breakthrough. Let's go for it. It was already worth a gamble since there were 60% odds of success. Lin Yun had always been decisive, and he wouldn't hesitate when he decided. The profound death channel had 7 channels, and the 7th channel was dangerous because above it would be the nirvana stage. Lin Yun closed his eyes and circulated the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. As a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix appeared, the surrounding nirvana pellets were crushed, and a densely packed nirvana aura poured into his body. Each impact from this nirvana aura would make his body tremble, and he could sense an impact through his internal organs. No one would do something like this because the risk was significant and painful. Over 200 attempts later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and threw a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood off his lips and noticed that his hands were trembling. "Let's slow down a little." Lin Yun sighed and circulated the blue dragon bone to treat his injuries. But his face was still pale because the injuries to his soul were still around. But he didn't rest for long and closed his eyes to continue making a breakthrough. He couldn't rest for long, or all his effort would go down the drain. Half a day later, the bottleneck to the 7th channel finally loosened up, and he was covered in blood. This was a domineering method, and it would cause significant harm to his physique. If he wasn't careful, his cultivation would fall. But Lin Yun gritted his teeth and relied on his willpower as a swordsman to persevere. 7 days later, Lin Yun was halfway through the last channel, and the profound death aura was seeping out from the last channel, coursing through his meridians. The pain made Lin Yun numb, and the ground was covered in blood as he endured unimaginable pain. "Carry on." Lin Yun's eyes became bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. He wanted to give up several times but persevered, thinking that his master was running out of lifespan in Xianxia, who wanted to rule the entire Eastern Desolation. "Lin Yun, your master suffers while Xianxia is still alive. How can you give up? Have you forgotten your master's teachings? Have you forgotten how your master saved you back then?" There was a roar within his heart. He was suppressing the pain with insanity supporting him. Suddenly, the nirvana aura within the 3 lives realm began to rumble before it poured towards him. The nirvana aura coursed through his body, and 10 dragon pulses were gathering within his violet palace. The 7 profound life and profound death channels were opened simultaneously, with the profound life and profound death auras gathering within his violet palace. With that, he finally reached the 7th channel of the profound death stage. He took a deep breath, and his injuries began to recover at a rapid speed. It hadn't been easy for him to reach the 7th channel of the profound death stage, but he had finally reached it. Sensing the profound death and profound life auras gathering within his violet palace, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling. When the profound death and profound life auras combine, his dragon origin would transform into nirvana aura. At that time, a new gate would be opened before him, but he wasn't in a hurry because he knew he couldn't rush it. "I'll spend my remaining time refining the golden crow's feathers and the divine sun-chasing art." Lin Yun spent nearly half a year within the 3 lives realm, but only a few days had passed in the outside world. He couldn't go into seclusion for a long time, or it would make people suspicious, since many people were paying attention to him within the Heavenly Tao sect. Lil Purple was within the Nether Orchid courtyard for 7 days. She would practically appear at night. This place was massive as one of the 3 courtyards, with more disciples than the Indigo Thunder Peak. But she wasn't too concerned about it. Whenever she walked past the saint disciples, they would respond as though they didn't see her. She had covered herself with a simple spiritual array that perfectly fused her with the surroundings. As long as she was careful, even a quasi-saint wouldn't be able to discover her. But there was also a flaw because she couldn't make a move, or her identity would be revealed. "It looks like I have to take a trip to the celestial pool." Lil Purple turned to look at the southwest of the Nether Orchid courtyard. Her face briefly changed before she decided, "I can't rely on that scumbag. I can only rely on myself." No one was there since it was forbidden ground, and they would only let saint disciples in at a certain time. The foot of the mountain was covered with flowers, and the Nether Orchid mountain was up ahead. "It smells really nice." The celestial pool was located at the waist of the mountain, and there was no one there, aside from 2 deacons at the foot of the mountain. Lil Purple closed her eyes and the purple and golden runes shone on her forehead before she reopened them. "There's a reaction." Lil Purple nodded at Lil Red before entering the nether orchid mountain behind the two deacons. On the other hand, Lil Red turned into a black ray of light and merged with the surrounding darkness. It's really in the celestial pool. Lil Purple became excited when she was getting close and increased her speed. Half a cup of tea later, Lil Purple finally saw the legendary celestial pool. The air was covered in spiritual energy but couldn't be considered spiritual energy because it was no different from Saint Aura. Within the fog covering the entire pool, a figure could be faintly seen sitting in it. There's someone here? Lil Purple briefly paused and hid behind a rock, carrying Lil Red back. When she took a peek, she couldn't help smiling. Isn't this that scumbag's maid? She was confident that the solar lunar divine rune was at the bottom of the celestial pool, so she wasn't in a hurry. She had plenty of time to wait for Bai Shuang to leave before looking for the solar lunar divine rune. I have finally found it. There's nothing impressive about the nether orchid courtyard after all. Lil Purple smiled and occasionally nodded while looking at Bai Shuang in the fog. She commented, "Not bad." Suddenly, water splashes resounded as a robe flew over and covered Bai Shuang's naked body. This scene made Lil Purple nod. She's really white. When Bai Shuang was done putting on her clothes, she fell into deep thought before turning to look in Lil Purple's direction. But there was no one there aside from the rock. Even a quasi-saint can't see me. You think you can see me? Lil Purple smiled, and she looked straight at Bai Shuang fearlessly. On the other hand, Bai Shuang furrowed her brow with her head covered in water. Lil Purple became nervous as she moved closer and didn't dare to move. She even held her breath to forcibly maintain her composure. But fortunately, Bai Shuang merely glanced in puzzlement before she left, which made Lil Purple let out a breath of relief. But before Lil Purple could react, Bai Shuang suddenly turned around and pushed a palm out, landing on Lil Purple's chest. This made Lil Purple throw out a mouthful of blood before she was sent flying away. When Lil Purple flew out, her figure appeared in mid-air. She was wearing the silver moon mask when she appeared. She hovered in mid-air, clad in the moonlight, with her silver hair grown to her waist. Bai Shuang coldly questioned, "Who the hell are you? How dare you intrude on the nether orchid courtyard?" Haha, this empress has gone through various dangers, and the nether orchid courtyard is nothing. Lil Purple hovered in the air as her ethereal and mysterious voice resounded. Empress. Bai Shuang became uncertain after hearing what Lil Purple said. I'm born before heaven, and I'm 18 years old. Each year for an era. Lil Purple's indifferent voice resounded. Who the hell are you? Bai Shuang frowned. Haha, it's fine to tell you. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. Lil Purple said and continued coldly. Lass, move away, and I can grant you an opportunity. But I can only make you suffer if you insist on being stubborn. Bullshit. Bai Shuang didn't believe what Lil Purple said and soared to the sky with a golden and silver radiance shining from her. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out, with her pupils becoming silver and gold. This scared Lil Purple, but a black figure appeared before her and clashed with Bai Shuang head-on. After an exchange, the black figure was sent flying away. It was a fat cat. A cat and a little girl? Bai Shuang suddenly thought of something and said, So Zhang Yu wasn't lying. You're the culprit. Her face was calm, but her pupils emitted a terrifying aura with a saint radiance being emitted from her. Lil Red immediately wanted to change into the ancient Dracope form to stop Bai Shuang and allow Lil Purple to leave. Lil Purple was also alarmed, and she could sense an ancient aura that was sealed within Bai Shuang's body. She carried Lil Red and hid her aura before she fled. Run! As Bai Shuang's gaze flickered, she retracted her saint aura. She wanted to see who else was there because Zhang Yu mentioned that there was a man besides a little girl and a cat, and that man was the mastermind. She really wanted to know who was so bold as to use her name to write such a lecherous poem. Bai Shuang slowly followed behind Lil Purple and Lil Red, who were swiftly leaving the nether orchid courtyard. She was surprised to discover that Lil Purple seemed familiar with the nether orchid courtyard. and she didn't alarm anyone in her way. What is she doing in the Nether Orchid courtyard? Bai Shuang became alert. But her face soon changed because Lil Purple and Lil Red were escaping towards Indigo Thunder Peak, instantly making her think of Yi Qingtian. When she thought of Yi Qingtian, a smear of disgust appeared on her face. She was a fool to believe that Yi Qingtian had changed, only to be fooled by Yi Qingtian and Wang Mian. She was calm when she heard that Yi Qingtian had become the champion of the D group, but her heart couldn't help fluctuating when she saw Indigo Thunder Peak. What a pity! Bai Shuang shook her head and muttered to herself. She planned on stopping Lil Purple and Lil Red before reaching Indigo Thunder Peak. A golden radiance shone from Lin Yun's back within the Three Lives realm as a golden pair of wings with a wingspan of 10 feet appeared behind Lin Yun. Basking in the golden radiance, Lin Yun looked like a deity. But he suddenly opened his eyes, and his face changed. Lil Purple! He could sense that Lil Purple was in danger, and he immediately left the Three Lives realm and grabbed the flower burial sword before charging out. 10 miles away from Indigo Thunder Peak, Bai Shuang suddenly released her aura at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage, emitting a radiance from her body that looked like a lamp. Beneath the silver moon mask, Lil Purple threw out a mouthful of blood, with her face becoming pale. She let out a cough and seemed helpless at this moment. Why is this last so terrifying? She had underestimated Bai Shuang. If someone else had taken Bai Shuang's palm head-on, that person would have lost their life on the spot. With just a glance, she could tell that Bai Shuang was experienced in fighting, and she was a ruthless person who aimed to take her opponent's life when making a move. It appears that she wasn't lying when she told Lin Yun that she had killed many people. Just when Bai Shuang was swiftly catching up with Lil Purple, the latter turned around, formed seals with saint runes pouring out, and constructed a painting. Praise the Phoenix! When the painting unfolded, a vivid phoenix appeared with a terrifying sword aura accumulated in the flames. A saint spiritualist? Bai Shuang stopped, looking at Lil Purple with surprise. Humph, I'm a divine spiritualist at birth. If you're tactful, you should go down on your knees and take me as your master. You might have an opportunity that way. Lil Purple tugged her arms before her chest and didn't look injured. Oh! Bai Shuang already noticed that Lil Purple was putting on a strong front. Seeing that Bai Shuang was still approaching, Lil Purple inwardly cursed and flicked her finger, unleashing the phoenix. She coldly said, I have already made my move, and it's too late for you to regret it now. But when the phoenix was about to get close to Bai Shuang, threads flew out from her body, and the phoenix began to disintegrate as her hands changed. It didn't take long for the phoenix to be reduced to saint runes before dissipating, and everything took place too quickly. Bai Shuang easily resolved a saint diagram that could inflict injuries to a quasi-saint. How is this possible? Lil Purple was shocked that Bai Shuang was also proficient in spiritual runes, and her attainment wasn't weak. Was this the true strength of the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden? But what shocked her was Bai Shuang's method in resolving her saint diagram. Who's your other accomplice? Bai Shuang hovered in the air with her hair draped down like a waterfall. You've mastered the heavenly silkworm hands pretty well, but there are 3 flaws in it, and it's not perfect. The profundity of the heavenly silkworm hands doesn't lie in being fast, but slow. As slow as possible, like fine rain and the flowing water. Lil Purple was still aloof, even after her saint diagram was destroyed. You actually know about the heavenly silkworm hands? Who the hell are you? Bai Shuang's emotions fluctuated for the first time. What do you mean that I know about it? This was casually created by me in the past, and there are 108 transformations. Even so, only the Heavenly Fate Gate's 1000 Fate transformation and the Myriad Flower Valley's Celestial Fairy Hands can be compared to it. Lil Purple snickered. What bullshit! Bai Shuang was inwardly shocked, but she didn't stop her attack. She took a step forth and appeared before Lil Purple. After 10 odd clashes later, Lil Purple was sent flying away with a palm from her. Bai Shuang didn't continue to attack and said, Stop resisting and remove your mask. You just have to answer a few questions of mine. That palm earlier was the dragon snapping palm, and you won't be able to recover from it anytime soon. Lil Red, Lil Purple yelled. Just when Bai Shuang was perplexed, a black ray shot over. Lil Red executed a martial technique, forcing Bai Shuang to exchange a palm with the cat. The cat's paw would change between a fist and a claw. This rare martial technique alternated between the fist and claw, and a dragon roar also accompanied each attack. 10 odd moves later, Lil Red let out a meow before pushing its palm down, and its palm manifested into a dragon claw. Light converged to form a dragon claw in the surroundings before flying towards Bai Shuang. When Bai Shuang made her move and shattered the dragon claw, Lil Purple had already fled with Lil Red. When she saw that they would enter Indigo Thunder Peak, Bai Shuang was calm and composed, her hands forming into a seal, and she barked, "Dragon-locking shackles!" A radiance around Bai Shuang spread out like threads. It looked like an ancient gate had opened behind her, and multiple shackles shot forth, chasing after Lil Purple and Lil Red, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Right then, a sword vibration echoed, and a sword descended from the sky, executing a sword technique that severed all the shackles. Who is it? Bai Shuang's face changed. This person must be a genius, since this person could manipulate the sword from afar and destroy her secret technique. But she didn't receive a reply, and the sword flew towards Bai Shuang after severing the shackles. The sword intent empowered on the sword had reached a terrifying height, and the shockwave of the clashes caused the surrounding ground to shatter with rubble flying around. As the sword attacked, Bai Shuang was forced to take 10 steps back. Ultimately, she had no choice but to draw her sword, activating its glory spirits and knocking the incoming sword away. A sword returned to the foot of Indigo Thunder Peak, and Lin Yun sheathed the flower burial sword. At the same time, the sounds of a horse galloping resounded. It was Lil Red, who took the dragon-blooded horse's form, and it was carrying Lil Purple on its back. "You scumbag! I'd be dead if you still weren't coming." Lil Purple removed the silver moon mask and looked at Lin Yun with a pitiful gaze. Seeing Lil Purple's state, Lin Yun felt heartache, but it wasn't the time for him to ask about it now. He said, "Go inside the Iris secret realm first." After Lil Red and Lil Purple entered the Iris secret realm, Lin Yun's azure dragon sword heart sensed Bai Shuang's aura before he could return to Indigo Thunder Peak. Knowing it was too late for him to leave, Lin Yun returned his sword to the sword box and sat down to meditate. Bai Shuang descended from the sky a few breaths later and was surprised to see Yi Qingtian. "Senior Sister Bai." Lin Yun looked pleasantly surprised upon seeing Bai Shuang. "Yi Qingtian, what are you doing here?" Bai Shuang asked. "I should be the one asking Senior Sister Bai that. I'm the chief disciple of Indigo Thunder Peak, so why can't I be here? Speaking of which, why are you here so late at night?" Lin Yun smiled. Bai Shuang didn't bother talking to Yi Qingtian. Her gaze fell onto the weird sword box. Just when she was hesitating if she should ask Yi Qingtian to open it, Lin Yun smiled and stepped forth. "This is my sword box. Senior Sister is interested in it." As Lin Yun spoke, he opened the sword box and revealed the flower burial sword. Bai Shuang was disappointed because it wasn't what she was expecting. Then again, since that person could sever her dragon-locking shackles, his strength was on the same level as hers. Even if Yi Qingtian became first in the D group, he shouldn't possess that strength and wasn't worthy of her suspicion. "Senior Sister, why don't you have a seat within Indigo Thunder Peak since you're here? I can also use this opportunity to explain our misunderstanding," Lin Yun said as he closed the sword box. "There's no misunderstanding." Bai Shuang refused. She might enter Indigo Thunder Peak if she didn't see Yi Qingtian here, but there was no need since he was here. This had always been how she was, and she would sour her mood if she saw someone she disliked. Dappled shadows hang aslant over clear, shallow water. Secret fragrance wafts in the moonlit dusk. Senior Sister's name is related to the poem Singing Plum Blossom, and you're also using a sword related to it? Just when Bai Shuang turned around, Lin Yun's voice resounded, making Bai Shuang inwardly sneer because that wasn't the meaning behind her name. But as she recited the poem, it did make sense. For some reason, She stopped and wanted to hear how Yi Qingtian would respond. She turned around and said, "That's not the meaning behind my name." Lin Yun's face froze when he saw Bai Shuang stop. He was only putting on an act, and he didn't expect that Bai Shuang would really turn around to listen to him. This made him bitterly smile because he was in a hurry to examine Lil Purple's injuries and had no time to deal with Bai Shuang. He awkwardly smiled. "So it's a misunderstanding. Let's pretend I didn't say anything." Bai Shuang was puzzled by Yi Qingtian's reply. If she remembered correctly, Yi Qingtian wouldn't stop speaking so easily. So what did he mean by "let's pretend that he didn't say anything"? "Senior sister, you're not leaving?" Lin Yun said just when Bai Shuang was hesitating. This naturally caused her emotions to fluctuate. She had always been aloof, but for some reason, her emotions greatly fluctuated ever since Yi Qingtian returned. Bai Shuang was briefly stunned before she coldly looked at Lin Yun. "You think I want to come? Yi Qingtian? I'll leave now, and I won't come close to Indigo Thunder Peak ever again." When Bai Shuang turned around and disappeared, Lin Yun sighed because he knew their misunderstanding had deepened. But he couldn't be bothered about that and returned to his residence before entering the Iris secret realm and rushing to the Phoenix tree. Lil Purple was sitting beneath the Phoenix tree with her eyes closed. When she sensed Lin Yun's approach, she opened her eyes and said in disdain, "Scumbag. It's as expected of you to be so heartless." Lin Yun wasn't in the mood to joke around with her and reached out to grab her wrist. But his face soon changed because her injuries were serious. Lil Purple's physique was reconstructed with the Azure Dragon True Bone, and it wasn't her actual physique. So this physique of hers was weak. He asked, "You went to the Celestial Pool?" "Yeah." Lil Purple weakly nodded when she looked at Lin Yun's expression. Lin Yun had already predicted this, and he went behind her to treat her injuries with his blue dragon bone. Within Lil Purple's body, there were two martial intents, Frost Intent and Flame Intent, intertwining within her body like needles stuck in her internal organs. Many saint runes were engraved on those needles, making it look even more terrifying. If he treated such injuries himself, the two extreme elements might explode if he was careless, and even a quasi-saint would lose his life. But he couldn't get rid of those needles with the blue dragon aura alone. He had to use his astral sword intent before using the blue dragon aura to heal the wounds. Thus, he had to multitask, simultaneously splitting his mind into three. It didn't take long for his forehead to be sweaty as the two extreme elements were expelled from Lil Purple's body. An hour later, Lil Purple threw out a mouthful of blood. Her face was still pale, but her complexion was better than before. She stood and moved around before chuckling. "Lin Yun, I'm fine now." But Lin Yun stood up and slowly approached Lil Purple. Seeing this, Lil Purple weakly said, before she could run, I'm fine now." But Lin Yun ignored her and grabbed her by her waist before he started smacking her, but he didn't hold back in his spanking, which made Lil Purple scream in pain. "Let me go! Let me go, you scumbag!" Lil Purple tried to struggle with all her might, but Lin Yun had to teach her a lesson and didn't hold back at all. "I'm sorry. I have realized my mistake, so please let me down." Half an incense later, Lin Yun stopped and let Lil Purple down. This made Lil Purple cower and tremble in fear, not daring to sit down because her butt was aching. But Lin Yun kept silent and wasn't in the mood to speak. "I have realized my mistake." Lil Purple came over to Lin Yun and said pitifully. In the end, Lin Yun's heart became soft, and he turned to look at Lil Purple. Lil Purple had been imprisoned in the sword box for 100,000 years, and her soul had been nourishing within his sea of consciousness. As for her physique, it was reforged with the Azure Dragon True Bone, so it wasn't an understatement to say that she could be half considered as his daughter, and Lin Yun wouldn't hesitate to protect her many times. "Who did it?" Lin Yun asked with a cold gaze. Even if he gave Lil Purple a beating, he still cared about her, and it was time for him to take revenge after teaching her a lesson. "By Shuang," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun's face changed because he thought that a senior within the Nether Orchid Courtyard would do it. But he didn't expect that the culprit was Bai Shuang. "Give me the Silver Moon mask. She probably still hasn't gotten far," Lin Yun said. Don't, Lil Purple said. She's not to be blamed. I'm the one who was careless this time, so don't kill her. Lin Yun smiled. Who said that I want to kill her? I only wanted to teach her a lesson. I must do something since she severely injured you. Otherwise, others will think that we're pushovers. It's my mistake, Lil Purple said and immediately explained her experience in the celestial pool. After hearing what Lil Purple said, Lin Yun smiled. Then you really can't blame her for it. After experiencing what Xianxia did, Bai Shuang wouldn't hesitate to move against those who dare to peek at her. But Lil Purple was foolish to stand there and allow Bai Shuang to attack her. Since she could be placed on the same level as the heavenly unholy maiden, this proved that she wasn't simple. Lin Yun also didn't take her words as a joke when Bai Shuang said she had taken countless lives, and he had been cautious against her. Compared to her, Lil Purple was foolishly adorable. She still had to pretend to be aloof, even when receiving a beating, and claimed she wanted to guide Bai Shuang in her martial techniques. Thinking about it, Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. Bai Shuang is ruthless. She practiced the heavenly silkworm hands, so you can be considered as her ancestor. But she used it against you. I was only careless and was injured because I couldn't dodge in time, Lil Purple muttered, blushing. I wanted to make her your maid, so I can't be too heavy with my moves, or I would have killed her. Yet you're despising me now. You scumbag, Lil Purple said, and she even threw the blame on Lin Yun. All right, it's all my fault. Stop crying, Lin Yun said, seeing that Lil Purple was on the verge of crying. Humph, it's all your fault. You smacked my butt so hard that I can't sit down now. I'm the supreme heavenly slaughter empress, and how dare you smack my butt? Lil Purple initially couldn't cry, but she cried out as she spoke and hammered Lin Yun with her fists. On the other hand, Lin Yun wore a gentle expression as he allowed Lil Purple to hammer him. When she was tired, he smiled. I really hope you're lying to me many times. I don't hope you to be any empress, and I just hope you can be like other children. Humph, how can other kids compare to me? I'm born extraordinary and from the divine phoenix clans, Lil Purple said. What are you looking at? Lin Yun suddenly took out a cauldron from his interspatial bracelet before she could finish. The heavenly astral cauldron contained nearly 20,000 kilograms of true dragon saint liquid. Because it was troublesome to contain it, Lin Yun immediately contained it with a cauldron. Then again, he had to return the cauldron after using it. The true dragon saint liquid. Lil Purple's eyes shone brightly as she jumped onto the cauldron. Looking at the crimson liquid, she widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Lin Yun. This is a considerably high grade. Lin Yun, how did you get so much of it? Lin Yun merely responded with a smile. Lil Purple's expression gave him a sense of satisfaction. After all, he nearly spent all 8 million contribution points for the True Dragon Saint Liquid. Lil Purple flew over and kissed Lin Yun on his cheek. How much is there? Nearly 20,000 kilograms. Lin Yun smiled. That's great. Lil Purple happily jumped around on the cauldron. But when she sat down on the cauldron by habit, she took a deep breath and yelled, Ouch! What's the matter? Lin Yun asked. It's all your fault. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun. I see. Your butt hurts. You're still talking about it. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun, doing her best to put on a fierce expression. But she was too beautiful, and her fierce expression only made her look more adorable. Humph. I'll forgive you. Let's go and water the tree. Lil Purple turned to look at the phoenix tree sapling with anticipation. If the tree grows, I'll also grow along with it. At that time, I'll become a great beauty. Lin Yun merely wore an amicable smile and didn't say a word. Humph, what's with that gaze of yours? Don't you believe me? My true appearance is more beautiful than your Su Ziao and Yu Weiwei, Lil Purple said seriously. I believe you. Lin Yun smiled and played along with her. Humph, that's more like it, Lil Purple said with her head raised. Over the next few days, they stayed in the Iris secret realm, focusing on the phoenix tree. The tree was fragile, and it wasn't easy to let it absorb all of the True Dragon Saint Liquid. This was an eye-opening experience for Lin Yun, as he stayed by the side, and had never heard of watering the phoenix tree with True Dragon Saint liquid. He merely smiled as he looked at Lil Purple, hoping she could grow up happily like the phoenix tree. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Nether Orchid courtyard, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint called Bai Shuang over. When Bai Shuang heard what her master said, she was completely dumbfounded as she asked, "Master, you want me to go to Indigo Thunder Peak and look for Yi Qingtian? Is there a problem with that? Or do you want me to invite him over myself?" The heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked curiously. The Solar Jade Palace. This is the residence of the heavenly Jade Sword Saint that's within the Nether Orchid courtyard. The palace was enveloped in a saint radiance, and the heavenly Jade Sword Saint was seated on a hovering stone platform. The area beneath the stone platform was surrounded by a river, and an ancient painting that was hung on the wall behind the heavenly Jade Sword Saint made her seem dignified. Bai Shuang's face changed after hearing what her master said, and she didn't know how to reply to that question. Half a month ago, she swore before Yi Qingtian that she would never step into Indigo Thunder Peak for the rest of her lifetime, and she wouldn't even get close to Indigo Thunder Peak within a 10-mile radius. But her master asked her to invite Yi Qingtian over, which was unacceptable. After all, it was no different from slapping her face. "I don't have that intention," Bai Shuang said with her head lowered. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint had always been strict, and her words were already serious. But she had no idea that the heavenly Jade Sword Saint was baffled. She knew her disciple's personality. Her disciple was prideful, but she rarely revealed it and wouldn't look down on ordinary inner disciples because of her identity as a holy maiden. Bai Shuang didn't treat her identity as the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden seriously. "Are you concerned about what he said? I did hear some things about him, and he hasn't changed even after returning. I heard that he's still harassing you," the heavenly Jade Holy Maiden said. "I don't like him," Bai Shuang said honestly. "I know you don't like him, but it's enough that he likes you. So he'll come if you invite him, and you don't have to be polite. You just have to invite him over, and the Dragon Origin Great Saint won't say anything about it," the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. This placed Bai Shuang in a difficult position. This was nothing like it was in the past, and she could easily accomplish it. But she had her difficulties, and she could imagine the smugness on Yi Qingtian's face when she went over. She ultimately agreed, "I'll handle it well." She agreed to it for now and planned to let someone else do it. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint saw through her intentions and said, "You have to do it yourself. 7 days from now, I will call every potential swordsman here to guide them personally, and Yi Qingtian has to be present no matter what. The reason why I gave this task to you is because he's fond of you. This way, the Dragon Origin Great Saint won't be able to say anything about it, so I'll be able to deal with him." Bai Shuang was inwardly surprised. She's curious as to what Yi Qingtian did to make her master and the Dragon Origin Great Saint place such a high opinion of him. Yi Qingtian was only at the profound death stage. Even if he was the champion of the D group, there was no way he could be compared to those geniuses in the Tian group. Even if Yi Qingtian went to the Heavenly Will Pagoda, there was no way he could catch up to those geniuses at the late phase of the Nirvana stage. "Master, is there a need to be concerned about the Dragon Origin Great Saint?" Bai Shuang asked. She might be talking about the Dragon Origin Great Saint, but she wanted to diminish Yi Qingtian's existence within the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. "It's different now," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint sighed. "He has become the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple." Since Yi Qingtian had become the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple, it would be a different story if someone else tried to recruit him. In serious cases, it might become an incident of disregarding the Dragon Origin Great Saint. The secluded disciple. Bai Shuang was shocked. Even she was not the secluded disciple of the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and yet Yi Qingtian was a step ahead of her, which was too unbelievable. It had just been a few months since the last sword discussion gathering. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint reminded, "We'll settle with that. There's no need to lower yourself or go against your heart. You just have to invite him over. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint says anything, I'll say it's your intention." Bai Shuang gritted her teeth and ultimately nodded. There was nothing she could do about it, and she didn't have a choice since the heavenly jade sword saint said it 3 times. When Bai Shuang left, her brows were still furrowed together. Within Indigo Thunder Peak, Lin Yun spent half of the month within the Iris secret realm, focusing on nurturing the phoenix tree with Lil Purple. In his free time, he would practice the divine firefly sword and stabilize his cultivation at the 7th channel of the profound death stage. Occasionally, he would learn the heavenly silkworm hands from Lil Purple and spent his time pretty relaxed. He needed to relax after spending such a long time within the 3 lives realm to digest his harvest. Lin Yun, look, the phoenix tree has grown, Lil Purple said. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, the death energy within his pupils dissipated as nether flowers appeared and disappeared around him. He had reached the 10th stage of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and the death energy he grasped had reached a terrifying height. As Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Lil Purple excitedly looking at the phoenix tree, and it had grown to the same height as her. The phoenix tree had grown by a palm's height in just half a month, brimming with spiritual energy. According to what Lil Purple said, the Iris secret realm used to be a holy land in the past, and it was a movable holy land that could be carried on someone's back in the form of a sword box. Then again, it was still far away to be considered a holy land. The entire Iris secret realm was desolate, aside from the region around the phoenix tree. "You've finished using up all the true dragon, Saint Liquid?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "Yeah." "So quickly?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. Lil Purple smiled. "It's still all right. The best nutrients from the phoenix tree are the ashes of a phoenix after undergoing a rebirth. The true dragon Saint Liquid also works and will continue to grow. After it grows to 7 feet, the phoenix tree will finally come to life. I heard that the phoenix tree is a treasure, and a tree branch can be sold for an astronomical sum. Even a leaf can be used to boost cultivation, and it can also be used as tea leaves," Lin Yun asked with his eyes lighting up. But Lil Purple immediately stood before the phoenix tree sapling and asked, "What are you trying to do? It's still a child, so you're not allowed to damage it." Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he saw the scene because Lil Purple was also a child. "You're not allowed to do anything to it. I'll teach you the heavenly silkworm hands. There are still dozens of varieties you've not learned yet," Lil Purple said before she dragged Lin Yun aside. She only felt relieved after Lin Yun was far from the phoenix tree. "Let's begin." Lil Purple placed her hands up and down with her thumbs connected. Her left palm was facing her while her right palm was facing out. She grinned as she began to change her hand signs. Her movements were slow, but her hands began to leave behind images like a flower closing up. The movements of her hands became dazzling, and he was having a tough time catching up. But Lil Purple smiled, and Lin Yun was shocked to discover that the saint runes on his robe were being removed like silk threads. "This is magical," Lin Yun praised, then he said, "But my robe is ruined now." "This is nothing. I can sew them back for you." Lil Purple's hands changed again, and the saint runes returned to Lin Yun's robe. Witnessing this, Lin Yun was breathtaken, and he praised, "Impressive?" He suddenly thought of something and smiled. "So this is the heavenly silkworm hands. Not only can it dissolve saint diagrams, but it can even strip someone nude." But surprisingly, Lil Purple wasn't furious and smiled. "Someone really did that in the past. Isn't this your masterpiece? Why did you let it spread around?" Lin Yun asked. "I have a lot of creations, and this is nothing," Lil Purple said in disdain. Well, Lil Purple was the one who received a beating from Bai Shuang. Lin Yun smiled, but didn't openly expose her. He began to get familiar with the heavenly silkworm hands. He was smart and his mental energy wasn't weak. He had Lil Purple, the creator of the heavenly silkworm hands, teaching him, so he naturally learned it quickly. He might not be able to catch up with Bai Shuang, but he grasped more varieties than her. "Someone's here." While the two were excitedly cultivating, Lin Yun suddenly sensed someone coming, and said, "Chun Feng is here. I'll go out first." Go on," Lil Purple said, quickly urging Lin Yun to leave. Lin Yun merely smiled because he could tell Lil Purple was afraid that he would make a move against the phoenix tree. After he left the Iris secret realm, he saw Chun Feng excitedly running over. "Senior brother." Something happened. Chun Feng yelled with a rosy face. When Lin Yun saw this, he couldn't help smiling and asked, "What can possibly happen within the Heavenly Dao sect? It really is a huge matter." Chun Feng took a deep breath and said in a grave tone, "The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden is personally here outside the courtyard. But she's afraid she might disrupt your cultivation, so she had me look for you." When hearing that, Lin Yun's face slightly changed, and he wondered what she was doing here. But Chun Feng was excited, while Lin Yun was more composed. She knew that Bai Shuang wouldn't be here for no reason. So could it be because of what happened before? Lin Yun couldn't help suspecting with his brows furrowed. He didn't want to see Bai Shuang right now. After all, there was a misunderstanding between them, not to mention she left in a fury half a month ago. It wouldn't be simple since she came to Indigo Thunder Peak, even at the expense of breaking her oath. So Lin Yun recollected himself and said in a decisive tone, "You tell her I'm not around." "What?" Chun Feng was dumbfounded on the spot. The entire Indigo Thunder Peak went into an uproar at the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden's arrival, and outside was filled with disciples. They were all shocked by Shuang's charm. This was a glory because the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden had a lot of pursuers within the Heavenly Dao sect. It was so much so that she even had pursuers outside the sect, but she never paid any attention to them. So if the news that Bai Shuang personally came to Indigo Thunder Peak and was waiting outside Yi Qingtian's courtyard spread out, God knows how many people would die of jealousy. But Yi Qingtian did not react, and he wasn't even willing to see her. So wasn't this a little too cocky? Even Chun Feng never expected Yi Qingtian to reject the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. But he soon thought of something. After all, the relationship between his senior brother and Wang Mian was complicated, and he probably wanted to avoid arousing suspicion if he met Bai Shuang. Chun Feng instantly comprehended it and looked at Yi Qingtian with reverence filling his pupils. Yi Qingtian was playing with the two holy maidens in his palm. The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden ultimately couldn't win against his senior brother's means, but that wasn't all because his senior brother still wasn't going to meet Bai Shuang. This was the same as hanging Bai Shuang in suspense. This instantly made Yi Qingtian his idol, and Chun Feng smiled before he cupped his hands together. "I understand. This is really an excellent move by senior brother. You're our role model, and I'll tell her immediately." "What?" Lin Yun was surprised this time because he had no idea what Chun Feng was talking about. When he saw Chun Feng leaving in excitement, he was dumbfounded because he just wanted to avoid Bai Shuang, and this made him wonder what was going on within Chen Feng's mind. Holy Maiden this? But before he could think about that, Chun Feng nervously returned. When Lin Yun placed the teacup down, he saw Bai Shuang entering his courtyard. "Senior brother." "I said nothing." Chun Feng lowered his head and quickly fled. Bai Shuang was already waiting outside, and she heard their conversation. "Yi Qingtian, you're really shameless. Am I that terrifying?" Bai Shuang glared at Lin Yun. This instantly placed Lin Yun in an awkward position, and he didn't know how to respond. Bai Shuang sat down and placed her sword to the side before she mocked. "Aren't you proficient in reciting poems? What poem should you recite at this moment? Go on, I'm all ears." Lin Yun didn't want to argue with her and lowered himself. "They're just pearls of wisdom left behind by the ancestors." Bai Shuang was just casually talking about it, and she became serious after listening to Yi Qingtian's explanation. Bai Shuang had checked all the poems Yi Qingtian recited, but there weren't any clues about them. "You have no choice but to recite one today. No one has ever dared to lie to me so blatantly." Bai Shuang's mood naturally became foul after hearing that Yi Qingtian wanted to pretend not to be around. She initially didn't want to come in, but she became furious after hearing what Yi Qingtian said. Since Yi Qingtian didn't want to meet her, she insisted on coming in. How could she let Yi Qingtian off so easily? Lin Yun wore a bitter expression and heaved a breath of relief because Bai Shuang didn't seem to be here to question him. But the corner of his lips twitched when he noticed Bai Shuang's cold gaze. He didn't expect Bai Shuang to hold a grudge and wanted him to recite a poem. He didn't want to be tangled up in this matter and said, "I have no intentions of lying to you, and I do have a matter to handle and am planning to take a trip out today. I have no intention of lying to the Holy Maiden. I don't want to hear that. Just recite one, and I'll let you off today. If you can't recite one, I'll have to suspect if you're related to Zhang Yu's lecherous poem, Bai Shuang said indifferently. Lin Yun opened his mouth and had no idea how the two were related. But Bai Shuang had other thoughts, and she didn't believe that the poems Yi Qingtian recited were taken from elsewhere and were created by him. Lin Yun had no choice, and he could only put up a strong front and replied, "Let me think about it. No need to hurry." Bai Shuang poured a cup of tea for herself and drank it. Her expression was calm, and she suddenly smiled when she lifted her cup. Before coming, she felt that Yi Qingtian might make things difficult for her, mocking her for going against her oath. But when she came, she made things difficult for Yi Qingtian instead. Lin Yun happened to see Bai Shuang smile, and this made him briefly stunned. He had to admit that her smile was gorgeous, like a gorgeous jade. Bai Shuang placed the cup down and barked when she saw Yi Qingtian staring at her. "Yi Qingtian, do you want me to dig your eyes out?" "Senior sister, you're beautiful when you smile," Lin Yun couldn't help praising. "What did you say?" Bai Shuang frowned. Lin Yun smiled and quickly changed the topic. "You're like jade, a lone orchid on the mountain with a floral fragrance spreading out along with the cold wind, and my lovesickness is like a long river in autumn." Bai Shuang was briefly stunned upon hearing that. Even if she couldn't comprehend it, she roughly knew that Yi Qingtian must be talking about her. Since the poem mentioned the orchid, it naturally referred to her as the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. She was surprised because she purposely tried to put Yi Qingtian in a difficult position to ease her awkwardness. Most importantly, there was a part that touched her. When she pondered over what Yi Qingtian said, her gaze became dim. It turned out that Yi Qingtian was infatuated, and he misunderstood her. When she looked at Yi Qingtian again, Bai Shuang's gaze eased up. But before she could say anything, Lin Yun said, "If two are lovesick, it can be considered spending a lifetime together." Bai Shuang's face changed, and she said, "Yi Qingtian, I never knew that you're such a talented person. It looks like you're the one who wrote that lecherous poem back then." Lin Yun inwardly smiled but tried his best to maintain his composure. "But," Bai Shuang changed her tone and said with a hint of guilt, "there's no need for you to keep your attention on me. Like you, my heart is also on someone." "How are you so certain that the person I'm talking about is you?" Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. Bai Shuang thought that Yi Qingtian was embarrassed, and she smiled. "That's for the best." What Bai Shuang said made Lin Yun uncomfortable, and he could only change the topic with a smile. "I'm pretty curious about who the person you've fallen for is. I never heard that you've ever fallen for someone." He was honestly shocked. After all, Bai Shuang had rejected many geniuses. Everyone she rejected was a peerless genius. There were even nobilities of the Divine Dragon Empire. But who would have thought that Bai Shuang's heart was already on someone? "It's natural that you've not heard of it. This is also the first time I'm talking about this to someone, and I've only met him once. He said that he'd come to look for me within the Heavenly Tao sect," Bai Shuang said. Lin Yun was confused about what Bai Shuang said. "Is it weird?" Bai Shuang raised her head. "Didn't you say back in the Nether Orchid Courtyard that there doesn't need to be a reason to fall for someone? Perhaps just a sight is enough for someone to fall for another person." Lin Yun opened his mouth and was speechless because he was only casually talking about it. But his instincts told him that it shouldn't be reliable about this person that Bai Shuang fell for. "Why didn't he come then?" Lin Yun asked. Bai Shuang's gaze became dim, and she said, "I don't know, but someone like him shouldn't go against his promise." As she spoke, she thought about that person's experience, and her gaze lit up when she recalled what she saw back then. This further confirmed within Lin Yun's heart that the man Bai Shuang fell for must be a scumbag. Bai Shuang hid her thoughts and smiled. "It looks like I've misunderstood you, and I apologize. You're deeply in love, and that's also the same for me. I don't care about you and Wang Mayan, as it has nothing to do with me, and I realize that I have a deep misunderstanding with you. I thought you'd make things difficult for me." It now appears that I'm too narrow-minded. Her sincerity made Lin Yun feel uncomfortable, and he quickly cupped his hands together. Holy Maiden, you're too serious. I can't accept your apology. He initially wanted to say Yi Qingtian but used I instead after thinking about something. Bai Shuang naturally didn't notice this, and she laughed. It's fine. I have something to talk to you about. Holy Maiden, please, Lin Yun said. My master instructed me to invite you to the Nether Orchid Courtyard 7 days from now. Not only you, but all the talented swordsmen within the Heavenly Dao sect will be present, and my master will guide everyone personally. Bai Shuang finally went into the topic. This is good, Lin Yun smiled. But Bai Shuang briefly paused before she said in a hesitant voice, my master wanted me to come and invite you instead and not her. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he laughed. I understand. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint asked about it, I will properly address it. That's good. Bai Shuang heaved a breath of relief and smiled. She finally completed the task her master gave her, and she asked, Junior Brother Yi, have you heard of the Sword Assembly? I've naturally heard of it, Lin Yun said. He didn't only hear about it, but he also participated in a small-scale sword assembly. A small-scaled sword-gathering assembly would be held within the Hidden Sword Pavilion's branches, while the Hidden Sword Manor would hold a large-scale sword assembly. This was a grand event for all swordsmen in the world. He briefly pondered and asked, will the Heavenly Dao sect also participate? It's nothing in the past but different this time. My master seems to be serious about it this time, which is why she wanted to gather all the swordsmen within the Heavenly Dao sect, including the saint disciples outside the sect, Bai Shuang said. I remember that anyone beneath the quasi-saint realm can participate in it. So the meaning behind me participating doesn't mean much. Lin Yun smiled. Bai Shuang embarrassedly said, that's what I said to my master. Seeing Bai Shuang's expression, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling because it was rare for him to see Bai Shuang shy. But since my master asked you to come over, she must have a reason. Even if you don't participate in the sword assembly, your attainment in the sword will greatly improve with my master's guidance. Bai Shuang said sincerely. I will be there, Lin Yun agreed. Senior brother, there's trouble. Chun Feng anxiously ran into the courtyard. He said, Senior brother, Yi Fifan is here. He's only a mere loser. So why are you panicking? Lin Yun smiled. As Chun Feng gasped for breath, he said, he has 2 quasi-saints and a saint following him, and they're all from the Yi clan. Yi clan? Lin Yun's eyes flickered, but he had already predicted this day to occur. It was natural that Yi Qingtian would arouse suspicion with the sudden boost in his strength. But he didn't panic as he said, Holy Maiden, I'll be taking my leave first. It's fine. I'll come with you. Bai Shuang followed up. Let's go together, then. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't refuse Bai Shuang's goodwill. Where is he? He's at the foot of the mountain. The Peak Master was holding them back and asked me to inform you. If you don't want to meet them, I can bring you away and head to the Dragon Origin Great Saint's residence, Chen Feng said. I did nothing wrong, so why should I fear them? They're the ones owing me instead. So let's go. Lin Yun smiled. Bai Shuang didn't say anything from the side. The Heavenly Dao sect was heavily infested with 4 clans, and each clan had a powerful force within the sect. They have thoroughly infiltrated the Heavenly Dao sect over the past few thousand years and have their own interests. The Heavenly Dao sect didn't have a sect master, and the sword wielders didn't care about these matters. That was the same case for the Bai clan. As for Yi Qingtian, she long heard that he didn't have a good treatment within the Yi clan, and his fellow clansmen wouldn't give him any face within the sect. It didn't take long for them to reach the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, they saw Yi Fifan facing the Peak Master. Behind Yi Fifan were 2 quasi-saints and a saint elder, and they were his confidants. Even the Indigo Thunder Peak Master could only stop them for the moment, but not for much longer. Peak Master, Lin Yun greeted. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master was stunned, and Yi Fifan smiled. Yi Qingtian, you're finally out. Greetings, Elder. Lin Yun didn't know these 3 people, so he casually gave a bow. But this made the Saint Elder unhappily furrow his brow, and he questioned, Yi Qingtian, it looks like you're becoming increasingly cocky, since you're not going down on your knees when seeing an elder of the same clan. Speak if you have anything to say. I'm busy, Lin Yun replied. Yi Qingtian, the ancestor wants to see you, Yi Fifan roared. Oh, Lin Yun casually replied. He naturally knew about this ancestor, the Tough Peak Saint Sovereign. He had the highest seniority of the Yi clan within the Heavenly Dao sect, so he was equivalent to half an ancestor of the Yi clan. But Lin Yun always felt that such an old monster was beyond his reach, so he naturally didn't treat it seriously. But when he noticed Yi Fifan's gaze, he naturally sensed that something was wrong and his identity was suspected. His attitude also made the faces of the two quasi-saints and the Saint Elder change with their brows furrowed. Yi Fifan roared, Yi Qingtian, how dare you? The ancestor wants to meet you, and this is your attitude? It's fine that you didn't visit the ancestor after becoming the champion of the D group. But how dare you not have any respect when the ancestor is inviting you over? Hearing what Yi Fifan said, Lin Yun merely smiled. Why do I have to be respectful to him? I have no intention of seeing him to begin with. So go and tell him that I'm not free. The moment he said that, the faces of Yi Fifan and the others changed, including the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples. Do you think you have a choice? Yi Fifan snorted and immediately made his move, unleashing his aura. He naturally couldn't accept his previous loss to Yi Qingtian and couldn't figure out how he lost to him with his cultivation at the fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage. Thus, he bitterly cultivated when he got back. His Nirvana aura had transformed, and he drastically improved his strength, despite no changes in his cultivation. He was confident that he could deal with Yi Qingtian as long as the latter didn't draw his sword. As for Yi Qingtian drawing his sword, he didn't think Yi Qingtian had that opportunity with the two quasi-saints and a Saint Elder behind him. They already came to an agreement that the quasi-saints would make a move the moment Yi Qingtian drew his sword. At that time, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master couldn't interfere because this was a private matter of their Yi clan. If they brought Yi Qingtian to the ancestor, Yi Qingtian's true identity would be revealed, even if his method was profound. At that time, no one could save him, even if he was the direct disciple of a great saint, because Lin Yun would be dead for daring to disguise himself as a Yi clan's descendant. He dashed over and pushed out 3 palms, each containing a huge force, and left behind a crater in the air. Cracks also began to appear on the ground, and Lin Yun secretly retreated, allowing Yi Fifan to get close to him. Yi Qingtian, where's the grace of your sword from back then? Yi Fifan wanted to force Lin Yun into drawing his sword and laughed. But he was shocked when he noticed that Yi Qingtian didn't move and pushed his palm forth. Lin Yun didn't draw his sword nor release his sword intent. He merely pushed out his palm, relying on his cultivation. When the 2 palms collided, Yi Fifan threw out a mouthful of blood, his face drastically changing. Yi Fifan was shocked to discover that Yi Qingtian's cultivation had reached the 7th channel of the Profound Death stage in just half a month. 7th channel of the Profound Death stage. Holy shit! It has only been half a month. The nearby Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples were surprised. In the ranking battle, Yi Qingtian's cultivation was only at the 5th channel of the Profound Death stage, and yet he made 2 breakthroughs in half a month. But what shocked them even more was that Yi Qingtian relied on his cultivation to fend off Yi Fifan, whose cultivation was at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. One must know that Yi Qingtian didn't clash with those at the 4th channel of the Nirvana stage head-on back at the ranking battle. Yi Qingtian relied on his Heavenly Dome sword intent and sword technique throughout the fight to defeat his opponents. He first used his Divine Firefly sword before using the sword of the beginning, relying on his sword to sweep through the D group. When Lin Yun pushed his palm forth, Yi Fifan threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away before a quasi-saint caught him from behind. He said, I already gave you an opportunity, but you're just a piece of garbage. You're not Yi Qingtian. Who the hell are you? Yi Fifan roared. But Lin Yun merely sneered after hearing what he said and turned to the quasi-saints and Saint Elder. Is that what the 3 of you think? Everything will be clear after you meet the ancestor. A quasi-saint of the Yi clan stepped forth, wanting to grab Lin Yun. But before he could get close, he was stopped by a white-clothed figure. Bai Shuang appeared before Yi Qingtian, and this scene shocked everyone. As a gold and silver radiance shone from Bai Shuang, her pupils began to shine as she faced the quasi-saint head-on with her cultivation at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. This made the face of the Yi clan's quasi-saint change, and he quickly retreated. He then turned to look at Saint Elder and asked, "Azure Solar Saint Lord?" The Indigo Thunder Peak Master also became nervous. After all, no one could stop this group of people, no matter who came. If that ancestor of the Yi clan was determined to capture Yi Qingtian, even the Dragon Origin Great Saint couldn't do anything about it. After all, the Yi clan was colossal within the Heavenly Tao sect. They might have no great saint on the surface, but it was unclear if they had any in the dark. The Bai clan wants to interfere in my Yi clan's matters? The Yi clan's Saint Elder asked. I dare not, but he already promised to come to the Nether Orchid Courtyard 7 days from now. If he's injured or doesn't turn up, my master will be upset, Bai Shuang said. The Azure Solar Saint Lord sneered. Even the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint can't say anything about this matter. Yi Qingtian, you have to come with us no matter what, and I don't want to involve anyone else in this matter. Lin Yun inwardly sighed and said, Holy Maiden, let me handle this since this is a matter of my Yi clan. He stepped forth and pushed Bai Shuang aside. But he stopped his footsteps and had no intention of leaving with that Saint Elder. This naturally made the Saint Elder furrow his brow and coldly ask, Yi Qingtian, how dare you resist before a saint? Are you courting death? Saint Elder, please calm down. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. It has nothing to do with you, the Azure Solar Saint Lord said. He might have his concern with Bai Shuang, but he had none with the Indigo Thunder Peak Master. So he didn't hesitate to push his palm over. This naturally made the Indigo Thunder Peak Master throw a mouthful of blood. When he slammed against the gate, he broke a few of his bones. Peak Master! The Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples quickly ran over. Lin Yun was faster than everyone else and helped the Peak Master up. He looked at the Azure Solar Saint Lord and roared, Old dog, don't you know shame to make a move against a quasi-saint as a Saint Lord? His words surprised Bai Shuang because she didn't expect Yi Qingtian to be so bold. Everyone beneath the Saint Realm is mere ants. Ask him if he has any complaints about me injuring him. The Azure Solar Saint Lord snickered. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master quickly nodded and replied, I naturally dare not to have any complaints. Peak Master. Lin Yun couldn't hold back, but the Indigo Thunder Peak Master firmly held on to him, not wanting him to do anything foolish. Ha ha ha. The Azure Solar Saint Lord laughed. It looks like my Yi clan really produced a genius to be so cocky before a saint. I believe the ancestor will be happy when he sees you. The Azure Lord Saint Lord waved his hand. Aside from Bai Shuang, everyone standing before him was sent flying away and fell to the ground. The Azure Lord Saint Lord didn't want to waste time with Yi Qingtian and roared, Come with me! But Lin Yun suddenly disappeared, and a massive power bounced him away. This changed the Azure Solar Saint Lord's face because he failed to bring Yi Qingtian away. MHM? Lil Qingyang. I can't allow you to harm him. A peal of laughter resounded, making the Azure Solar Saint Lord's face change when he raised his head. But he was sent flying away before he could respond when a slap landed on him. The Azure Solar Saint Lord fell onto the ground, and he didn't dare to get back up as he looked at the newcomer in horror. Everyone beneath the Saint Realm are mere ants? Don't you know that a Saint Lord is nothing before me? That person placed Yi Qingtian on the ground before giving the Azure Solar Saint Lord another slap, sending him flying away. We pay our greetings to the Azure River Saint Sovereign. The two quasi-saints and Yi Fifan quickly went down on their knees. Bai Shuang also squinted her pupils when she saw Yi Guhan, who stood beside Yi Qingtian. Yi Guhan was the chief disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and even the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was filled with praises for this person. Yi Guhan's sudden arrival turned the tables around, with the almighty Azure Solar Saint Lord receiving 2 slaps. On the other hand, Yi Fifan was kneeling on the ground, filled with fear and puzzlement. He couldn't figure out how Yi Qingtian and Yi Guhan were connected. After all, the Azure River Saint Sovereign was the chief disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and he became a Saint Sovereign at a young age. He was an influential figure even within the entire Kunlun realm. In the eyes of the Yi clan, Yi Guhan could practically become an emperor and the pillar supporting the entire Yi clan in the upcoming Golden Era. Meanwhile, Lin Yun heaved a breath of relief when he saw Yi Guhan. Otherwise, he had no idea how to deal with this matter. Azure Solar Saint Lord. Yi Guhan looked down at the Azure Solar Saint Lord with a smile. I'm here. The Azure Solar Saint Lord struggled back on his feet and said in a trembling tone, "Why did you move against Yi Qingshan for no reason? Is he not a fellow clansman?" Yi Guhan smiled with his eyes squinted. I'm merely following the ancestor's instructions. The ancestor wants to see him." Yi Guhan was clearly smiling, but this made the Azure Solar Saint Lord tremble in fear, and he didn't hesitate to throw the strong peak Saint Sovereign under the bus. "Even so, is there a need for you to be so crude? You're a Saint Lord. Don't you know that you might injure him if you're not careful?" Yi Guhan said indifferently. "You're pretty arrogant. Those beneath the Saint Realm are mere ants? So what if you're a Saint Lord? Indigo Thunder Peak Master. Go up and give him 2 slaps. Azure River Saint Sovereign, you must be joking. Those beneath the Saint Realm are truly ants, and I will seek guidance from the Azure Solar Saint Lord when I reach the Saint Realm," the Indigo Thunder Peak Master awkwardly said. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, and he could see the rage of flames blazing within the Indigo Thunder Peak Master's pupils. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master's reply made the Azure Solar Saint Lord heave a breath of relief. It was fine that it was a Saint Sovereign slapping him, but it was a different story if it was a quasi-saint. Letting an insignificant figure in his eyes slap him was worse than killing him. Indigo Thunder Peak Master, I'm grateful for your tolerance, and I will pay you a visit with gifts. The Azure River Saint Sovereign is right. Even a Saint Lord cannot bully others, the Azure Solar Saint Lord said. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master was reluctant but didn't dare to slap a Saint Lord with his cultivation at the quasi-saint realm. Since the Peak Master isn't willing, let me do it on his behalf then. A voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the one who spoke was Yi Qingtian. You dare? The Azure Solar Saint Lord roared. Why don't I dare? Lin Yun stepped forth, bearing the saint aura that the Azure Solar Saint Lord gave off. Azure River Saint Sovereign? The Azure Solar Saint Lord panicked and looked at the Azure River Saint Sovereign with a begging gaze. Meanwhile, everyone in the surroundings, including Yi Fifan and the 2 quasi-saints, was dumbfounded. Yi Guhan smiled. If the Indigo Thunder Peak Master isn't willing to forgive you, I initially planned to cripple 100 years of your cultivation. But since Yi Qingtian has agreed to slap you, I'll let you off for now. So why are you not thanking him? The Azure Solar Saint Lord immediately felt a chill down his spine, and his face became ugly because this was more humiliating than having a quasi-saint slapping him. The reason why Lin Yun did this was simple. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master was good to him, and he wouldn't let anyone harm the Peak Master, even if the other party was a Saint Lord. When Lin Yun stepped forth, he didn't hesitate and gave the Azure Solar Saint Lord 2 slaps on his face, instantly plunging the surroundings into silence. Even Bai Shuaing couldn't help taking a deep breath, because Yi Qingtian was too bold. Even if he had a Saint Sovereign backing him up, she didn't know where Yi Qingtian got the confidence to slap a Saint Lord. The Azure Solar Saint Lord's face became ugly with disbelief within his pupils. Yi Qingtian actually slapped him. Azure Solar Saint Lord, why does the ancestor wish to meet Yi Qingtian? Yi Guhan broke the silence. The ancestor, the Azure Solar Saint Lord's face changed, and he said, the ancestor wants to meet Yi Qingtian. He wants to know how Yi Qingtian made so much improvements in his sword technique, and he's worried that he might be someone in disguise. Since Yi Qingtian knows the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, isn't it obvious why his sword technique would improve so much? Since he's taught by me, you can tell the ancestor to look for me if he has any questions. Yi Guhan smiled. You understood, the Azure Solar Saint Lord said. Yi Guhan sighed. The Heavenly Tao sect is still in one piece. The rules and regulations are still around and not meant to be violated, even if it's between the Yi clan. Don't put the Yi clan in trouble because of it. He's now the disciple of the Dragon Origin Great Saint, and even the ancestor will be in trouble if the Dragon Origin Great Saint becomes furious. The Azure Solar Saint Lord didn't dare to refute and quickly bowed before leaving with Yi Fifan and the two quasi-saints. With that, this incident came to an end. I apologize for what happened earlier. Please don't hold it against the Yi clan because of it. Yi Guhan arrived before the Indigo Thunder Peak Master and cupped his hands together. Yi Guhan's action made the Indigo Thunder Peak Master feel warm in his heart, and he said, Azure River Saint Sovereign, you're too polite. I'll bring him away for a moment. Yi Guhan smiled. Please go ahead, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. Yi Qingtian, don't forget your promise. Bai Shuang yelled when she saw that Yi Guhan wanted to bring Lin Yun away. In Yi Guhan's residence, Yi Guhan smiled. Not bad. Even the Holy Maiden is attracted to you. Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. I promised her I would visit the Nether Orchid Courtyard in a few days because the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wants to guide me in my sword technique. Lin Yun explained. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint? Did she see through your identity? Yi Guhan rubbed his chin. I don't think so, Lin Yun said. She better not, or you'll be in trouble, Yi Guhan said in a playful tone. Is there a story behind this matter? Lin Yun probed. He had a rough idea as it should be related to his master, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint and Serene Dust Great Saint. That's a long history, but how did you become the disciple of the Dragon Origin Great Saint? Speaking of which, he was badly conned by our master back then. Ha ha ha. Yi Guhan couldn't help laughing. I'm about to tell you about that. Lin Yun shared his experience with the Dragon Origin Great Saint with Yi Guhan and his concerns. After all, he was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and it was a form of disrespect to his master to become the disciple of someone else. It doesn't matter, Yi Guhan smiled. Perhaps our master has already predicted this. Otherwise, why would he send you to the Heavenly Dao sect? Lin Yun heaved a breath of relief upon hearing that. After all, he had a good opinion of the Dragon Origin Great Saint. He asked, right, senior brother, why did this ancestor suddenly pay attention to me? Probably because your existence has threatened the position of his descendants. Yi Guhan sighed. He has a descendant called Yi Feng, and he has the strongest talent amongst the Yi clan's younger generation. He's amongst the few who can compete with the Dao Yang Holy Sun within the Heavenly Dao sect. Yi Guhan sighed. Hearing that, Lin Yun laughed. He really thinks too highly of me. Even without meeting the Dao Yang Holy Sun, Lin Yun heard many stories about him. The Dao Yang Holy Sun had reached the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage at the age of 20, and he was an influential figure within the Eastern Desolation. He was commonly known as the peerless duo with the Divine Phoenix Mountain's little princess. He should be 25 this year, and there were rumors that he reached the quasi-saint realm. Since Yi Feng could be compared to this holy sun, this meant that Yi Feng wasn't any weaker in comparison. It's fine if you're not Yi Qingtian, but if you meet the ancestor with your identity as Yi Qingtian, even the Dragon Origin Great Saint might not be able to save you, Yi Guhan said. That terrifying? Lin Yun's expression became grave because this had far exceeded his expectations. That's the case in big clans. After all, Yi Qingtian is the descendant of a concubine. Yi Guhan sighed. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise because his senior brother seemed to have some special feelings for Yi Qingtian. I'm also the descendant of a concubine and from a branch family. If our master didn't take me in as a disciple, Yi Guhan smiled. So, I know how those people are. Lin Yun instantly understood the entire story. When he noticed Yi Guhan's low spirits, he also changed the topic and told him about Wang Mayan. What? Yi Guhan was surprised. He didn't expect that it was Wang Mayan who instructed Yi Qingtian to sneak into the celestial pool. He said with a grave expression, "Don't recklessly make a move. The Wang clan greatly influences the Heavenly Dao sect, and you'll be in trouble if you're careless." When he was done, he sighed. The Blue Dragon record will be appearing soon, and no one can avoid it. He was a saint sovereign, so he could see through many things and even participate in some events. This was why he understood more about the upcoming golden era than Lin Yun. Is the Blue Dragon record that important? Lin Yun asked, as he had heard about it multiple times. He couldn't figure out how a book could cause such a huge commotion. The Blue Dragon record is naturally important, Yi Guhan sighed. Most importantly, the Kunlun realm will be thrown into chaos when it appears, and no one can avoid it, not even you. From a certain degree, even our master is dragged into this matter. What better way to end an era than with the death of an emperor? What is more suitable than using an emperor's blood to unfold a new era? I believe that the empress has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yi Guhan squinted his pupils, with the corner of his lips rising into mockery. His eyes were flashing with chill and killing intent. Lin Yun instantly remembered that his senior brother had previously left and said it was related to their master. Now, it looks like whatever his senior brother went to do wasn't successful. But just when he wanted to ask something else, Yi Guhan smiled. Since you've reached the astral sword intent, it's time for me to teach you how to cultivate your sword heart. Lin Yun revealed expectation within his pupils upon hearing what Yi Guhan said. Was he finally going to teach him how to cultivate the sword heart? He had a lot of questions about the sword heart. The Azure Dragon sword heart seemed strong, but the difference wasn't that great. It didn't seem to have any other usage besides an increased sense of danger and seeing through the loopholes of attacks. Then again, these two effects were strong enough because Lin Yun relied on them often when fighting. Junior brother, release your astral sword intent and let me see, Yi Guhan said. Your sword seems weird, and I can faintly sense that you've grasped the astral sword intent. But I can't sense anything else. Lin Yun wasn't surprised because not even a great saint couldn't see through him. With a thought, his forehead shone, and he released his astral sword intent. This instantly enveloped him in sword rays, his hair fluttering violently with a terrifying sword aura spreading out. You've already reached lesser mastery? Yi Guhan was surprised. He wasn't surprised that Lin Yun grasped the astral sword intent. After all, this junior disciple was greatly loved by their master, meaning Lin Yun's sword talent must be extraordinary. In addition to his intentional guidance during their previous meeting, it shouldn't be a problem for Lin Yun to achieve the astral sword intent if he had any opportunities. But to Yi Guhan's estimation, Lin Yun should have just reached the astral sword intent, not lesser mastery. One must know that it wasn't easy to cultivate the astral sword intent. I'm just lucky. Lin Yun smiled and shared his experience on the celestial purging mountain. It's better this way, Yi Guhan smiled. I even prepared some Sword Emperor herbs to refine into the Sword Emperor pellet for you. But it looks like I can save on them now. What? No, I still need them. It's too hard to cultivate the astral sword intent, and I spent half a year in the Three Lives realm but made no progress. Lin Yun immediately said. Without the heavenly cloud fruits, he barely progressed in his sword intent. Haha! It's futile, Yi Guhan smiled. You can use external items to aid you before the lesser mastery, but it's too hard after reaching the lesser mastery. You'll need something even more powerful. You can release your sword intent now. As the two sat down, Yi Guhan said, before teaching you how to cultivate your sword heart, I'll teach you a secret technique to cultivate your astral sword intent. This is the ultimate technique of our master's lineage, and I'll teach you on behalf of our master. You can't teach it to others unless they also enter our lineage. Okay. Lin Yun nodded. This secret technique is called the Myriad Astral Celestial Art. When cultivating this technique, you can use your star as a sword and absorb astral energy to temper your star. Yi Guhan sat down and tapped on Lin Yun's forehead with boundless information pouring into the latter's mind. Lin Yun quickly shut his eyes to digest the information. Half a stick of incense later, he opened his eyes after digesting the Myriad Astral Celestial Art. I'll guide you in your first time as it'll be dangerous by yourself. But you can only rely on yourself in the future, Yi Guhan said. Come, form a seal together with me. Lin Yun nodded and sat down with his hands changing. As they both released their sword intents, multiple swords appeared behind Yi Guhan, igniting a few thousand golden stars. On the contrary, Lin Yun only had one star, and it was insignificant in comparison. "Let's go," Yi Guhan laughed. Before Lin Yun could respond, the few thousand stars carried his star and flew out, instantly breaking through the 36 layers of heaven and coming to a majestic universe. He could see thousands of constellations and the majestic sun and moon. Taking a few glances, his star became unstable, and his sight began to narrow to a few thousand miles of radius. But Yi Guhan took care of Lin Yun as the stars coiled around his star, repelling the primal chaos in the surroundings and even releasing starlight on Lin Yun's star. "Don't panic. Now, try and release your sword soul," Yi Guhan said, and Lin Yun's heart gradually calmed down. Lin Yun gave it several attempts and circulated the myriad astral celestial art, but he couldn't release his sword soul no matter how he tried, naturally making him anxious. He began to wonder if he was too stupid. At the same time, he discovered that his vision was beginning to narrow, which plunged him into fear. His senior brother illuminated the stars he saw, while his star was insignificant in the grand universe. Before the grand universe, his star might fade any moment now, and this really scared Lin Yun. He feared that his astral sword intent might disappear in the next moment. "Don't be afraid. I'll illuminate for you, and the universe is beautiful." A peal of laughter resounded as Yi Guhan's sword soul appeared. This was a golden sword soul with a candle and a saint rune engraved on it. When the candle blazed, Lin Yun's vision recovered. Although it was only 100 feet in radius, Lin Yun felt warmth when the light shone onto him, and his emotions stabilized. "There's no need to hurry. Even if you fail, your astral sword intent won't disappear." The golden human smiled. This made Lin Yun relieved, and he began to attempt. Although he kept failing, Yi Guhan was patient. Lin Yun's sword soul suddenly appeared a few hundred attempts later, and a golden human appeared on his star. At this moment, Lin Yun could finally see Yi Guhan's figure, which felt like a colossal mountain. He yelled, "I've succeeded!" But he didn't notice that there was an even more majestic figure behind Yi Guhan. "What's that?" Lin Yun looked at the candle in Yi Guhan's palm. He could feel that this candle was extraordinary and shone brightly as the engraved saint rune blazed. "This is..." Yi Guhan briefly paused and smiled. "A treasure left behind by our master, the deity luring candle. It's refined with divine blood. Back when our master taught me, he also used the deity luring candle, which symbolizes that the inheritance of our lineage will continue. All right, recollect yourself and focus. Our master is looking at us down below." "What?" Lin Yun exclaimed. "I'm not lying," Yi Guhan smiled. "Our master can sense it the moment the deity luring candle ignites. After all, it also contains his heart's blood, aside from divine blood." Lin Yun's face changed, and he looked down, wanting to see through the 36 layers of heaven to find his master in the sword sect. Back in the sword sect, an old man was looking at the sky, and a candle was before him. Blood melted down instead of wax as the candle flickered in the wind. His lifespan was reaching an end, but his will was stronger as he warmly looked at the sky. The old man smiled, allowing the wind to blow as he tapped his finger on the candle. "My life hasn't come to an end yet. Focus." Yi Guhan tapped on the golden human's head, which was painful to Lin Yun. "Ouch!" The golden human rubbed his head before focusing on cultivating, looking adorable. This couldn't help make Yi Guhan smile, and he recited the myriad astral celestial art. Suddenly, the candle's light shone brightly, radiating to myriad miles. Lin Yun's vision also opened up, and he could see many stars. Meanwhile, Yi Guhan fell into deep thoughts, and his smile disappeared when he lowered his head. Since Lin Yun was focused on his cultivation, he naturally overlooked this scene. 2 days later, Lin Yun's star turned into a miniature sword and descended like a waterfall. When the star returned to his sword sea, Lin Yun was surprised to discover that his star had grown by a small ring, and this naturally brought joy to his pupils when he opened his eyes. Although there was only a small improvement, it was equivalent to 6 months of cultivation. Most importantly, Lin Yun had just started and still significantly improved in the myriad astral celestial art. How does it feel? Yi Guhan smiled. Strong. Lin Yun nodded his head. This is just the beginning, and Sword Heart's cultivation technique is also hidden in the myriad astral celestial art. Yi Guhan smiled. Oh. Lin Yun was curious because he didn't notice it. When he wanted to ask about it, Yi Guhan said, "There's no need to hurry. I'll bring you somewhere." The two soared to the sky and reached a few thousand miles away in the blink of an eye. This mountain range was a demonic beast forest of the heavenly Dao sect. Wait for me. After placing Lin Yun on the summit, Yi Guhan stepped out. Here you go. When Yi Guhan returned, he was accompanied by a powerful gale that made Lin Yun narrow his pupils to stabilize himself. He then gave Lin Yun a crimson fruit. When Lin Yun ate this fruit, he could sense his blood boiling, and his cultivation had risen. This saint fruit must be over 5,000 years of age at the very least. How is it? It's sweet. This saint fruit was pretty good, and it didn't take long for him to be left with the seed. But when he wanted to put the seed down, Yi Guhan slapped his hand, and the seed entered his mouth. As Lin Yun gulped down, he asked, "Senior brother?" Yi Guhan smiled. "Junior brother. This is the blood rune fruit, and there's a quasi-saint demonic beast in this territory. He waited a few hundred years to consume this fruit and allow his bloodline to transform. Speaking of which, can you sense its rage?" Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that because he realized he was fooled. Go and play with it. If you can last through the night, your sword heart is more or less accomplished. Senior brother you? Before Lin Yun could finish, Yi Guhan lifted him and threw him out. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he was right before the den of that quasi-saint demonic beast.